Live and direct, ladies and gentlemen, live and direct. And I'm so excited, and it's hard to believe that we are here at the tail end of the Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit. It is, of course, day 4. I'm joined alongside several of my colleagues that are going to help me navigate through the final day of the Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit. I want to thank Satish Verma, the CEO of the Think and Grow Rich Institute, the #1 institute for all things personal development, and Napoleon Hill and Think and Grow Rich is the Think and Grow Rich Institute. And the world's #1 foremost expert is Satish Verma. And it's my pleasure to be here alongside him. And it's been incredible. We've been on this journey navigating to about 150 speakers invited from around the world. To the best of my knowledge, as far as I know, that must be a world record for most speakers at an event. And I know the team is going to do research to see if it is a world record or not officially, but I believe it is, because I can't imagine anything coming close to what we've accomplished here and what we're still accomplishing. And I see that the Ambassador of Joy is with us, and we'll have him chime in a moment here. Before we do that, I want to give the floor to Rex Sykes, Sandy, Alva, and Barry, and then we're going to have a real powerful session with Satish Verma. And I know the audience is excited about that. But Rex, just to help kick it off, how excited are you for the final day of the official Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit, please?
I decided I'm not going to be excited today at all. I'm going to be thrilled. I'm going to be thrilled and delighted and find a different word for excited. But no, it's thrilling. It really is, because not only do we have the day that we promised, but we've extended the day into an additional valuable bonus for everybody. And we've got Barry Shore here. We got Michelle McCain here. I mean, and Sandy and Ava and you and everyone else and Satish, of course. I mean, this is an exciting day. But then every day has been wonderful.
Rex. And Sandy, you have done such a... Yes. Thank you, Rex. And Sandy, you have done such a fantastic job navigating with some very powerful conversations. I know today you're going to be speaking with some incredible people for our audience as well. How excited are you, Sandy?
Let me tell you, Mel, thank you so much. I know I've said this every day. I'm so grateful to you and the Los Angeles Tribune and Ava and Satish Verma, for everybody. Rex, it's just been phenomenal. And like you, Rex, I'm running out of adjectives to describe today, because it has just been so incredible. And I am just beyond humbled and grateful to be a part of it.
Hey, can I say something? I know who will have about a dozen adjectives.
Thank you, Sandy. Go ahead, Rex.
That guy right there.
Yes, soon when Barry speaks. Yes, absolutely. The editor-in-chief of the LA Tribune, Ava Manuel, opening words, please.
Thank you so much, Satish. Thank you for your generosity, bringing in together Think and Grow Rich Institute, really creating a platform for us in the Los Angeles Tribune, Morocco. Thank you. And to all our audience who's been with us the last 3 days. Today's day, for I promise you, it is a bonus day. Like, it's a big, huge bonus day. So I encourage you to comment, like, where are you from? Would love to see what countries, what cities we're from. Today, our Facebook is connected. Yesterday, there was a glitch. We couldn't put comments up. But today, we want you to be very, very involved with co-creating this history. It's a history in the making. This has got to be the biggest summit of the year. I mean, summits, not molehill, not anthill, summit. And today is the peak of that. We're coming to the peak. We're seeing people from Philippines, watching from Odessa, California. Let's go see where you're from and where you're watching. We're very much a part of this experience, and you're co-creating it with us. So with that, I'm very, very thrilled, Mo. I'm handing you back the mic.
Thank you so much. And I want to go to Michelle McClain. We had a chance to speak with her briefly yesterday. We have a little more time with her, and she's helping us open up the program. Of course, the community here at the LA Tribune knows about Michelle McClain. She's one of the writers for our paper. She's also co-author of a major book project that's being launched soon. And Michelle, I just want to hear some opening words from you before we get to Barry and Satish. Michelle.
First, thank you so much for having me on. It's a pleasure being in the presence of such incredible, wisdom-filled space. Think and Grow Rich was one of the first books I was ever given at the age of 23 by my first mentor. And it was like drinking water for the first time, having food for the first time. It was nourishment for my life and my body, my everything. I was literally being nourished on a level that I had never been nourished before. Think and Grow Rich changed my life. So I'm really excited to just be a part of this at all and see all of the people who it's lit up, who all the lives that it's been changed, like masses and masses and masses. It's unbelievable the amount of people that this book has impacted. So Satish and just everyone involved, just acknowledging everybody for their wisdom, for bringing their power and their energy today. Really excited about today. I just feel like this is like the fourth quarter. It's going to be the best day of all the days. And even to the last minute, the last thing I'm going to say, the last minute, I've been so impressed with the way that our lineup has been phenomenal. It has been amazing speaker after amazing speaker. Even to the end of the day, you think like, oh, it's probably going to be the, maybe not the best. And still the best speakers are even at the end of the day. So I invite everybody tuning in today to be here till the very last minute, because there's gold given out throughout the entire day. So you don't want to miss a portion.
Thank you for that, Michelle. And yesterday, the folks watching from around the world were amazed with Satish Verma and Sharon Lecter having the powerful conversation. We had the reunion of The Secret. We had multiple people from The Secret film joining. Today, we have Muhammad Ali's wife, late wife or ex-wife, that will be joining us. And so Muhammad Ali was also somebody that, was impacted by a lot of the principles that you can find in Think and Grow Rich. And so Muhammad Ali's wife is joining us later today. We also have the mayor of the city of Ontario, California, joining us later today. And so we have some government officials, we have Muhammad Ali's family members, and we have so many incredible thought leaders that are going to join us. Satish Verma, I know you wanted to chime in there, please.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Mo. This is day 4th now. Looks like we are starting again all over. It's so refreshing to be here every day. Every day, isn't that wonderful, right? So we have been talking. Any from the panel? Any questions for me, Michelle, Sandy? So we can move forward. Rex, your biggest takeaway from yesterday, and please go ahead.
Michelle.
Absolutely. There's a lot of questions we have for you, Satish, and I have lots of questions. I'm going to go to Barry Shore to open up before we formally go to you, Satish. Barry, opening words. Think and Grow Rich. What does it mean to you, please?
Good day, beautiful, bountiful, beloved, immortal beings, and good-looking people. And very good-looking. You're good-looking. You're always looking for and finding the good. And this is the ultimate finding of good, because you have tuned in consciously and conscientiously to this remarkable summit. Now, let's talk about the word summit just for a moment, because the summit implies that there's a mountain to climb. And when you reach that summit, what can you see? Farther than you ever imagined. The vision is open to you. And so therefore, you are now a good-looking person, because you're always looking for and finding the good. That's the ultimate good-looking person. I want to say a big hello and a thank you to remarkable Sandy. Think and Grow Rich has been part of my physical life since the age of, are you ready for this? 12.
Wow.
Now, why do I say that? Because anybody who's looking at the screen right now knows that I'm older than 12. I'm 74 chronologically. Okay, I'm 46 metabolically because I swim 2 miles a day, 6 days a week. My mental acuity is 28 because I work with a lot of 20-year-olds on the internet. And my SOW, and this comes from Think and Grow Rich, my SOW is 8. So you say, what's an SOW, Barry? Sense of wonder. To me, the essence of Think and Grow Rich is sense of wonder in life. Business is the ultimate expression of love. I love using acronyms and words, as did the author Napoleon Hill of Think and Grow Rich. Think and Grow Rich uses words as the lever and the fulcrum that enables people to move the world. That's the genius of words. So let's take a look at the word first, think. Think stands for to harness insightful neural connections. That's what thinking is, to harness insightful neural connections. And when you do that, when you think, then you can grow. GROW, as I've shared with Rex on a number of occasions, stands for generating rays of wisdom. Generating rays of wisdom. So when you think and now you become able to grow, what happens? By definition, you must become rich. There's no other alternative. It's a law, as we learn about in Think and Grow Rich, right, Sandy? It's the law of attraction. Now, I must tell everybody, when people hear the word law, they tend to think of law in a constricting way. Oh my gosh, that thing going around, and they're going to pull me over and get a ticket. Ah! When you're in the world of Think and Grow Rich, which is the world of positive, purposeful, powerful, and pleasant, you understand that law is a great acronym, Satish, that stands for love and wisdom.
Thank you. Thank you.
That is the law that we resonate with. Am I right, Sandy? Love and wisdom. Because those are the foundational aspects of Think and Grow Rich. When you use the book, and I don't mean read it. Did you hear me? When you use the book, or as Napoleon Hill says, you turn over that glass at some point and you say, aha, I think I get it. I am privileged and honored to tell everybody that I've been reading the book at least twice a year for more than 60 years. Yes. WOW, by the way, stands for words of wisdom, words of wonder. Why do I do that? Because it's not just a book. It's a guide. It's a guide to living your life in fullness. I'm privileged to tell you that at the age of 9, I just love you. Love you, Barry. Don't forget to smile. Thank you. I hope I am. Thank you. We'll talk about smiling. At the age of 9, my father said something to me. It took me over a decade to begin to understand, but I've been using it for decades. And that is the word business. Business, he asked me, he says, Barry, how do you spell business? So I'm 9 years old. I'm fully capable of spelling things. Business. Okay, Sandy, you're going to use this for the rest of your life. Get ready. Michelle, are you ready to internalize this? Satish?
Yes.
He said, my dear son, look at the word business. The U comes before the I.
Yeah.
When you are satisfying and giving value to lots of other people, by definition, the I must be taken care of. It's a law in the universe. And that's the genius, in my humble opinion, of what Napoleon Hill did when he went out and he built this unique volume which speaks to every human being, no matter where you are in the universe, under the most oppressive dictatorship or in the freest country in the world. Think and grow rich. To harness insightful,
Barry Shore, thank you for helping us.
And grow, generating rays of wisdom. Mo, thank you for the opportunity to share, spreading happiness and rejuvenating energy. Best wishes, everybody. Bye.
And thank you, Barry. And Barry, we want to remind folks, of course, Barry Shore's second inaugural Los Angeles Tribune holiday special is coming out in December. Once a year, Barry Shore hosts our annual holiday special. Last year was a smashing success, where Barry brings together people from all over the world, all walks of life, together in one place to show the world that we are all human beings and brothers and sisters in humanity. So I want to thank you, Barry, for working with the Los Angeles Tribune with the annual holiday special coming very soon. And I want to thank Michelle McLean for opening up the final day of the program and for making her second appearance here, and of course for being a co-author of a major project as well. So thank you, Michelle McLean. And now I want to hand the reign over to Rex, and Sandy will help assist this, because Rex, something I know about you is you're also a very passionate student of Think and Grow Rich. And I know that there are lots of principles of Think and Grow Rich you've been teaching people for years. And so having a conversation with you and Satish, I think, will be very powerful for the audience. And Sandy, I would love for you to also, help assist Rex in the time that we have left with Satish. And I know we have limited time with Satish today, but there are folks watching around the world that want to hear that conversation continued. I know you guys, you said something profound, I think on day 1 or day 2, Satish, that auto-suggestion is the only principle of
Yes.
Think and Grow Rich, and the rest are tools. A lot of people were kind of shocked when they heard that, because a lot of
Yes.
people believe there are 13 principles or 17 principles. So when you said that, they were confused or maybe just surprised. And I think I would love for you and Rex to continue that conversation, because it was surprising for our audience.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Well, Satish, I'll pass it to you. But I mean, one of the things that the fact that people are astounded would tell you that they didn't read very deep, because he says it in the book that this is what it's all about, and that the other things, you got to master the other things in order to make this thing work, but that this is the driving force, is the auto-suggestion, and to read it read it every day for 30 days. And so it's the beauty of Think and Grow Rich to me is, one, how the book is laid out and how it unfolds, but it's also how deep it actually is.
True.
But that depth is sometimes right in front of you, and yet people still miss it.
Very true. This is so accurate what you just said. I had to read so many times to find out exactly the principle when he talks about auto-suggestion, because a lot of people are living under auto-suggestion with a negative way they program their mind every day. So Napoleon Hill said, look, negativity is manifesting in our life every day. But why don't you use the same principle of programming your mind in a positive way? So I'm going to give you some tools, he says, and you use those tools, and your auto-suggestion will automatically become very powerful and very positive. That's the whole. He said the principle is only auto-suggestion. Everything else is tool. So this is what he did. Okay, so yes.
Well, one thing I would like to add is that everything we do is a practice, right?
Yes.
I always say happiness is a choice. The choice is yours, but you have to practice it every single day. Think and Grow Rich is the same thing. It is a practice that has to be put in front of you every single day, because as you know, you go to a conference, you write all these notes down, you come home and you don't apply it, right? So it's that repetitiveness. And then I personally think that is how the auto-suggestion is going to become more automatic when you look at it like a practice.
Yes.
And if I may add, because I want to ask you the question, but he uses a battery analogy, and all batteries have a negative and positive pole. He says we're broadcasting and receiving stations, and we can broadcast or receive positivity or negativity, and that, as you just said, most people use it negatively. Auto-suggestion is always going on. It's just, as Sandy just points out, it's how you direct it. It's not whether you use it or not. It's whether you use it for directing your mind in a positive, powerful way, and you master that aspect of yourself, or you by default, you use it the way that you've always used it. So, Satish.
Okay, I'm going to give you about 4, 5, or 6 points about Think and Grow Rich people are not aware of.
Yeah.
Number one, as Barry said, it's a guide. It's like it's a system of self-management based on certain rules, based on precise rules, not certain rules, precise rules. And if you follow the rules, your results will be as accurate and as definite as when you apply the rules of mathematics.
Yeah.
That's how precise these rules are. Okay, that's number one. And secondly, the word has been, second point I want to bring out, the word has been given many philosophies by which men prepare for death, like many philosophies have been given. This is the only philosophy that's been given to men and women to prepare for happy living using the auto-suggestion. You can do this. And this is the only philosophy that provides you by which you can actually create your own destiny. And there is a system that he teaches you. Number 3, it's not about making money. It's about making a life, a noble life. That's what it is for. There are no tricks, there are no gimmicks here in this philosophy. Okay, it's a science, and science, as you know, it's a science of building noble life. That's what it is. Number 4, let me share something else with you. I think you guys are not aware of this. There is nothing like this in existence in this world. And I'm going to prove it to you. There's no system like this in this world. Think about this for a moment. 500 most successful people, the brilliant minds, contributed to this philosophy. And they, each one have had a 50 years of experience, more than 50 years of experience in their own field of business, finance, right? Industry, politics, art. And these people, imagine this thing, 500, the most brilliant mind in this field with 50 years of experience translates to 25,000 years of wisdom into this book. Think for a moment.
Amazing.
Where are you going to get this from? You tell me. 25.
So I want.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's incredible. I just wanted to say, I want the folks, not to cut you off. I want the folks at home. Oh, I disappeared here. Let me be right back. Go ahead, Satish.
Yeah. So 25,000 years, okay, of wisdom has gone to this. That's why Think and Grow Rich stands alone in the field of personal development as the masterwork. And against this work, every other work is compared. And that's why they call it, it's an insurance policy against failure. That's what it is. So how much power more do you need? What else you need to succeed?
Can I add something to that, Satish? Because
real quick, Rex. Rex.
Yes. Let me say it, and I'll be done with it sooner than if I have to.
Quickly.
Okay, never mind. Go ahead.
Well, we're just we're trying to stay on schedule, Rex. And so what we have up next is, hold on, okay. And so what we're gonna do is actually the godmother of psychology, Mary Morrissey, who is a very well-known figure in this space, is actually going to be joining us in a couple minutes. And I don't want too much of this incredible knowledge that Satish is sharing to be shared right now, because I want to encourage folks to sign up at Grow Rich 23. There's going to be a private Zoom with Satish Verma that everyone's going to be invited to, a private Q&A session where all of the speakers are invited, all of the audience is invited to join. So I want to encourage folks to go to growrich23.com. Make sure that you're part of that community, because you're going to have access to a private Q&A session with Satish Verma, completely complimentary. And so this is something that is, is of very high value. I want folks to go to growrich23.com, sign up for that. I'm very excited about it. We're going to announce the dates very soon. And Satish Verma, I want to thank you. I know we're very limited with time on you, with you. And I want to thank you for sharing all of your wisdom. And I want to thank the Think and Grow Rich Institute, the #1 institute in the world for all things Think and Grow Rich, as well as Satish Verma, the world's foremost expert when it comes to the principles of Think and Grow Rich. And so I want to thank you, Satish, while we quickly take a commercial break here and bring on Mary Morrissey. Thank you, Satish Verma.
My pleasure.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Hi, I'm Mary Manon Morrissey. Happy to be with you right now. I'm known in the world as the premier trainer in dream building. You know, lots of people have dreams, but the art and science of taking that dream and the science part of it, of transforming our lives to actually have that dream be what we're living, that's another matter. How did I come upon this? 1967, I was diagnosed with a fatal kidney disease. And it looked like there was no hope for me from the science that we all knew at that time. The night before a surgery to see if I could get 6 months of living, a woman walked in my room and introduced me to some ideas that today we're all familiar with, but not back in 1967. She asked me if I could believe there was a possibility I could be completely healed. And nobody I knew, no specialist, no surgeon, nobody believed that I could have complete healing, but I might get 6 months. had a little boy, 7 months old. It mattered dramatically to me that I might live my life. And then she looked me in the eye and she said, Mary, tell me what's been going on in your life the last year or two. And I told her my story, at the end of which she looked me in the eye and compassionately she said, Mary, everything's created twice. I had zero idea what she was talking about. Today, I would say I had no landing page for that in my awareness. And she said, actually, you know this. Everybody knows it. Almost nobody knows the power of knowing that everything is created twice. And then she said, the bed you're laying on, the nightgown you're wearing, the sheet covering you, the walls, the ceiling, the floor, all of this had to be a thought before it could be a thing. And then she said, I hear in your story what's been going on in your life, how much you love your little boy. But I also hear the really difficult things you've been going through. And I actually hear that you have a lot of self-loathing going on, and that way more of your thoughts are about, you feel like you're a bad girl, you got pregnant in high school, you got kicked out, and your friends don't want anything to do with you now, and you feel a lot of self-loathing. And since everything's created twice, could you consider the possibility that that self-loathing thought and feeling might just have something to do with the toxicity that's going on in your body right now? Nobody I knew thought this way. We did not have mind-body clinics at Harvard, at Stanford, at UCLA, and all the many teaching hospitals. This is 1967. And then she gave me a thinking prescription. She didn't call it that, but she told me that when, after the surgery, if I would start thinking this, if I would imagine that everything toxic was going to get taken from me by the removal of that kidney. Now remember, I wasn't introduced to one of the 6 mental faculties called imagination at this point, but I did have been told about imagination. Today, in the training you're about to experience, you will not only be introduced to one superpower, but you will be introduced to 6 superpowers. So, of course, enough to say that I did survive, and that got me very, very interested in transformation. I was like a thirsty sponge back in the late 60s, early 70s. I have spent now over 50 years studying the art and science of transformation in every direction I could find it, from master's degree in education and psychology, went to a 2-year seminary studying all the different religions. And I have, over the last 40 plus years, led trainings and programs and built businesses in helping people transform their life. And for the last almost 20 years now, I've been building something called Brave Thinking Institute, based on the principles that come out of human history and knowing how to transform results. And today we're focused on the work of Napoleon Hill and Think and Grow Rich. What did she have me do that changed my life? She had me think in a different way, without my understanding how it could all make such a difference. But today you're going to be introduced to ways of thinking that can unlock the power that's already in you, just like that power was in me, to have a life that I could not only survive, but thrive in. And there's so much possibility for every one of us, but the unlocking of that is a code. And today you're going to have more and more of that code brought to you. So over the many years, I've had the privilege of my dearest friends, Bob Proctor, Wayne Dyer, Les Brown, Neil Donald Walsh, Michael Beckwith, Marianne Williamson, many other teachers in this arena. Jack Canfield. I'm just so blessed to have traveled this journey over the years of teaching, learning from and teaching with these individuals. So you've got something in your mind right now that you'd like to have happen. Something wonderful that you would love to have as your results 6 months or a year from now. You want to keep that in mind while you're heading into this training. So let me tell you who your trainer actually is. Well, I'm blessed that over the years of building my work, my 4 birth children all went off and built very highly successful businesses, and then one by one began to decide they wanted to join in this over 40 part of their life in joining the faculty at Brave Thinking Institute, where we operate in 157 countries helping people transform their lives. And every single one of them has unique gifts. My daughter, Jennifer, is one of the torch bearers of this extraordinary work. She already is a global teacher, an expert in her own right. And she's going to share with you the secrets of unlocking the 6 superpowers of the mind. And they're just latent superpowers until we unlock them. And those powers have completely transformed her life into the life of her dreams. And these are some of the secrets found in Think and Grow Rich. So the 6 extraordinary superpowers that we're all born with give you the power to be and do and have and give whatever it is you would truly love in this one precious life we call our own. So Jennifer learned about these superpowers throughout her life. I was training her even as a little girl as I raised her. But 15 years ago, she decided to engage in this practice and these principles and these superpowers in a much more devoted, deeper, committed way. And I'm going to let her tell you what's happened in her life since and how you can easily have extraordinary transformations in your life as well. We also certify coaches in our coach certification program in these principles as well. And Jennifer was certified over a decade ago and has a thriving coaching business. So I'm going to say something that I would say about her even if I weren't her mom. She's a beacon of light. She represents the next generation of leaders dedicated to bringing these transformational principles into the world. I couldn't be more proud and grateful to hand the baton to her to share this with you today. So it's my honor and pleasure to turn this now over to one of our most successful, longtime, highly successful certified life mastery consultants, who is officially here to introduce my daughter, Jennifer Joy Jimenez, and that is Sherry Gideons. Hi, Sherry, back to you.
Awesome. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Mary. And as I was saying, this is, full circle for me with you and my own personal journey. And to be a life mastery consultant has been an honor and a pleasure. And the things that I've accomplished and overcome on my own journey of just life mastery in general, and the willingness and the desire to do what was necessary to heal what was the illusion within me and come out as my true self. So I am grateful because you were a teacher on my journey, and I've been just enjoying helping other people tap into that within themselves. So thank you so much for taking your time to come on today. And I'm going to let you go for the day.
Okay.
Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. You as well.
Bye-bye. All right, everyone. Thank you so much. And I would like to formally welcome you to the Los Angeles Tribune Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit. So I want to set the stage here for a second, with our viewers and build a little bit of perspective. And Jennifer is going to share her story today, as well as unveil the secrets to her success, which have included harnessing the 6 superpowers of the mind, called our 6 mental faculties. And by doing so, Jennifer has shifted her life dramatically in the last 15 years, from being a penniless professional dancer to a multi-million-dollar prosperous entrepreneur, from renting apartments to owning her own $1 million dream home, and from being in a marriage that was on the rocks to enjoying a reignited marriage to her soul and her soulmate of the last 28 years. And so from being burned out with dancing and health to being vibrantly healthy and thriving, and many more successes, our focus today during this interview with Jennifer is on the secrets to harnessing the 6 invisible superpowers you were all born with, so that the world becomes your playground of unlimited possibilities. And so these 6 mental superpowers that Jennifer has learned to harness, which are also taught in the Think and Grow Rich, can help you create and live a life of your dreams as well. And I'd love to share with you a little bit about Jennifer's many accolades, as I have witnessed those as a friend of hers too. So Jennifer Joy Jimenez is the co-founder of Brave Thinking Institute, the premier training center for transformational coaching. She's the founder and director of the multi-million-dollar health and well-being division. For over 2 decades, she has helped difference makers like you thrive and achieve their optimal potential. And she's been featured in publications like Oxygen and Women's World, and on TV programs including Fox Business, NBC News. In addition, she's shared the stage with thought leaders such as Marianne Williamson, Maya Angelou, Deepak Chopra, and many more. And as a quick reminder, please stay till the end of her presentation, where Jennifer will give you a guided experience designed to help you unlock your secret superpowers of your mental faculties to help you feel ignited, connected to spirit, and ready to go after your next level dreams. So I am completely honored to welcome Jennifer Joy onto the stage with me. Hello, Jennifer.
Hello, Sherry. It's so fun to be here with you. You and I have been longtime friends and colleagues in this industry. So I am just super jazzed to receive this baton that I feel so grateful and honored to be a recipient of from my mentors, you know, Mary Morrissey and Bob and many others I know like you have. And to share this incredible wisdom and these secrets to success with your viewers. So thank you for having me.
Absolutely. And I want to start out by asking you, which I'm sure a lot of our listeners and viewers want to know as well, what was it like being raised by Mary Morrissey, who knew all these principles and how to use them in a way that created her dreams?
Well, first of all, I am extremely grateful to that chaplain who sat by my mom's bedside when she was just a young woman, not even 20 yet in her life, being pregnant with my older brother, John, who's actually now the CEO of our institute, and helped her connect that there is a mind, body, spirit connection, that we're spiritual beings having a human experience, and that there is a power that resides within us that is far greater than any circumstance, including what the doctors are telling you is a life-threatening condition. And to be not only the recipient of this teaching my whole life, right? Being taught that things aren't what they always look like, you know, from the outside, to be really noticing what we're noticing. Some of the things to a child, so you might be going, how do you teach this to a child? Well, the first thing is when I would be bickering or fighting with my brothers, he made me do it. He made me so mad. She would always say, remember, no one can make you feel anything. You choose. So probably one of the first lessons as a little girl and a young teen, especially as an emotional teen, as we often are, as our hormones are taking over, is that there is this pause button within, and we choose our mood. Now, I'm not going to say that was easy as a young girl or a young woman to, especially as you're becoming the full you. There's so much going on as you're developing, but it was very clear that I'm not reacting to life, that no matter what's going on, whether I got a good grade on that test or I didn't, or I got the part in the play or I didn't, that the circumstance, the condition wasn't to dictate my mood or my experience, but that I have this opportunity to really have a clear control, so to speak, through divine will, which is one of our superpowers, my perception, which is another mental superpower of our minds, is to understand that I choose the lens through which I look at all the conditions and circumstances of my life. And then, of course, being a consummate dream builder that she is, not only was she teaching she was first a minister for many years in Oregon. We grew up in Oregon on a literal over 100-acre Marionberry farm back when there was no internet and MTV wasn't quite a thing yet. So that ages me a little bit for everyone. But yeah, dreaming, like really, truly dreaming and dreaming big. And that led me to a lot of dreams, which we'll talk about in just a moment. But I think the biggest things was I'm in control of my mood. My conditions aren't controlling me. I'm co-creating this life. I'm a spiritual being having a human, condition. I have a mind, body, spirit connection, which of course, ultimately led me to the work that I'm doing today. But really, truly feeling like I don't have to go the normal route, the route that everybody's going on, that I get to choose the route that most lights me up and to really follow my bliss in life. And I couldn't be more deeply, deeply grateful to be handed that gift as a young woman.
Oh my gosh, it's so awesome too to hear that from you, and having how I came into meeting you and your mother on my own personal journey, and dating back to my own near-death experience in 1997, in which I had the awakening where all of this that we're talking about today was downloaded. And as a result of that, I was told that I never had to worry, that all the right people would show up at the right moment to help me move forward. And the Neil Donald Walshes and Michael Beckwiths and your mother and Bob Proctor were the first people that showed up in my life as mentors and teachers to help me apply these principles the way that you got to grow up with. And so I'm, once again, I'm just so grateful to hear from a child's perspective how you were able to be surrounded with that, because I have tried to take that on with my own children, and really say simple things like, I whisper in their ears all the time, thank you for coming, because I want them to realize that I know they chose me as their mother, and that once again, what you're sharing is just such a special experience.
My mom has a really funny story of my brother Matt, because she taught us that too, that we choose, that on some spiritual plane, we choose all of our experiences, including our parents and our friends. And we choose that we're going to play certain roles for each other in this lifetime. And there was one time when my little brother was really little, like maybe 3 or 4, and he was super mad. I'm sure he wanted some candy, or he was having a bit of a tantrum, and he was not happy that she had said no. And she said, well, Matthew, remember, you chose me. And he paused for a minute and he was like, yeah, but when it was time for me to choose, all the good ones were gone. When you said that we choose our parents, it just made me think of those funny stories. Yeah, our kids are really good, right, at reminding us that we're human.
I love that you just said that, because one of the things that the twins, I drive them crazy, because I'll always say to them, remember when I'm gone, you're going to remember these words that I have said. And I said, and you're going to cherish mom's wisdom.
At some point, right?
Yeah,
at some point, it'll all sink in for sure.
Oh my God, I love it. I love it. Well, thank you. Tell us a little bit about your story and how you came to be the expert and speaker, as a transformational leader and coach yourself.
Yeah. Well, it's fascinating because my first dream was actually to be in the movement and professional dance world. So I didn't go the traditional route. I met my husband very young. He's from Mexico City. So when I graduated from high school, I remember my mom walking me up to the airplane with tears in her eyes, because I'm literally leaving the country to go to Mexico City, study dance down there. And one of the last things she said is, are you sure you don't want to go to U of O, University of Oregon, and study dance? And that was like the last thing I wanted to do. So I followed my love of my life down to Mexico. I studied at Bellas Artes y Instituto de la UNAM. And then I moved to New York City to pursue dance in New York. We ultimately got married, moved to Los Angeles. So I was a modern dancer, professional modern dancer, accomplished that dream. And then we started a family. And very quickly, my husband's also an artist. And as most of us know, we have different programmings, right? Mental beliefs about who we are, what we're capable of. And dancers typically, now there are some dancers that make a lot of money. In the modern dance world, I was not making very much money. So to supplement our income, I became the steady breadwinner, and I moved into a sales career and began very quickly to move up the corporate ladder and became an award-winning sales rep and sales leader. And very quickly now, with 3 children, a full-time job, I found myself totally burned out. I had stopped taking care of my health, and I've always been really into health and well-being, everything body related. My marriage was on the rocks. Money was very tight, and it wasn't that we didn't have it. It was our relationship to money and my money struggle mentality. We definitely were renting all this time because living in Southern California, as anybody who's ever been out here knows, it is no joke to own real estate. So my belief was, well, we're just going to rent our whole lives. We're never going to be able to afford, because we had a lot of debt at the time, swimming in debt. And it never felt like there was enough time, enough money. And so here's what's interesting. Here I am, somebody who's been exposed, not just exposed to these principles, but raised in them, probably by, now in today's world, one of the most preeminent teachers on the science of success. But I allowed myself to get lulled into what we call common hour thinking versus what we teach in our institute, which is called brave thinking, right? And if anyone is listening who has learned these things, right? Maybe you were raised with them, or you know better, right? There was a moment where I was like, I know better than this. How did I get here? How did I sort of fall asleep at the switch? And thank God for my mother, because she was leading it during this period, these once a year weekend women's retreats, actually with Michael Beckwith's wife at the time, Ricky Byers Beckwith, who's a dear friend now of mine as well. And so for like 25 years, my mom and her best friend would put about 100 women together, and they'd travel these different locations. And this particular year, it was in Sedona. And my son was maybe 2 at the time. He's 17 now. So this is 15 years ago. And she calls me and says, Jennifer, you need to come to this retreat. And I had began to dabble in teaching the mind, body, spirit connection. I had found one of my secret tools for transformation that I work with now, which is conscious dance, as a healing tool for my own body. And I really wanted to bring that to the world. And I wanted to combine the science of health and well-being with transformational principles and this beautiful modality that's a fast path to shifting our vibration called conscious dance. But I had not figured out how to make any money doing that. So I was doing it like on weekends, or I'd get invited to Agape to lead a workshop, or I'd lead this kind of work on retreats with my mom, but it was very sporadic. So if you're listening and there's something inside of you, and you know that you're designed for more, you've been put here on this planet to be, do, have, express so much more than what your day in and day out life is. I totally know that feeling. I was there, so much so that I would cry myself to work and I would cry myself home. I was leaving before my kids got up. Sometimes I barely got to see them, give them dinner and put them back down, and I was on this endless cycle, right? And I knew something needed to change. I could feel my body getting sicker and sicker, because most importantly, when we have unlived life within us, that unlived life does seek to express itself, but when it's suppressed, whatever is suppressed must express in one form or another. So oftentimes when we're not proactive about our own personal development, then things occur in a reactive manner. We'll have a car accident, there's an injury, there's a diagnosis, some sort of a disease or a divorce or a downsizing, right? So the life will kind of blow up in our face just to get us to wake up. And I could feel the rumbling within me. It was getting really close to some sort of a breaking point. My marriage was really struggling. I was really close. A couple times we were close because I was miserable, right? So when mom's miserable, everybody's miserable. It was not a happy time. So I contrary to what my fears and my doubts and my limiting beliefs were saying, which was, Jennifer, you don't have the time. Jennifer, if you take a Friday off, you're going to lose money, because I was on commission. And when you're not working, you're not making any money. The kids have all these things going on. There were all these reasons why it wasn't convenient and it was uncomfortable. But here's the thing, transformation doesn't wait for convenience or comfort. Oftentimes, in my experience, my higher power, our higher power, will bring us these opportunities for growth inside of this discomfortable moment. And what's required is that we just press pause on all the reasons why not, and to really just say yes to the opportunity that's in front of us. And so what I love is these kinds of opportunities, this Think and Grow Rich Summit, right? Bringing forward these beautiful speakers is such a beautiful opportunity to hear something that has a potential to absolutely transform your life. And that's what happened for me. I went on this weekend's women's retreat. And, you know, my mom is brilliant, and she's codified really how to take somebody who's feeling stuck, who's inside of the condition-based thinking. I don't have the time. I don't have the money. I don't have the education. I've tried things and it hasn't worked. And we're stuck in those limiting beliefs, which are driving our feelings, which are driving our actions, which ultimately are driving our results, and press the pause button on all of that. And she put us into this small little family group, and she asked some of the most powerful transformational coaching questions that there are. What is your longing and discontent right now in your life? And I just burst into absolute tears. Every quadrant of my life. I was a cranky mom. I was a irritated wife. I was, you know, I'd won all these sales awards, but I was so unfulfilled, not living my potential. We were always worried about money. I never felt like I had time. I'd stopped exercising. There was longing, like on a scale from 1 to 5, every quadrant of my life was, you know, in the 2s at that period of time. And then she said, well, what if time were no issue? What if money were no issue? What if age were no issue? What if we just put the how on hold? And then she said 3 magic words, which we teach all of our certified coaches. And that is, and this, I would invite you to write these words down. What would, I guess it's 4 words. What would you love? 4 magic words. What would you love? Not what do you think you can do? Not what do you think you should do? Not what do others expect of you? Not what do you think your kids want you to be? Not what does your husband want of you? But truly tapping into that soul's deeper inner calling. What would you love? And she painted some pictures, and she really began to stretch our believing power. It's really one of the most powerful things you can be as a transformational teacher or coach, is to look at somebody eye to eye and to say, I believe you are more than your circumstances, that no matter what's going on in your life, no matter what the doctors have said, no matter how hard you've tried, no matter how many times you've failed, no matter what's going on, there is a power breathing you that is more powerful than these conditions. And I began to dream, and we crafted a vision. We believe in vision-driven living versus condition-based living. And the vision was in 4 quadrants: health and well-being, vibrant, dynamic health, where I'm taking optimal care of my body and health. And I'm dancing again, because I'd stopped dancing, which brings me so much joy. Where my relationships are thriving. My husband and I are reconnected and bonded and passionate, and we have date nights. And no matter how hard it had been, I just drew a line in the sand and said, what would I love? I would love for us to make it. I want more than anything for us to make it, and that we can forgive each other for all the hurt and move forward. What I would love in my career is to be able to somehow transform the world by combining health and transformation. But the thing I love the most, which is right at the center of my heart, is conscious dance and the mind, body, spirit connection, and helping people with that. And I would love to pay off all of our debt. I would love to have hundreds of thousands of dollars in the bank. I would love to be able to put my kids through college. I would love to someday, really, if you want to put the how on hold, like, I would love to be a homeowner. I would love to have a dream home with maybe my own studio where I could do movement. And the first step is, first and foremost, letting ourselves think it, then begin to let ourselves believe it, writing it down, then putting yourself in a structure of support, which is what I did. Well, let me just say, before I did what I'm about to say I did, I received a message from God. And that night before I went to bed, I couldn't sleep because I felt like my whole body had like wakened back up, and my soul and my higher self was like, she's listening. We can't let her fall back asleep, not just, spiritually, but literally, until we get her to commit to her next big move. And what I heard was, go back to work on Monday, give your 30-day notice, and dedicate your life to this higher calling. And I knew that I didn't have a business plan. I still hadn't cracked the code on how to make money. I was the steady breadwinner. My husband's an actor. He's also an artist. So it was always feast or famine. Sometimes it was great, but I was the steady one. So we had, made that decision, which was part of, the whole experience. And I just knew that it was mine to do. So the next day I stood up on stage, bawling my eyes out with my whole body shaking. I felt like I was diving off the Grand Canyon blindfolded backwards to declare, make a decision to cut away from decia. The word decision comes from the Latin root decia, to cut away from the old life, to cut away from condition-based thinking, to cut away from all my limiting beliefs as to why I couldn't be, do, have, or create the results that I would love, and make a decision that I was going to dedicate myself and really truly have the faith to take the leap. And so I declared that I was doing that. And the moment I declared that, a peace just washed over my whole mind, body, and soul. I felt like 1,000 beams of light shot out from my heart. And I literally felt like the universe shifted, or I shifted, we shifted together to come into just harmony, alignment, truth. And I also said to my mother, I want to do a more dedicated study. I want to mentor with you. I want to go to my next level of beingness. And I really want to create new results. And we began. And that was 15 years later. And here I am now, the creator of a multi-million-dollar division of our institute, and having, of course, helped co-create the institute in general, as well as our certification division. We've certified over 4,500 coaches, you being one of our favorites. Not to say we have favorites, but just saying.
You know that I was in the second class ever.
That's amazing, Sherry. That's
Here
incredible.
we are all these years later.
Yeah, it's so amazing. So I'm just so grateful to the mentors, and grateful to the Jennifer that was willing to do it afraid, willing to do it with her whole body shaking, willing to fail my way forward, to befriend my fear, and to really discover not only the 6 mental faculties we're talking about today, but the universal spiritual principles that are obviously taught in Think and Grow Rich, to have met and known intimately Bob Proctor, really truly what we would consider the godfather, the grandfather of bringing that text and those teachings into the world. And my mother, many people consider them the mom and dad, or the mother, father, male, female energy from these principles. So I'm just super grateful.
Well, I was licensed and taught to teach Think and Grow Rich through Life Mastery Organization, through your mother and Bob Proctor. So, I can say that the experience I've taken on, and obviously look at here I am today as a host for the Los Angeles Tribune and Think and Grow Rich Institute. And I can relate, and I'm sure a lot of our viewers who are on right now with us can relate to so many of the stories that you told. I grew up in an era where money was taught, that the glass was half full, and money didn't grow on trees, and there wasn't enough. So that programming for me was rooted so deeply. And so when I continued to create that experience in my life, we tend to want to blame other people. Or, we're thinking that, it's somebody else's fault, instead of understanding that it's happening within us. And then what's manifesting outwardly is a result of what's going on inwardly. And so much of that is unconscious. And when we come to this place within ourselves where we're ready to surrender, and we're ready to allow, and we're ready to ask for what we truly want, just over the last 27 years of my own life, walking homeless on the streets, and then being faced with a situation, a second near death, in which I had a baby born with all these congenital issues. And I was told, 1, I was going to die without a heart transplant, 2, that she would probably never eat properly. And instead of looking at the illusion of dis-ease in the body, I went into principle, and I began to claim and declare that which was within me, and that I was aligned with it. And I spoke my perfection. I spoke my wholeness. I declared to every cell that it was restored in its joy, its amazing heart pumping at a capacity that was filled with unlimited possibility. So I'm sure many of us can relate to so many of the things that you've shared, and I'm so grateful for where you took this conversation and literally broke it down in a simple, specific way that people can relate on a lot of levels, and how to make change in the present. So I want to dive into these 6 secret superpowers. Can you tell us about the 6 superpowers of the mind and how to reach our true potential? And share with me too a little bit about your own personal experience where you were harnessing one or more of these faculties that led to a transformational moment in your life.
Yeah, well, there's obviously more than we have time for today. And here's the thing, when people come in and do a program with us, so we have a whole program that unpacks the 6 superpowers of the mind that you can really do a full deep dive in. But what's interesting to me is oftentimes people will think, okay, I want to remove all my blocks and then I'm just going to be successful for the rest of my life. And what they're not considering is that we're always what we call moving up the spiral of our becoming. And so we're never not engaging in the universal principles, right? The universal spiritual principles. We're never not actually using our mind. The question is, are we using our mind in a proactive way or a reactive way? So most of us learn our 5 senses: sight, smell, hear, touch, and taste. But very few people are really taught to harness, unlock, and really truly utilize these 6 superpowers in a way that helps us create what we would love. So I'm going to name them, give a very brief description. Then I'm going to dive into a few and tell you how I manifested my dream home that includes a dream in-house studio, which I'm literally broadcasting from right now today, where I have my headquarters for all the work that I do during one of the most probably challenging times for most of us. All of this I was able to manifest during COVID, despite lots of conditions in the outside conditional world that would tell me this isn't a good time. Don't do it now. You don't have the money to move. You just put your money in a house. So I'm going to tell that quick story, but let's dive into these 6 superpowers. So the first superpower of your mind, which I mentioned earlier and Mary mentioned, is imagination. Now, many of us, our imagination was lit up and turned on when we were a young kid. We would imagine being a princess or a doctor or I used to run around on the farm playing that I was a waitress, and I would pretend I had all my patrons, and I would put little paper plates out, and I would do all this make-believe. We played make-believe. And then somewhere along the way, we lose our make-believe. We're taught to sit down, to be quiet, to stop daydreaming. And we lock a lot of that superpower away. And it isn't that we don't use our imagination. Most people just use their imagination to imagine the worst thing that could happen. What's the first thing you think about when your loved one doesn't come home late at night? When they say they're going to come home and you haven't heard from them for an hour? What are you likely to imagine is going on? Do you imagine the best possible outcome, or do you typically default to, oh my God, maybe something happened, maybe God forbid there was a car accident, and all of a sudden now you're feeling worried and you're filled with all this anxious fear energy. Is it real or is it perceived? We terrorize ourselves oftentimes with our imagination. So your imagination is possibly the most potent faculty you possess. But the question is, are you using it to imagine what you would love? To imagine what if you could? What if it was possible? What if you had all the money? What if you had all the time? And really put it on as if it's already happening. So that's superpower number 1, imagination. Superpower number 2 is your intuition. So many people call this the non-linear intelligence system. Right? It's that still small voice. It's that gut feeling. It's when the hair stands up on your arm or on the back of your neck, or when you have, they say the sneaky feeling or a gut feeling, or something just doesn't feel right, or I don't know what it was. I met them and I just felt like we had always known each other. That chemistry that's intangible, but you know what you know. That's your intuition. It speaks to you at a spiritual level, and it's strongly connected to the infinite consciousness, your intelligence, your greater awareness. And when you're disconnected from your intuition, or what a lot of people will do is they'll discount those feelings and they'll suppress it and they'll push it off to the side. That little sneaky feeling that says you've overstayed at your job. It's no longer healthy for you, but you stay, you push those feelings aside and you stay what? For the benefits, because it's convenient, because it's better than nothing, and all of those reasons. So your intuition, but here's the beautiful thing. When you are connected with your intuition, you have a rudder for life. You're all of a sudden you have direction, and the next step, and then the next step, and then the next step is shown. But oftentimes when you're willing to connect to your intuition, hear the call, know the next step, and take the step before you see all the rest of the steps. Your third, so your second superpower, intuition. Your third mental superpower is will. Now, most people, when I say will, they think of willpower. I just gotta, be strong enough to continue to eat healthy and exercise. I've got to have more willpower. I want to wake up every morning and say my affirmations and force myself. It's sort of mind over matter, sort of this forceful energy. But oftentimes that'll only last so long until the unconscious belief system overrides your conscious willpower, because your unconscious is driving everything. But what I love and what I'm really grateful that I've been taught is divine will. And that's where, rather than trying to create results from human will, I create a vision. And then I remember, oh, that's right, I'm not doing this alone. There is a power breathing me that knows all things, that is guiding every step that I take. And as I allow myself to connect to a higher power breathing me, that is guiding me, that is supporting me, that is resourcing me, that is helping me know what is my next step through my intuition, that still small voice, then all of a sudden, when I connect to that divine will, where I remember to focus on what I love, not what's going wrong today, and gratitude, all of a sudden I become a magnet for the people, places, resources, opportunities. The action step just feels way easier when I remember that I'm not forcing through human will. I'm making this happen. No, I'm connected to an all-knowing source. So that's your superpower number 3. Your superpower number 4 is memory. Now that might seem interesting, because how is that a superpower? Most people remember their failures, right? They when they go to, let's say you go to give a public talk, and all of a sudden there's a part of you, your comfort zone, that wants you to stay in your current paradigm of not putting yourself out in the world. And so what is that paradigm likely to do is call a memory of a time that you failed. And all of a sudden you're thinking of that memory of a time you failed, and you're filled with fear. This is where divine will comes in. I get to decide. How am I going to use my imagination right now? Am I going to allow myself to imagine that moment of failure? Or am I going to press the pause button, notice, one of our brave thinking tools, number 1 is just simply notice what you're noticing. Notice this is going on, metacognition, right? The part of you that can notice, oh, I'm literally about to go on stage and I'm terrorizing myself with the time that I fell flat on my face. I don't have to be doing this right now. I interrupt this broadcast with a message from my soul. I'm a child of God, or life, or spirit. I deserve to live a life I love. I get to choose. Okay, so let me think of a moment when I put myself out there and I succeeded. Okay, let me imagine that moment. Now I'm imagining that moment. And what am I feeling now? I'm feeling success. I'm feeling more positive energy. And then I ask Spirit and say, Spirit, take over. I just did a talk actually this last weekend to a group of 500 medical professionals. There was a part of me that was very nervous, but then there was a part of me that I can tap into that's my higher self, where it's already done. It's a great success. And I can partner with that part of me over just 51% more than the 49% of me that's scared, you know what, less, you know, right? And to really lean into that and imagine that part of me succeeding. And it went better than I could have imagined. And I'm so grateful to have these tools. So grateful. Our superpower number 4 is reason. Now, there are 2 types of reason. Ordinary reason, which most of us have been trained in. That's just simply looking at the facts. Do I have the money to do this? Do I have the time to do this? Will this fit in my current calendar of events or bank account capabilities, right? And then there's extraordinary reason, which is what highly successful people operate from, which is based in infinite potential. There's more time available than maybe how I've organized or structured my calendar today. There's more money available for whatever I would love than just what I can physically see with my eyes is sitting in my bank account. Now, this is probably one of the most challenging ones for people to understand and really grok, because we're taught to just believe what we can see. But there's so much more than that. So here I am in the middle of the pandemic. My husband and I had finally, for the first time, bought our dream home down here in Southern California just prior to the pandemic. So like 2 years prior. So all of our savings and investments and everything we had worked out, we had paid off all of our debt. And we're continuing to put all 3 of our kids through private schools, private high schools, and very expensive universities. And we also had this beautiful money to buy our dream home. So I was feeling really proud of all of that. A couple, like maybe 18 months into the pandemic, here I am speaking, teaching, coaching. We're doing coach certifications. We're transforming lives. I'm also the founder of our health division. And I had launched my Transcendence facilitator training. Now, Transcendence is a codified conscious dance modality that helps you become a magnet for the very dream that you're wanting to call in, to be able to create what's called movement manifestation, where you put yourself in a high frequency vibration. And I was training facilitators, but I was using my living room because I had been doing this live in person, but now, of course, it's COVID, and now we're doing everything virtually. And so remember how I shared that our kids are really great mirrors to us, and I'm, kind of barking at the kids to be quiet, and I'm in the training. And finally, after a couple of these virtual trainings, my teenage son from middle school now comes to me and says, "Mom, this is child abuse." I'm like, oh man, I feel that. That's okay. So I gotta maybe make a change here. But nobody's wanting to move, at least around here, in the middle of the pandemic. It's just a really crazy time. And even though there were people, going off, leaving out, more people were leaving California and going other places than moving around here. But I heard God say, it's time to have your global headquarters and to expand. So it was going from a 3,000 square foot home, which the pricing here in Southern California, you could get a mansion in other places, to a 5,000 square foot home, more bedrooms for everybody. But to dream up somehow in this home is going to be this bonus room, this big, huge room that has wood floors and French doors and light and bright, but yet the temperature stays really, really cool, because my office at the time was like an oven. It could be 60 degrees in the rest of the house. And it was like 90 degrees in that one corner office that I had, which I loved, but I didn't realize the temperature was going to be an issue. And so I had literally dreamed it up. So I'm going to invite everyone who's watching this. This is extraordinary reason. The conditions were not conducive. It's not like it was good timing. We just moved into the new house in the middle of the pandemic. All of the reasons why not were very clear. But I've been learning, right? I've been taught a different way to use my mind, that when God says it's time to create a global headquarters, I can know the facts. It's not like you ignore them, but you just say, what if I could? What if it could be easy? What if time were no issue? What if money were no issue? What would I love? There are extraordinary opportunities to manifest and to become a magnet for what I would love. And so I went to my husband and I just said, I know you're going to probably think I'm crazy, but here's what I heard God say. And what if we just left a corner of our mind open to the possibilities? This is such a powerful brave thinking tool, right? So it combines extraordinary reason with intuition, right? So I'm listening to my intuition. I'm using divine will. So willpower sometimes is you're trying to force yourself to think big. And I'm just saying, you know what, God, I believe you've created extraordinary examples in my life. I don't have to know how this is all going to work out. I can give it over to you and trust, and I'll do my part. You tell me what you would like to do. And what I heard was just call your realtor and just get back looking. It's not going to hurt to look. You don't have to move. And what if you find something, And so then perception. So your superpower number 5 is perception. So whether you realize it or not, you're actively using your faculty of perception every moment of every day. And most people perceive what's going on as life happening to them, versus you are a co-creator with life happening in and through and as you. As I mentioned earlier, no one can make you feel anything. And I know that's a challenging one when really, really, really challenging things occur. But what I have learned is that every circumstance in my life, even when I blew out my knee as a dancer and I was told you may never dance again, and I'm now dancing and doing everything I want to do, hiking, dancing, hopping, skipping, all of those things, right? Even when the condition looks horrible, we can leave a corner of our mind open, COVID, to the possibility that what if there's something good in this? What if there is a divine lesson? What if there's divine wisdom? What if there's a spiritual curriculum in this for me to discover and learn? And that's what I know, is by saying yes to my higher power over and over again, and having mentorship, studying these principles diligently, rigorously, and then taking the step that I can take. I've been able to experience and create extraordinary things. And probably 7 things fell into place: selling our house high, buying this house low, finding this house in the first place with the studio, with the exact parameters that I dreamed up. We didn't have all the cash in the bank to be able to put the amount of down payment on this larger. Oh, and the other thing in my dream was I didn't want to pay more in mortgage. So I wanted this way bigger house, but I didn't want to pay through the nose every month for the bigger house. So we bought this house low, sold our house high. There was a windfall of hundreds of thousands of dollars that came in that were out of the blue, unexpected. We got a lower mortgage rate at the lowest of all lows, so that our house payment is almost exactly the same as it was before, to the dollar. Next time I'll say I want no mortgage payment. I could have dreamed that up. But we're all growing in this, and the timing of it all, right? Because when your money's in one house, and to move that money into the new house, it all has to time out perfectly, and it all worked out. And so this is just one example, Sherry, I know you have many, of utilizing these 6 superpowers to create an extraordinary result, no matter what the conditions tell us.
That's so awesome. And this is all about you. I mean, of course, I have millions of stories myself, but listening to you has just been such a special gift for me. And obviously the master teacher that you are, once again, just demonstrates to me examples of how I can improve that in my own speaking. So I'm just like, but I want to make sure that we end with, doing this guided experience that'll unlock our secret superpowers of everyone's mental faculties. And so I just want to make sure that we get to include that amazing experience.
Yeah. So let's drop in. And we're going to do this without music, just because this will be easier that way. And it's really just the practice of pressing pause on all the hustle and bustle. I know you've got 1,000 things to do. This will be 3 minutes. So if you would join me, just allow your eyes to close, kind of roll those shoulders back, maybe wiggle your body around just a little bit until you get centered. Now we close our eyes so that we can turn on our inner eyes. And we receive a beautiful deep breath all together. Let's breathe in through the nose, breathing in. And then exhale out with a sigh. Another nice deep breath, breathing in. Exhale. And then one more deep breath, placing your hands right at the center of your chest, your other hand right below your belly button, and then allow your whole torso to expand as if you're filling your hands with breath, feeling that energy expand, breathing. And exhale. Now, as you continue to breathe, causing yourself to continue deep breaths as you hear my voice, as you feel your beautiful body temple, remembering that this is a vessel, this is a gift. So many of us have been taught to judge this physical form. But just beyond the physical form we've been given is this light body that is more than this physical body, and this vehicle, this body that we've been taught to judge and to carve and to whip into shape and to starve and all the kinds of things that we've all done over the years. What if we could just simply love this vehicle, take optimal care of the most valuable thing we will ever own, this body, and remember that this is the vehicle through which we see, touch, taste, hear, smell, and experience this miraculous thing called life. That we get to wrap our arms around our loved ones, that we get to feel the simple caress of a kiss, that for those of us that have the physical capabilities to walk and run and leap, we can, and for those that for whatever reason, your physical capability does not have you physically do that, guess what? In your mind, you are free. In your mind, we all can hop and leap and twirl and dance. And that is exactly how I healed my body and my knee, was imagining it long before, for years while I was healing, just doing what I could do. And in my mind, being free to imagine. So for a moment, imagine one area of life. It could be your money, could be your vocation, it could be your health, it could be time, a new relationship with time. For a moment, just notice the longing, the discontent, something that feels painful that you would love to change. Maybe never having enough time, or feeling like there isn't enough money, feeling like there's disconnect in a certain area of relationship, or you'd love the dream home, you're feeling tight where you live, or you're checking your soul at the door, or you've just simply outgrown your vocation, and you can just feel that heaviness, not just in your mind, but in your body. You can feel the tightness, the constriction, the restriction, mentally, emotionally, and physically. Now for a moment, imagine that it's all worked out. Imagine that when you look at your calendar, there's space. Maybe you have a vacation you're going to, or you really take some time off. You have freedom and flow in your calendar. Just notice the lightness that might feel. Putting the how on hold, you don't have to know how. You don't have to even believe that's just a corner of your mind open to the possibility. Imagine that you are dynamically healthy. Now, I know for some of you, you may be dealing with such a deep, dark health issue that may be very, very challenging to imagine. But what if you could just feel even 10% better, 15% better, 50% better? I call that stringing the pearls together dream, that just even a little bit better could be the dream for now, and that's okay. And relationships, what if there was healing, connection, deep love? For some of you, what you would really love is expanded passion, reignited passion and romance, or even just a friend, beautiful friendship, or reconciliation with a loved one that you're estranged from. You don't have to know how. Just imagine you're together and there's love, there's a hug, there's looking in eyes and eyes, there's maybe tears of forgiveness. And money, I know for some it might be challenging, but imagine that all the debt is paid. There's zero balances on all the debt. There's actually now income and savings. Imagine that it's like an overflowing teacup into the chalice, the saucer, flowing out onto the table. And there's this circulation of money. Money comes in and through, and as money flows through you, there's this giving of your gifts and talents at the next level. And you have multiple sources of income. There is abundance. Notice what that looks like and feels like. Maybe there is a new home, a new vehicle. And then your vocare, your vocation. Just simple. You wake up in the morning, your feet hit the floor, and you are filled with joy. You don't have to know exactly what you're doing yet. Some of you may know, see yourself doing that. But for those that don't know yet, it doesn't matter. You feel fulfilled, ignited, lit up, that you get to live your purpose today. Just imagine that you're feeling that now. Using this connection to imagination, to imagine living a life that you love. And now you ask Spirit for inner guidance. What would you have me do? What's one powerful step that I could take in the direction of living a life I truly love? And we pause and we listen. And some of you may have received an answer pretty quickly. Others of you, it's okay. If you haven't heard anything yet, what I call the next step is to simmer on it. That means when you're driving, when you're taking a shower, when you're folding your laundry, when you're cooking a meal, just ask the question, what would you have me do? Higher power, spirit, God, however you speak to the power breathing you. And don't be surprised. There will be a step that will land. The question is, if we open our eyes, will you be brave enough to take it? And so my closing message to each and every one of you is to continue to dream big, to accomplish boldly, to think bravely, and to take the step that is yours to take today. It's been such a pleasure to share all of this wisdom that I have received, noodled on, integrated, digested, brought into my life in my own unique way. And my hope is that so many more people, Sherry, like you and others, continue to share this wisdom. So thank you for having me.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you for being here. And I want to close with thank you all for being here at the Los Angeles Tribune Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit with Jennifer Joy Jimenez and myself, Sherry.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Thank you so much. I didn't realize I was muted. Thank you. I'm so grateful for Joy Jimenez, for Jennifer Joy Jimenez. That was such a beautiful. I'm still like on the float, and I am just still floating from that meditation. It was just absolutely almost out of body, right? Like I'm seeing all of the comments right now on our chat, and I just wanted to say, like thank you. Incredible exercise from Michelle. Thank you. All of the thank yous. We just want to acknowledge our audience who are all saying thank you to us, to that experience. And thank you to Jennifer Joy Jimenez, to Mary Morrissey. What a beautiful legacy. And Mo, let me hand you the mic.
Well, thank you, Ava. And yeah, I want to thank Mary Morrissey. Many people know her for being truly a legend in the space of psychology, personal development, and to have her on this platform was a pleasure. I want to bring up Sandy. Sandy, I know you have a very exciting panel. We're continuing with our mission to bring about 150 speakers from around the world to join this conversation, centered around the principles of Think and Grow Rich, leadership, business development. And I know that, Sandy, you're going to be able to continue this conversation we're having with some incredible thought leaders, some incredible speakers. And so I want to give you the floor, Sandy, so you can help lead the way for the next segment. Please, Sandy.
Oh, thank you so much, Mo. And again, this has just been so incredible. So today I have two special speakers with me who are both very talented in their own right. So I'm going to bring up to the stage Albert Corey and Andrea Adams. So let's start with you, Albert. Just give the audience just briefly what you do. You're going to make us laugh for sure. So yeah.
Hey everybody, my name is Albert Corey. I'm the wealth specialist, where we're going to show you how you can laugh and increase your bottom line with no stress. It's what I've been doing for almost 40 years, and I'm not giving up. Stop changing the world by laughter and putting more money in your pocket.
Awesome. Andrea, please introduce yourself.
I'm Andrea Adams. I'm here in the Sunshine State of Florida in Jacksonville, and I am a mind and communication and relationship coach. I specialize working with youths.
Love it. I do too. I love working with today's youth, and I've been doing that for 25 years now, and I know it's incredible. So Albert, what has Think and Grow Rich, the book, meant to you? And talk about what the last 4 days and your experience with this event.
In simple terms, it says success means you can't do it alone. It's about collaboration. Because every time I tune on, it could have been on 5 minutes in my car, your light bulb goes ding, 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 chicken dinner. Your life is changing and you're coming up with different things that are going to change the world. And by sitting at your home watching Netflix, it ain't happening. So go out and meet cool people, whether virtual or live, and good things will happen.
Yeah, collaboration has been key, and we've seen that now demonstrated over the last 4 days, where the Los Angeles Tribune have put together close to 150 people, 150 speakers. And I know he said they're checking into it. We think it could be a world record. We'll see, but isn't that awesome to be a part of? So Andrea, what about you? What has your experience been with Think and Grow Rich, and what does that mean to you?
Well, for me, I was introduced to that book by my mentor, John Tallarico, at the time, and I was doing a program with Bob Proctor that's Thinking into Results. And for me, most of all, when I think of Think and Grow Rich, what I grasp out of it is the potential that each and every one of us have, the amazing potential of just thinking something, and we can actually create whatever it is that we want, whatever reality that we have. We can just think it. It's two-part. We think it, and then it comes into fruition.
Yes, for sure. And it just dawned on me that we've got a mindset expert here with Andrea and a finance expert here with Albert. So we can kind of talk about both of those conversations, because Think and Grow Rich is not just about money in your pocket. However, that is the end result. So Albert, what advice can you give for people to really start going into more of that direction and thinking about, not only can we be more rich in our lives, but rich in our pocketbook?
I think when you start educating yourself, now education could mean as simple as watching I think my new school of thought is everybody raise their hand and say, I'm going to spend 15 minutes a day on work and be the most successful person to change the world. So everybody's got to raise their hands and say that. And then that will start to change, because now your mindset's going to change. You're going to have the ta-ta light bulb. And when the light bulb comes off, good things are happening. So do that 15 minutes a day. And guess what? It could be clicking a YouTube video. It could be even watching cool stuff on Netflix. Because Netflix is not always bang, bang love stories. There's some amazing documentaries that you can watch and start change your thinking. And that's all it's about. Change your thinking, and your wallet and life will change.
Love it. Love it. So, Andrea, on the thinking side of this, what advice can you give people that they can take away right now to help them to really stay into that mindset and make Think and Grow Rich a practice in their life and not just a one-time deal when you're reading the book, but to keep it going?
I would say hold that book like you would hold it a Bible. I I would say you should highlight the things that you know stands out to you, because everyone have a different journey. So depending on your journey, you highlight the things that apply to it at its time. But just as you meditate daily and you create certain routines daily, you ensure that you have Think and Grow Rich as part of your daily routine in terms of, as Albert say, you reading it and you're developing, because it really does help with personal development.
Love everything that both of you have said. We're going to switch gears just for real quickly and talk about podcasting. Now, I know, Albert, you do a lot of YouTube videos, so you know, understand the impact that podcasting can make in the world. And Andrea, you are part of the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network, and it's such a delight to have you be a part of that. So, Andrea, from a podcasting perspective, how has that changed you and your business in elevating your brand and your expertise?
Okay, so for me, from a podcasting point of view, I have been focusing on books because I am the founder of a book club. And what I found, it's called KEG, Reading for Knowledge, Empowerment, and Growth. So when you apply principles, because all the information that you need to grow as a person is there in the books. So if you're able to apply it, it actually does help you to grow individually. It helps to grow, as the wheel of life says, financially. It helps you to grow mentally. It helps you to grow in your social realm, and it helps to give you that balance. And once you can create that balance, then you can actually have that opportunity to be whatever you conceive yourself to be. So for me, I've used those principles and I've applied it to myself. It has helped me. And I know those who do apply it, they can say, hey, it has helped me. It's just the law. Some things are universal laws, and that is one of the laws. You apply the principles, and the principles always remain that way.
So, in terms of from a podcasting perspective, how has podcasting elevated you and your brand?
Me?
And the expert? Yeah, no, I want Andrea to just finish that question, then we'll hop over to you,
Oh,
Albert.
my apology. So it actually helps you to help people to become aware of what is it that you have to offer. Because when you can speak on topics that can help people, they tend to research what you're about. They get to know you as a person, and that way it helps with brand exposure. I always say that you are your brand, you are who you represent, and people buy from people that they like.
Yes, people they like, know, and trust. Exactly. So, Albert, we're going to get you switched over to a podcast yet, but you do a lot of stuff on YouTube. And so whether you have a podcast or a YouTube channel, it's all kind of blending together anyway. How has that made a difference in your business?
By the way, I do have a podcast. I just have been putting out too much on YouTube and lazy to put it on my podcast network. But at the end of the day,
how did I not know that about you?
Yes. At the end of the day, it's like, I don't know about your people. How many of you want to start their own TV station? Right? We're all old enough. There was just 3 TV stations, and then you had that little dial, right? What podcasting does, now you got taxmantv.com podcast, call whatever you want. So with just one click of a button on your phone, bam, you could be a global phenomenon. It's that easy. Dude, you click a button, and guess what? You're a star. And can I tell you how long time ago I figured this out? True story. I used to, back in the day, do a lot of Facebook Lives. So I go to a Grant Cardone conference, and I would do one every day. And all of a sudden, people come up and say, "Oh, you're Albert." Okay. I don't know who you are. Yeah, you're the one who does the podcast or the Facebook Live every day, and you are changing my life. I'm like,
Love
okay.
it.
Bottom line is, it's now we're all in the game, dude. We don't have to be ABC, CBS, Fox, all these major networks. And guess what? With a click of a button, baby, you are a movie star. You are an influencer. Now, we don't have as many downloads as Sandy of 8 million, but you just don't know that one spark you're out there can change somebody by just pushing a button. Go
That's right.
bing on your phone, and guess what? You're a movie star. You're a TV star. Whatever you want to broadcast, you now are an instant broadcaster.
I love it. And yeah, let me just say, having my podcast, at first, I talk about this all the time. It was a very expensive hobby. And I loved it. I love talking to people. I love asking people questions. And I actually started my podcast for a little bit of selfish reasons in that I'm such a self-help junkie that was my opportunity to talk to people and learn, right? Because I constantly have to keep learning and learning. Well, here I am almost 3 years later. I had 70,000 downloads in the month of September. I just pulled up my stats today. I'm on track for 90,000 in the month of October. So if that gives you some sort of insight, there's a need out there.
Right.
Because with a podcast, here's the thing. I have, I believe, episode 250. Yeah, 250 was dropped tomorrow. Tomorrow. I drop episodes on Wednesdays and Fridays. So episode 250 goes tomorrow. So I have 250 episodes. 250 episodes that's content that I can repurpose, right? So if you have a business, whether you're brick and mortar, online, it doesn't matter. Let me ask everybody a question, and I'd like to see if the audience can put a number 1 in the chat if you think you're an expert in your field. So let me see. We've got a lot of people. Yeah, we've got a lot of people watching right now. If you're an expert in your field, put a 1 in the comments. And if you have a podcast, put a 2 in the comments. I'd love to just see. Yeah, there we go. I'm a 1 and I'm a 2. Yes, for sure. Because here's the thing. If you don't have a podcast and you think you're an expert in your field, you're walking away from who knows how much potential revenue, just the impact. Like for me, it was all about the impact that I can make, right? My podcast is called Happiness Solved because happiness is a choice and the choice is yours. So, here's the thing. If you really, really, really want to grow your brand, you got to launch a podcast. And we have a free gift that Michael Silvers, who was unable to make it today, he and I are managing the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network. We have a free gift for you. If you text LA Pod to 26786, you will get a list of all the ways in which to make podcasting part of your business and how to monetize it. And so if you're interested in that list, text LA Pod to 26786. So with that, Albert, I want to ask you, in terms of the message that you reach, can you just talk a little bit briefly? Because what I want people to understand is that you're an accountant, right? You're a CPA and you've been doing this for 40 years. What are some of the things that you talk about on your YouTube channel and your podcast to demonstrate how anybody, that's an expert, there's always something to be talked about?
It's simple. Name of my show is Rock Your Bottom Podcast. You can go to Taxman Podcast. It should be up and running. But anyways, so my spin is business success could be making sure you sleep well, eat well, walk, dance, chew bubble gum. It doesn't matter. So that's my spin, is what can I help people to get their business to the next level? And like I said, if you don't sleep well, you're not eating well. Maybe you don't go to events. Maybe you don't have the right cell phone. I don't know. Maybe you're not talking to Sandy to get the podcast division rocking. Just doesn't know. But by getting it out there, you can change the world. Like I gave that great example. Because you can change the world because the people, and as TV gets crappy and the internet gets crappy. Oh, I'm sorry if I can't say that word. Beep. We'll cut that. Sorry. That podcast, you can now listen to whatever you want to talk about. That's how cool.
That's right.
That's how, whatever. From sports to dance to skating to tax, helping kids, reading, it doesn't matter. Start a podcast, and I'll guarantee you somebody is out there that wants to know.
Absolutely. And, yesterday we had an amazing guest that we were talking to, and what he said was so interesting. And I want to just reiterate that, because so many people that have a podcast, they end up not sticking it out and they give it up. And why do they give up? Because they're not seeing results. And it's probably because they're not doing things in a specific way that they need to be done in order to make it grow. But here's the thing. People are like, well, I was only getting 2,500 downloads a month. Okay, that's 2,500 people that you didn't have before, right? So that's really incredible. There is a question for international, that 26786, that is only good in the United States. So for our international listeners, if you would like a copy of that list, you can go ahead and send me an email. I just put it in the chats. It's just sandy@sandyscarlotta.com, and I will be sure to get that right out to you. Andrea, we only have a couple of minutes left. Can you just tell the audience, in terms of podcasting, what is the most important thing that you have found that a podcast has done for your business?
Okay, the most important thing I found that is done is actually give me that market or that platform in order to really and truly market what I'm about. So the thing is that you may have a podcast based on a specific topic. For me, it's books, but my focus is really on mindset and ensuring that my listeners are able to leave each episode with a great mindset. But it has also allowed me to be able to talk about other things that I do, because with mindset, one of the other businesses I have is also a health business in terms of the product that I supply. So it allows me that platform to be able to talk about it and for people to be able to say about, hey, who is Andrea? And be able to research who I am and have access to whatever else it is that I have to offer. I believe that being a podcaster is actually a brand for an individual.
Oh yeah, for sure. And again, as I mentioned earlier, I have episode 250 dropping tomorrow. So what does that do for the SEO for my website and for me? So when you Google Sandy Scarlotta, there's so many pages and pages and pages, because every time I post an episode, that's just increasing my brand. And so it's going to, go ahead, Albert. I know you want to jump in, please.
One more question.
Please do.
What was the best episode, hint, hint, you had in Chicago?
Okay.
And what number is it? Thank you.
You know what? Well, that one was out, but, I dropped the interview with Mo Rock last Friday because I interviewed him too live. So you're kind of putting me between a rock and a hard place here, because it's okay, Albert. Yes, I interviewed Albert live, but I also interviewed Mo Rock live. And that episode dropped last Friday, and it was just incredible. It was the first time I got to meet Mo Rock in person, and it was just incredible. And like for me, the best part of my podcast is I talk to so many different people of different walks of life. And, I've had famous people on, professional athletes, and because I'm a professional athlete, so I love talking to athletes. So it just lights me up. And if I can just add one more thing to the listeners because I want to give you a golden nugget. So for anybody who is thinking about starting a podcast, Katrina, I was just reading a comment there. That's kind of funny. If you're thinking about starting a podcast, the most important thing that I want you to focus on now is, what is your why? Why are you starting a podcast? And it's so important because podcasting is a long game. Do you know that about 90% of podcasters drop off and stop after less than 10 episodes? I mean, think about that. So if you don't know your why, don't waste your time. Wait until you have that why to launch your podcast. Make sure that it's something that makes your heart sing, that you're excited about. Because if you're not, the audience is going to know it. They're going to feel it through your voice, right? They're going to see it in your face. You have to bring that energy. And in order to have that energy, you have to know your why. That's with everything in life, right? Why do you get married? Why do you have kids? Why do you start a business? Why do you do what you do? Why do you go to college? If you don't have that why nailed down, you're going to give up, right? So that's the most important thing, is really know your why. And again, if you have any questions about this, even just go ahead and text LA Pod to 26786. Because even if you don't want to launch a podcast, we help in so many other ways. And we also have a Facebook group that we're going to be putting tips in, not only about launching a podcast, but being a podcast guest. Because being a guest is a really, if you don't want to launch your own podcast, just be a podcast guest and get out there and be on as many podcasts as you can. So Albert, any final words, anything else, any golden nuggets that you would like to share with the audience?
Absolutely. You know what? You know how you really get started, Sandy, to get started on a podcast? Can I tell you the real truth?
Please.
Push the button on your phone and boom, it's a podcast. That's that simple. Listen, it took me a little bit to get started because I thought back in the Stone Ages you needed equipment, until somebody told me, push the blanking button and then you'll have a podcast.
One of the most successful podcasters, I think, still does it on the phone.
Thank you. So it's just pushing the button, Sandy. Sorry. Yeah. I mean, I'm not trying to, you're the expert, but I'm the guy who comes up with the craziness, but that's all it is. Don't be afraid to push the damn button and good things will happen.
And here's the thing. The more you do it, the better you get.
Right.
Like, I had a Blog Talk radio show from 2008, 9, and 10. And I went back and listened a couple years ago and I was like, oh my gosh, it was so bad. But here's the thing. When I go back and listen to the first episode that I did, that was launched in February of 2021, it really wasn't, it was okay, but it wasn't that good. Now it's just, you get better the more you do it. So it's like, don't wait until things are perfect. Done is better than perfect. Andrea, any last words for the audience before we?
Of course, I always encourage people, whatever it is you're doing, just do it. As Sandy and Albert said, is you just have to do it. The first time is never perfect, but with practice, you become better. And believe you me, just keep doing it and you'll find that, hey, you look back at it and you'll be like, hey, this is a bird's eye view of where I've been, and you'll be very proud of yourself. That's it.
Thank you so much, Andrea and Albert. Mo Rock, happy you're back.
Well, Sandy, thank you for that. Albert, Andrea, it was a pleasure to hear both of you speak. I took a lot of notes in the green room, and I'm so excited for our next special guest. So thank you, Sandy. You're going to actually be joining me for this next segment as well, Sandy. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in about a minute. Thank you.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Hello, there you go. You're
Sandy. Sandy, I'm just so excited because we are embarking on a mission here at the Los Angeles Tribune to have over 150 speakers join us over a 4-day event. Now, to the best of my knowledge, that's actually a world record. for number of speakers at one single event. And we have had some of the most incredible folks as a part of this program. Many are going to be introduced today, whether it's Mark Victor Hansen, one of the best-selling authors of all time. We have the mayor of the great city of Ontario joining us. We have Muhammad Ali's wife that's going to be joining us. And right now, I'm just excited because Darren Long is such an incredible thought leader that we're honored to be able to spend some time with. Not only is he a former NFL player, but he's done so much more to contribute to this planet than just being a professional athlete. And I'm so excited, Sandy, because we're going to be able to pick his mind, pick his brain, learn some principles of leadership from him for our audience. And so with that being said, let's go ahead and welcome the great Darren Long to the stage. It's a pleasure to have you here with us. Thank you, Darren.
Well, thank you, man. It's great to be with you guys. It's an actual honor and pleasure. And Mo, thanks for reaching out too. I really appreciate you guys. I am blown away what I've heard in the last hour and a half. Wow. And I think that, Sandy hit some really, really great points too. And I love the podcast. Actually, I'm starting to work on it. I've been having a lot of people want me to do it. So it's about time to do it. I've been working a lot in labs and stuff over the past 15 years. But, again, my name is Darren Long. I got to play in the USFL and the NFL. I had a blessed life. I got to play with greats like Eric Dickerson, Ron Brown, Steve Young. If you guys are football fans, you know what I'm talking about. Of course, I never watch it. Because I had so many videos we had to watch over the years, you get kind of burned out on it. But it's been a pleasure. And then I think the highlight of my life was being able to play with Steve Bartkowski, which was an incredible quarterback for Atlanta Falcons. And then he came over to the Rams where I got to play and stuff too. And it's just been a blessing in my life. And, some of the stories I like to talk about has to do with that NFL, which really stands for not for long, by the way. Most people you're going to get hurt or you're going to get cut. It's one of the two. And I was unfortunate. I got nailed in a kickoff return in London. We were the first team to ever play there. And, we're playing the Denver Broncos too. And it was, what an experience that was. I also got to play in the longest game ever played in football. And that when I was at the LA Express, and that was 2 games. And we were actually in the Guinness Book of World Records, and I think we're still there. It might be somebody that's actually gone past that now, but it was incredible. It's the first time I ever seen, taking players to the hospital in about the game and a half from dehydration, and it was a very, very interesting time. And probably my favorite coach of all time was a guy named Sid Gilman. He is the guy that created the nickelback. And I know you guys might have some questions about playing. I love to talk about football because it was such a great thing in my life. And I talking about mindsets and how I got there. And I came from a very small town. It's in Exeter. It's by the sequoias, the giant trees, and also in Three Rivers. But, my school was very small, and for years and years, I remember even when I was a kid, I was always saying, yeah, I'm going to play on the Los Angeles Rams, even through high school. And the reality is that was not reality to a lot of people. But I kept saying, I'm going to play for the Los Angeles Rams. I don't care how many people told me I was not going to. And I guess I could say I prophesied myself right into playing because the odds of that happening are almost none. To stay as a kid, I'm going to play there and then do it. So those goals in my life had to be met. And I love the way, we were talking about mindsets and our imagination and how to get there. And don't let anybody ever tell you you can't get there. You press through until you get there. That's the only way you ever get there. And the neat thing, and I just, even studying in school all the way through Long Beach, I'm studying in, biochemistry and anatomy and kinesiology and all this stuff. I'm blown away how the human body is put together. And it just, to get to where we need to go, it's always resistance. And I think we were created for resistance. And people go, what do you mean? What do you mean? I mean, it seems like once you lay down and sit on the couch and eat, you don't live very long. But the people that push through and always have that resistance, whether you're a bodybuilder and you're trying to push, you're an athlete, or even any goal that you have, as far as maybe I want to be a musician or an actor, there is resistance, and you got to go through that. And sometimes I'm the kind of guy who doesn't like to go around things. I'll go right through it. I will fight and fight until we get there. And so all those people that told me that I was living out of reality, or I'd never make it because it was too small of a school and you'll never get looked at. Yeah, that is true. But that didn't deter me from making my decision where I was going to go. And so, you know, going into a lot of things that happened to me in football, and I'm kind of very interesting because one thing that really hit me is, you know, I worked out very hard to get where to get there. I did things that most people would never dream of doing. That's sprinting up steep hills. And I always wanted to be the guy that everybody said, that guy's a machine. He never gets tired. And they did say that. But I would work out hard. I would work out in the middle of the summer night time at 2 o'clock, the hottest time, you know, and it paid off because when I got to camp, you know, it's always Hell Week. To this day, I still don't know why they call it Hell Week when usually in high school it's 2 weeks, college is 4 weeks, NFL is 6 weeks. Why do they call it Hell for 6 weeks, not Hell Week? It doesn't make any sense to me. But anyway, so I had a fantastic career. I was headed to something really big. You know, I got picked up by Green Bay Packers, and then I had territorial rights at the USFL in Manhattan Beach, which was probably one of the neatest times I've ever had. And from there, I like I was saying earlier about Sid Gilman, he was my coach there. And I had left the NFL. A lot of ball players that left the NFL to go into the USFL were blackballed after that. And of course, the USFL folded in 1984, at the end of '84 season, and it never played again. And I was having very much trouble getting my agent trying to get me on an NFL team because I had left. And what's so interesting, you talk about timing, is my coach there was a guy named, again, Sid Gilman, who created this nickel offense. And it was when I called him up, I got along with him very well. I worked hard for him. So he really liked me. I can tell you stories that people that didn't work hard, what kind of a man he was. But when he said to me after I called him, I can't get on, he goes, hang by your phone for 10, 15 minutes. I'll call you back. And 10 minutes later, I had Jack Faulkner from the Los Angeles Rams call me back. And he said, hey, man, Sid Gilman called me and says, you can play some football. I know that you left our club, you know, which is the NFL. And he goes, but come on down, let's talk. And I went down there to get ready to, you know, show him my stuff or whatever he wanted to see. And he ends up handing me a big check saying, hey, you're on. And I go, well, what the heck? He goes, Sid Gilman was my best friend and my college roommate, and I trust him, and I don't need it. I saw some film on you anyways. So that's the way that turned out. So that is the way life turns out. Work hard. It will come back. Even if you have those obstacles, you have that press back, it comes back to you. You're going to be rewarded later on. So I always tell people to go but one thing that I can honestly tell everybody that, you know, football pretty much destroys your life after a while. I mean, it breaks your body down. I remember even thinking, man, I've been in the best shape of my life for years and years. I should live to 110 years old without ever having to work out again. And that's not the case. I mean, you know, when I hit 45, I didn't even want to live anymore. I was telling my wife, I go, you know, I'm in pain all the time. I mean, I looked old at 45. I'm 64 now too, so don't tell anybody. But anyway, when I got to there, the most important thing I overlooked in the way to get to my success is the toll of health. And what I have learned over the years about health, and this is what I really like to talk about because, you know, not everything is so important. And you could be the richest man in the world and be unhealthy. I always said to myself, well, what is wealth without health? You have to have health to enjoy your wealth. And I can tell you, I had wealth and I wasn't enjoying it. And so this really put me onto a point where I didn't want to live anymore, to the point where I studied this stuff. I remember this stuff. I'm going back and I'm going to find what I learned, and I'm going to create something or get with somebody, some great scientists that I know, and see if we can pull something out that not just help me, but help the whole NFL. That was my whole goal in the beginning, was help a lot of these NFL ball players, especially the ones that had CTE, which is your, it's chronic traumatic encephalopathy, which is you've seen movies about it with Will Smith, one of the best movies I've ever seen about the NFL concussion and how that ended up. And I just remember that fight in the very beginning, that resistance, that pushback, and getting up and having the energy to go do it, because I'm telling you, I didn't feel well at all. And that's really led on to some stuff that I knew about in different types of molecules years ago I was studying. And man, you talk about, when I talk about how the human body, how we were created, we are an absolute miracle. Our body is. And I try to tell people, oh, we are. God, He knew what He was doing. I'm telling you. And, I look at just even the way the planets are lined up and perfect. Everything is perfect. And then everything we need is in this earth. It's under the earth. It's on top. It's all over. We just got to find it. And I'll tell you, there's some stuff that I had known about and was looking at studies many years ago, and that was on a couple of molecules called humic and fulvic acids. And now science and technology has just leaps and bounds to where things took 30, 40, 50 years to really discover. We're discovering it in 5-10 years. And now with this new artificial intelligence coming out, we're flying at a rate that you can't believe. And talking about some of the important molecules that can really help people would be the NMN, which is nicotinamides mononucleotides. I'm going to kind of touch on that a little bit because you have to try.
And this is your brand that you co-founded, correct?
Yes, I do have a brand. It's Black MP. It started out as Foods for Athletes Incorporated that years ago, and I started working on this stuff and getting it to a lot of my ball players. And there's a really good friend of mine now. I never met him before, but a lot of these guys were having a lot of issues, and they were taking it, and their brains are starting to clear up a little bit. The people that had CTE, arthritis was going away. I mean, all kinds of different beautiful things that these molecules can help. And I was sitting in fact, I got a call from a ball player down in at the chapter down in San Francisco. It's a Redwood City. I said, hey, there's a guy here. His name's Brian McCauley. He's the vice president of the NFL alumni. And he's been really bad. I mean, he's dying because he had a liver transplant, and his creatinine levels were off the charts and nothing was working. And I said, okay, I'll come down and meet him. And so I went down there and met him. And it was at Starbucks there in Blackhawks up in the Bay Area. And I'll never forget this guy walking in. He's 6'8", and I knew who he was when he walked in. At this time, I had never met him. And pretty much on a walker, he sits down in front of me, and he goes, okay. He goes, I'm hearing a lot about this stuff. I had this liver transplant and all this. And he goes, I got to be very careful what I put in my body. And what I eat and drink. I go, is there any side effects to this? And I go, oh God. And he puts his head down and he goes, well, what is it? And I go, well, your liver's going to get hydrated, number one. You're going to start feeling better, and your enzymes are going to come to normal. That is the biggest advocate I have today. He has got me endorsed by the NFL alumni, which has never done that before. He is a changed man. They gave him less than 6 months to live, and that was in 2014. Wow. And we're talking every day. I mean, he calls all the time. I love Brian. And so there is something really, really to this. And I started working with a brilliant scientist out of Pasadena. His name is Lawton Tate. He's one of the top surgeons in the world. He's the first one to ever also put an arm that was completely severed in half back together. Here's another mindset. Every doctor in there and surgeon says, don't even try this. You'll never accomplish it. I saw the pictures of that arm laying on there with about 200 different scissors pinching off nerves and blood vessels and veins and everything. And that man did it. And he's the first one that's ever done it. Just like
Wow.
Dr. Carson, when the brain surgery, first time he's ever done it. Who does that?
Right.
That believe in themselves, they have the confidence in themselves. And I love the way they reacted to that. And
Yeah.
I know you guys have some questions. So
Yes, I know. I'm like sitting here, jumping out of my chair because I'm a retired U.S. national and international figure skating coach. And I'm a gold medal in ice dancing. So I'm a retired professional athlete. Didn't do that great as an amateur, did much better as a professional, but I love talking to professional athletes because when you perform at such an elite level, it requires so much brain power and it's so much to keep you going and keep you going. And, I work with a lot of athletes today because I founded Peak Performance Mindset Academy. And so I work with some amateur athletes and professional ones as well. And let me ask you this. As a professional athlete, what was the number one thing that you struggled with? I'm just curious. Because I know what I'm dealing with now with the athletes today.
Getting there.
In your mindset, like what was the number one thing that you struggled with that you had to always work on?
Oh, okay. So I always had to work on my speed.
Your speed.
My speed. And
no, I'm talking about your mindset. That's a physical thing. So in your mind.
To get to that, my mind had to be running at high velocity all the time. You as an athlete know exactly what I'm talking about. It can never slow down. It really can't. Your competition will sneak up on you. So my mindset is when I got there, it wasn't, wow, I'm here. It was, how can I better myself? How can I get better? And I even, picked up a football, started snapping, and even all the coaches come over and go, I didn't know you can snap. You're the backup snapper now. I was like, okay. Because I set my mind to do something, and I saw that too, that person, Mike McDonald, was the only snapper on there. So that was another way I'm thinking, you know what, if something it happens on this end, I can snap, I can back that up. So that was my mindset. So getting the number one thing was staying in shape too, obviously, and not letting your competition, your depth chart, because I went from the 6th depth chart to the number 1 depth chart pretty quick, and I wasn't going to drop on that depth chart. So that was pretty much.
So the number one thing that I find with athletes today is their confidence. No matter how good they are, there's always that part of them, because confidence is like a muscle, right? I use that analogy because we can all, when you're lifting weights, we're trying to build these muscles and get rid of the flab and all of that. But that's what confidence is like. It's like building that muscle, right?
Yes, it is.
And it's amazing. And like today, I'm obsessed with tennis. Everybody who listens to my podcast, I think I bring up tennis almost every single show, or almost every show, because when you're looking, because I look at a professional tennis player. Let's talk about Novak Djokovic for a second. Novak Djokovic was down. He had lost the first 2 sets last year. I believe it was the French Open. I could be wrong because I watch tennis every single day, but I believe it was a Grand Slam. He was down 2 sets. So it's best of 5. So he had already been out there on the court for over 2 hours playing. He left the court, came back, won the next 3 sets, which gave him, I think, his 22nd Grand Slam. And afterwards, and I use this example all the time with my athletes because it's amazing. So here's Novak Djokovic, 22 Grand Slams. He was playing for 5.5 hours. What other sport do you do that? And it's just you, and you're out there by yourself, right?
Yep.
For 5.5 hours. It's crazy. The only thing I have done close to that was I decided to run the Marine Corps Marathon, and I finished in just under 5 hours. And then I was like, did I actually just run for 5 hours straight? Yeah, I did. I ran for 5 hours straight. So, but here's the thing. The announcer interviewed him right after he finished, and he said, you left the court to a bathroom break. What did you do? And he goes, well, I had to relieve myself. He goes, and then I looked in the mirror and I had to give myself a pep talk. so
Wow.
that I can come back out and win. So if Novak Djokovic, who's, it's arguably the greatest of all time in terms of a professional tennis player, because he's still out there now. He now has 23 grand slams. If he has to go out and look at himself in the mirror, that is a testament to, when you're that high achiever and you're pushing yourself and you're pushing yourself and you're pushing yourself, right?
Yep.
So what would you say to an aspiring football player, basketball player, soccer, tennis, anything out there? Because, whatever it is you're doing, you've got to focus on this. What would you say that people can do right now to help them to stay in that zone? I call it a zone of genius, right?
Absolutely.
We're always in that zone of excellence, but you got to be up here.
You
right?
got to be. Yes. No, I love that. Yeah, I love that. That I call it the zone. I brought my son up in wrestling, and he gets in that zone. That's where I always talk about is getting. That's the words we use. Get into the zone.
Into the zone. Yeah.
Above anything, each time in that competition, you got to go to the next level that you haven't been to in that zone. You got to stay in that and focus on that. And you're absolutely right with that. I think the biggest thing I would tell athletes is, it's great to work out and do all this stuff. Unfortunately, when I was growing up in high school, some of the greatest things that I was told is to be a top, competitor and a top athlete, you have to have a good diet, good health, be healthy. And a lot of times, back then it was agalbium and calcium caseinate proteins, which is, screws up your kidneys later on. But now it's a totally different thing. So I got to say, the first thing you have to do in order to keep your mind and your gut and your body, everything in check, is you got to have really good nutrition. That's the thing that even back when I was playing high school and college, we were still learning about nutrition. We didn't know the stuff we know now. Oh my God, if I'd have known this when I was in high school, I think I'd still be out there in the field playing football right now. But I don't. I feel like I could, except it's a little faster and quicker because everybody does one sports instead of three anymore. I wrestled and played baseball, and of course football was my favorite, and that was my goal. I even had the Cincinnati Reds sitting in my high school office wanting to take me straight to AAA baseball. I said no. And my high school baseball coach, man, he was mad. I don't think he still forgave me for that, but I did not want to play. My mind was going to where I wanted to be, and that was football. And then I got there, and that's the best thing to do. But as I went along in Long Beach, and I was learning stuff about the human body and what we really need to put in it. And like I said, even now, I wish I would have known more. But that's what really changed. But it still wasn't the right nutrition because we really didn't know what the right nutrition was back then. And I can go on and on. Literally for probably days and talk about people in the NFL and even in college that got on steroids. You don't need that stuff. You really don't. What you need is good nutrition and the right way and right time to put it in it. And we all know that now. You can see it all over the Facebook and the internet. They're coming up with some great stuff, and that's not something somebody's making up. That's based on really human clinical trials now. And then you're seeing this stuff really working. And I'm starting to put in a lot more of what we can, put in as far as these new nicotamides, mononucleotides that were discovered about 30 years ago. It's been studied with a great scientist out of Harvard named David Sinclair. You can go on his podcast and look at the studies on NMN. It's not M&Ms, it's NMN, Nancy, Mike, Nancy. And Dr. Sinclair, once you start looking at this stuff, you're going to see how advanced we are in anti-aging, in DNA repair, mitochondria repair. Like I say, it's changed my life, and I just love sharing this to everybody now, and to watch stuff. Even we're in the Philippines too, and I have never seen so many amputees getting ready for amputation totally turn around. And I have doctors now in the Philippines that prescribe this stuff that we have. And I think, wow, these guys really, they get it. They understand it. I wish we could do it. But what I found out, and even talking with, Dr. Tang, and this guy has like 3 or 4 PhDs in chemistry and biochemistry, is they weren't educated in this. When they go to medical school, it's about 6 months of just nutrition, but they're not telling you. A lot of these doctors, when they say folic acid, they say, oh, folic acid, vitamin B. I go, no, folic. They don't even know what it is. and it's all over the internet. It's grown and grown. I mean, when I started this back in 2013, I'm seeing knockoffs right now of this stuff, but I'm thinking, wow, this is really working. I don't care if they knock off, even a little bit of this stuff helps. But getting some of the stuff and the trials we're putting this in, and the endorsements we're getting off it because of this effectiveness, I'm so excited with this, and there's so much more. In fact, I'm having Patty's really helping me finish up a book. I just finished it. I can't wait to get this out because it's life-saving. The most effective way you can get your body back to help lose weight and not even hardly try to do it, and all natural. There's no more. I always tell people, that there's two things you're going to get from your gut. Only two things. It's going to be health or disease. And that's why you got to start earlier. And I had a guy a long time ago tell me something stuck with me to this day. And when I say, well, how do you know this is going on? People always ask me, well, I feel great. I feel awesome. I'm going to do it. And then 6 months later, you're burying him. But he said something that was really, really interesting. It was Mark. He goes, how does a pregnant woman, when do you think she knows she's pregnant? Is it a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? So something can be happening in your body. Right. And that happened to me. It caught me. I got cancer, and my wife did too. And she also had hepatitis C. And I'll tell you what, we don't have that anymore. And we didn't take any drugs, any chemotherapies or anything. But we got into where, you know what, we feel great. We love what we're doing. And now we want to share this with the world. And it's actually for all around everywhere.
Darren, that's amazing. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for sharing that. We are just about out of time, but thank you so much for joining me. It has been just an honor.
Yeah, I wanted to thank absolutely Sandy, and I wanted to thank you, Sandy, for doing a great job, and welcome back, Rex. And I want to thank you, Darren. We at the Los Angeles Tribune, we celebrate entrepreneurship. We celebrate leadership and people that can reinvent themselves. And as a former NFL player, you did such a fantastic job of reinventing your life, reinventing your career, and contributing with all of these incredible businesses that you're now launching for the world. So we're so excited to feature you here today, and we're looking forward to having more time to get to know you and your incredible work for this community. Thank you, Darren Law.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Appreciate it.
It was our pleasure. And Sandy, Rex, I'm excited because we're about to now invite some more thought leaders as we embark on this mission and this journey of having about 150 speakers. Yes, you heard me correctly. About 150 speakers from around the world joining over 4 days. To the best of my knowledge, that's a world record. And here we have our editor-in-chief, Ava Manuel, also joining us. Ava, please, floor is yours.
Yes, I'm so excited. These are the thought leaders that the Los Angeles Tribune really stand behind. And we're excited for this panel that's coming right up. 150 speakers over 4 days. That's an undertaking. And thank you for all of the support. We have the speaker industry. As a matter of fact, we could go 30 days, like Satish said. We just have so many experts and authority just reaching out and wanting to be a part of this. And most got things going on. So we got to complete today.
Well, I think it should be pointed out, too, that not everybody makes the cut. Not everybody gets here. We look for the best speakers and the best people who can contribute to a topic and who can share their expertise. I don't mean that to slight anyone who isn't here, but I'm very proud of the people that we managed to attract and the people that we managed to get on the summit and the cameras so that they can talk and share.
Very well said.
And Rex, you're going to be joining me in this next panel. And after this panel, I know you're going to be doing a one-on-one conversation with one of Napoleon Hill's actual mentees, which we're all excited about as well. But with that being said, let's roll. Absolutely. With that being said, let's roll in some of these incredible thought leaders. I see Janice is here with us now. I see my good friend Luis is here. Maria is joining us. We have Blair that's joining us. And, of course, Harissa, who's also joining us. And, we're here. We have a wide range of thought leaders that are joining this conversation. What does Think and Grow Rich mean to you? What when it comes to success principles that you've used in your life to advance your life, to advance your business, what is something you can share with our audience? I'm going to start with you, Blair. It's first of all, it's nice to see you again, Blair. Secondly, I'm just going to go ahead and give you the floor so you can share with our audience. Is there a principle in Think and Grow Rich that you have personally used to advance your life and career? Blair, please, floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mo. And hi, I'm Blair Kaplan-Venables, social media and publicity expert, resilience thought leader. I've been in the game of entrepreneurship longer than 15 years. But what the most common thread for me is literally what's in the title, Think and Grow Rich. It is all about the mindset. And I know this because when I'm focused and using my mindset tools, I'm able to make the needle move. When I stray from the path, my growth is stunted. My money is stunted. My client growth, my client acquisition is not happening. And so right now, like I'm actually coming to you from Colorado Springs. I'm at a entrepreneur retreat and I live in Canada. And I just came out of a session and it was actually all about mindset. And I think the biggest thing is making sure that you're aware of your goals and you have a plan on what you're going to implement and using the power of the mind to achieve those goals.
Thank you for that, Blair. And I want to go to Luis. Luis, I know you're a student of so many success books and you're a student of folks like Dennis Waitley. And so it wouldn't surprise me if Think and Grow Rich is also a book that's meant something to you. I'm curious if it has. And if so, what is a principle you can share with our audience that you've used for your life and business? Luis, please.
Thank you. And thank you for having me here. Having an all-consuming desire, that it's very important because sometimes we have a little wish, something that would be nice to have, but when you commit to that consuming desire, that's what makes a difference. You got to be hungry about your own desire.
Absolutely, and because that's how everything starts off, with definite chief of purpose, definiteness of purpose, and a burning desire. So thank you for that, Luis.
Yeah,
and we'll come back to each of you.
Sure.
Let me go to Janice. Sorry, is it Janice or Janice? You're muted.
This time it is Janice. Can you hear me okay?
I hear you fine now.
All right. Thank you, guys. Good afternoon to everybody on the West Side time zone. I'm Janice Jimenez. I'm so happy and glad to be here. Very exciting to be here. To answer your question, the Think and Grow Rich, the series, the original book, plus the one that Sharon Lecter wrote for women, had pivoted my entire career and business-wise after I read that. Actually, I have also devised my 5 Gs to success on revolving around the principles of Think and Grow Rich. You can start by setting the clear goals, your growth mindset, your practice positive affirmations, visualizations, develop persistence. You're surrounding yourself with the mentors that are there for you, that are there to help you and guide you to the process, and been there and done that, and continuously educate yourself and take action towards the goals. I'll share the 5 Gs with you in a little bit, but overall, those have been the greatest impact in my business and actually my whole entire career and life as well.
Wow, well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. And Parisa, my friend, how are you? How are you? You're muted too. You got to unmute.
Got it. Oh my gosh. Hi, Rex. How are you?
I'm great. I'm great. Good to see you.
Yes. Okay. So for me, the first principle, the most important principle, is success by default, no matter what. No matter what, whenever you're starting on any type of endeavor, whenever you have any type of new goal, you have to think, you have to create the end result in your visualized end result, create it in your mind, set it, and then obviously, work backwards. But also know that that is the end result. That is going to happen. That is the ultimate, right? And so what you do first, you have to get really clear on your intention and the purpose of why. What is your why? What is the driving force behind it all? And everything that we do, no matter what, the moment we wake up in the morning, to the time it's all set by intention. What is the goal? What is the end result? And how have we worked backwards and set yourself up for that success, no matter what? Tunnel vision. And I know we hear that term all the time, tunnel vision, but it's true. Think nothing else but that end result, and get really clear on what your intention and your purpose is.
Let me ask you to just tell people a little bit about who you are and what you do. And I'm going to ask each person here. I know that Blair said that she was in, a publicity and a resilient coach, and Luis is, an awareness coach, and Janice is in real estate. But you don't have anything that says who you are right there. And I know that you've been on here before, but for people who didn't get to see or know you.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to. Yeah. So I am a transformational life coach and soul healer. So what I do is I specialize with working with female entrepreneurs and helping them find the clarity in their purpose. Right. So what a great question.
And were you always that, or did you do something else?
Actually, my background is in design, in branding, marketing, communications, business development. So I did that for 15 years in corporate. So it was amazing. And I take that and apply it to what I do now as well with entrepreneurs.
So, I mean, it's an interesting thing because, Janice is in real estate, and many people in real estate have utilized the principles of Think and Grow Rich. And then there are coaches here, or publicity, all stuff that Hill actually talks about in a variety of different ways in Think and Grow Rich, where, talent is needed, where people are needed, where using the principles and applying them, can have a great benefit. So, let's go back through and just continue with the discussion. Let's go with Luis. I'm gonna pick Luis.
And real quick before we go to Luis, I just want to add a couple folks to this conversation.
Yeah. Okay.
Marie Waite. We're going to go ahead and add her to the dialogue here. It's a pleasure to have you. She's doing remarkable work in the Southern California community, and I'm looking forward to hearing more about that. And of course, Thomas Howard, who's another thought leader that we're very excited to have here to join this conversation as we embark on our journey of having 150 speakers, thought leaders, people that are making a positive impact in the world, join us in this Socratic style conversation where everyone is contributing naturally in a natural free flow format. What's on their mind, what's in their heart, all things leadership, success, Think and Grow Rich, and beyond. And with that, Rex, I'm going to give the floor now to Mr. Luis to take it away. I want to welcome Marie and Thomas to the stage here. Luis, please.
Well, and my question to Luis was this, and to all of you here, and we'll get to know each of you. But if you could, and I hate to do this, but if you only could use one principle or one chapter of Think and Grow Rich, which is the one that speaks to you? Because there's so many people who, say, this is how it spoke to me, or this is what was important to me, or this is where my life transformed. So what, if you were limited, like if you could only have, cheeseburgers or something, what would you tell people that's really important that they need to know?
Thank you. And I think realistic, committed planning, it's one of my favorite elements. Actually, I live with my planner in my hands, and despite there's a lot of technology, I always like my old-fashioned planner, because I'm a firm believer that if you don't plan for success, you're planning for failure. And we always hear that knowledge is power, but knowledge is only power when you take that knowledge into action. And scheduling, it's one thing, it's just one tiny piece. And planning, it's the big picture, because when you talk about planning, you need to have in your mind very clear purpose. What are you trying to achieve at the end of the day? And what are your priorities? You need to be able to decide and classify what's important, what's urgent, what can be delegated, what can wait, what is not even worth putting your energy into it. So I think planning in the entire concept, it's very important, because that's your basis for taking action. Otherwise,
sorry about that.
Okay. Otherwise, planning with no action is just fiction.
Well, I love that. I do appreciate that, because what you said, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. And that's just a real important point that most people do miss, because it is, if nothing else, you can take a step towards your own success by doing that, by scheduling, by taking action. Thank you so much. Let me go to some of the new people who are here. I want to have you introduce yourself, and then we'll work our way back around to Marie. Just tell us a little bit about who you are, how you came to Napoleon Hill, and then obviously answer the question. Then we'll go to Thomas, and then we'll go to Janice, and back to Prisa.
So my name is Marie Wade, and I'm actually in San Diego. I'm the founder of Finest Women in Real Estate and Fire Up Connect. What I do is I'm a branding strategist, and I also produce live events. And I'm actually doing a 3-day event here in San Diego at the DoubleTree Hotel, November 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And we're bringing all kinds of business experts, real estate professionals, and we're having about 200, 300 people attending the event.
Fantastic. So the question is you're familiar with, you've read Think and Grow Rich?
I think it's been a long time.
Okay, well let me ask you this. Let me, in a minute or two, what is one of the most important things that you can do for the attendees and the speakers when it comes to putting on a live event?
They have to keep an open mind that everyone on the stage or the panelists have something to offer, and they need to understand what is the value of their offer, and they need to understand if they are someone that they can work with. So if they find that information from them through the panel discussion or the presentation, I think they can make it very useful for their own business to collaborate and to expand their network. They need to be very, quick in learning what type of network they have and how they can be a part of it. And that's something that they need to be strategic about coming into any types of event. That they need to understand the people that are in the event and how can they make themselves valuable for their own, businesses and for their own business.
Wow, that's a great answer. I want to follow that up with a quick answer too. That is about them. What about you? You're putting on a live event. What's would it be planning? What is the number one thing that you need to put on a live event? I mean, besides money or publicity and things like that, what's crucial?
I've been doing this for 6 years now, and what I learned from all of those years is that it's the power of the relationships that I built for many years, and the fact that I have had great, relationship from people. I get a lot of support from everyone. There is no way I can put this event together if I didn't have support from my connections. And I think, your brand speaks for itself also. I have established my brand, not intentionally in the beginning, but it evolved, and people have, seen how I work and how I accomplish things. And I think I gained their respect and trust, that they are all coming into my event to support me. And they know that my intention is to help people, open up doors for them so they can, meet people that they would never probably have a chance to meet them. And most of the people that I'm bringing into my event are high-end leaders. They are very productive. They have large networks of people. So it's a matter of, do you see the value? If you do, you need to come and join my event.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go to Thomas here. Same questions for you. Then I'm going to pass the mic over to Julie. But Thomas, tell us about yourself and what is the critical element or crucial chapter or principle that you learned from Think and Grow Rich and your experience. You're muted, Thomas. Your mic is muted. Let's see if we can. I don't think
Here we go. Is that better?
Yes, you're good.
Oh, all right. So my name is Thomas Howard, and along with my wife, we own Rock Enterprises and Thomas Howard Enterprises. And myself, I'm a speaker, international mentor, author, host, podcaster, entrepreneur, and DJ, as you can see there in my name. One of the things that my wife and I own, along with Rock Enterprises, is a media company. And so through the media company, what we like to do is make sure that we are creating a culture of caring throughout the world. And that's our goal. Okay. Now, when you say, what did I learn from Think and Grow Rich, I've got to tell you, one of the things I always go back to, because you heard me say that I do a lot, is his chapter that talks about the key to success lies in specializing your knowledge. All right. One of the things that I've done is everything you hear me say that I do, I focused on. I made sure that I understood how things worked from the media side, how things worked as being a host. You know, what did I need to do so that I could be more into the people, so they could be more into me? Being a podcast, I learned all that I needed to so that I could bring that to people, as well as the DJ portion. I've been DJing since the early 90s. And yes, I started with albums and everything else. And now I'm all digital because I'm a big techie. And I made sure that I understood how all of that worked. Because what I look at is, I don't mind sharing what I do. And if others do the same, I promote everybody. That's part about creating a culture of caring. However, when I do that, you need to understand, I'm going to try and make sure that I'm more marketable than the next person. And having that knowledge does that, because when someone asks a question in a specific field, I need to be able to give them the answer that they need and that will help them achieve the goals they're trying to do. You know, with Marie, I'm in San Diego, California as well. I look at the fact that I want to help you any way I can so that your event stands out. I do a lot of things for corporate America as well as private America through all the things that I talked about. Our media company, we cover the red carpet for events and things of that nature. And, you know, we've been blessed to be on the red carpet for the Oscars twice. And, you know, I'm just happy that we're able to get out there and do those different things.
Thank you, Thomas.
So, Thomas, thank you so much for sharing that. There's something that I wanted to point out is you don't keep yourself in one box. There's definitely a through line, but you don't have to wear one hat. And I always appreciate a person that is willing to put on more than one hat. And another person like that is Parisa. Parisa, I would love for you to share a little bit more about, what principle or tools you use on a daily basis from Think and Grow Rich that help you succeed in putting on your many hats. You're on mute.
Every time. Thank you so much. Hi, Julie. Oh my gosh, it's so good to see you again. Out of all of them, I would have to say every day as an entrepreneur, just first and foremost, as an entrepreneur, a business owner, every day is a wild card. We don't know what that day is going to, even though we have our purpose, we have our intention, we have the goal, wild cards are going off all the time. So for me, faith, just belief in it will happen. And if it does not happen, then I must let that desire go so that something else can come in its place. So pure faith, not only, just faith, regular faith, but just faith in myself, faith in who I am and why I started and what is my why. I always go back to my why. And sometimes when I'm feeling like, oh gosh, I can't do this anymore, I gotta walk away, I actually sit and I reflect back on what it took for me to get to this point and reinstate my faith again in the process and in what the again end result and goal is and how I can just prepare myself to get there. Just believe in yourself.
I love that. There are definitely wild cards, not even just for entrepreneurs, for everyone, but especially in the entrepreneurial world. Yeah. Oh my goodness, it is crazy. Liz, I saw you going, yes, when she was mentioning faith. I would love for you to share what you were thinking.
Is that for me?
Yes.
Oh, well, definitely. I thought for myself, my second most important principle here, and not because it's more like importance number 2, but one of the most importance is this unwavering faith, which I believe that when you have a real solid faith, you elevate that to something that I call certainty, because faith is believing But certainty is that you are absolutely sure it's going to happen. And to support all of the things that Teresa shared, which I totally agreed with her, one of the important tools that I learned from my mentor, Dennis Waitley, is this sequence about imagination, visualization, internalization, manifestation. This very sequence, I think it's very powerful. Imagination, visualization, internalization, then manifestation. And if we focus on doing exercise for these particular elements on a very daily basis, no matter what, you can't miss. And that's the best way to nurture that faith, elevating to certainty, absolute certainty that things are going to happen if you do the right things.
I love that. Yes. And it's not blind faith as in being crazy. It's that certainty, like you mentioned. And I love that. Janice, do you have any closing remarks that you'd love to share with the audience? Nope, you're on mute.
You're on mute, honey. Darling. Janice, you're muted.
There we go.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Yeah. For some reason, I cannot unmute myself. Can you hear me okay?
Hear you fine.
All right. Well, I'll say thank you again for this opportunity to spend time with you and all these thought leaders. And I've been watching since yesterday. It's been a heck of a bomb, not only like a gold nuggets, but this is a bomb of knowledge and information from everybody that has been on board here. As a business owner, as an entrepreneur, it's not only just one thing from the Think and Grow Rich, but it's a system. I don't think I can pick one or the other. But with that, I have learned my 5 Gs, and I wanted to share that to you, as I mentioned earlier today. First of all, the 5 Gs just means what gears are you running on each day. It's like your cell phone service. It's 5 Gs of it, right? And so for first G is the growth mindset. You always have to have an open mind to learn more. To learn more is knowing that you don't know a lot more things, so that you can search for people who knows better than you. It's almost like that first chapter in Think and Grow Rich, wherein Mr. Ford said, I don't need to be the most intelligent person in the room. All I need to know is know people who knows a lot better than me and does a better job than I do. And that's called leveraging too. Second is grit. And grit spells out as guts, resilience, intent, and tenacity. All of this comes together so that you become a stronger person and you can actually encounter and overcome any of the challenges, little or big challenges come along your way. You got guts, you got resiliency, you got intention, and your tenacity. That's just going to get you through what you need to go through in order to get stronger and achieve your goals. The third one is gratitude. And I always say, always start your day with thanks, because it's already a blessing that you woke up today. Some people did not. It's a blessing that you have air to breathe, that you have friends and family, you got the love, you got a roof over your head. There's so much things to be thankful for. There's always that idea of thinking of what's coming already. Accept that. Be in a position where you're accepting the blessings that the universe is giving to you and is still coming your way. Be thankful for that already. The next G is giving. You cannot receive with closed hands. So always give. Every time you get something, it's a law that of the universal law that once you give, you receive back tenfold. Maybe not in the same shape or form that you think that you're going to get, but if you give without asking anything in return, the universe gives that right back to you in ways you don't even possibly imagine. And then the last thing is always, like you guys said, God. It's faith in God, because without God, we all are nothing. We're not here. It's not, for people who are not Catholics or not, religious as I am, whoever is your guide, your source, you always have to have that inspiration or that fire inside of you that guides you. Because without that, absolutely cannot be who we are, who we intend to be, and we cannot do the mission that we're here, that we are put on the earth for.
Well, that's beautiful. Thank you so much for that. I know that Julie and I want to thank each and every one of you for bringing your expertise and your knowledge and the ideas that you shared. That you've shared 5, everybody shared some, all good. But we want to thank you for being here, and we appreciate you very much. We're going to bring up a friend of mine to the stage now, and we're going to change gears. So we'll see you later. Thank you so much.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
So this next segment is very near and dear and warm to my heart because we have a special treat. It's a very rare treat, and it's a special treat, and a really wonderful gentleman is coming up. I'm going to bring up a dear friend of mine who is and I hate to say this, but he's the last living protege of Napoleon Hill. He got to spend time with Napoleon Hill. But not only that, this is Ben Gay, the third, but not only that, Ben is probably, and many of you won't know this, but Ben is probably one of the top pioneers in the personal development arena through his company. He was president of Holiday Magic and then Leadership Dynamics and Mind Dynamics. We're going to have him tell you all about that. But before Est and Landmark and LifeSpring and so many of these other groups that are around before Tony and Joe and all these people, there was Ben Gay. Now I will say there was Doria and me too, but none of us knew each other.
Well, let me get a little bit of time. Ben, welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. It is an honor that we have, the last living protege of Napoleon Hill in the Los Angeles Tribune. But before that, I also want to tell everybody in our audience, share this. This is an unprecedented moment. Share this. Tell them, hey, the last student of Napoleon Hill is here right now at the Los Angeles Tribune. Share your comments on the screen. Ask questions. This is a precious moment. So I just want to make sure that we capitalize on this moment because this is historic. So Ben, thank you so much for being at the Los Angeles Tribune, and I'm going to give you back to Rex.
Thank you. My honor.
Thank you. And Ben, obviously, you've learned well from Napoleon Hill, and he benefited from you as well. So let's just dive right into this. Could you tell us about how you came to both know Hill, how he worked for you, how you had him? You tell us about you, Ben.
Well, I'm a salesman. When it all boils down, I'm an author and a speaker and a this and a that, and I was the youngest this and so on. But basically what it boils down to is I was a salesman. Still am, still sell every day, spent the morning selling. I love what I do, and therefore I'm pretty good at it. And people start asking you, come to the front of the room and tell them what you're doing. So I started doing that, and that made me a speaker. And then I started winning some contests and moved up in the organization I was in, Holiday Magic Cosmetics. Zig and I and my business partner, Jimmy Rucker, the greatest salesman I ever personally knew and worked with. But Zig and I and Jimmy all answered the same ad on the same day, Wednesday, September 15th, 1965 in Atlanta. And we went to what we thought was a job interview, but it turned out it was an opportunity meeting for the three of us. And gentleman got up and explained the marketing plan and so on, and we each came up with $91.41. And I didn't realize when I stepped into the phone booth with the one ad in my hand, it said, if you know anything about marketing plans, want to make more money, dial this number. Well, I qualified in the want to make more money category. But I didn't know what a marketing plan was. I figured I'd figure that out on the way. And so we joined this business. And when I dialed the phone, I was dialing in the launch code for a very exciting life that made me millions of dollars, took me all over the world, introduced me to kings and queens and princesses and astronauts, and led me to San Quentin to do my People Builder series, which I did for 5 years there, 12 hours once a week. And then that led me to meeting Charlie Manson. He wanted to meet with me, so I've visited him in his cell 3 times for a total of 9 hours. So by answering that little ad, I met everyone from Charlie Manson to all 12 people who walked on the moon, and hundred other astronauts in the launch crews. And as I said, King's Queen, I drag raced with a friend of mine through the streets of Oslo with the King of Norway, who apparently liked what he considered a stoplight a challenge. So when it turned red or whatever it does in Norway, off we went. I said, what are you doing? He said, oh, King likes this. It wasn't the first time he drag raced with him. So I've met some of the most interesting people in the world, you included, Rex. And it's been a wonderful, wonderful ride. But when you boil it all down, I'm a salesman. I was born to a salesman, into a family of sales people and or business owners, which means you're a salesperson. And it's all I've ever known. Oh, and frankly, all I'm qualified to do.
Well, may I add that you're also the author of at least 5, and there are more, but 5 very successful books called The Closer.
Yes. A cheap, shameless plug. This is The Closers Part 1, the most famous, most powerful, best-selling book on closing and selling ever written. We sold 10.5 million copies of this before the internet, before Amazon, etc., when we quit counting 30 years ago. And it goes on to this day. I spent the morning signing new copies of The Closers going out the door. So that, and by the way, if you've got people listening who are wondering if they ought to write a book, if they've got something to say, and almost all of us have, do it. The Closers series has been my passport to credibility.
Yeah. So I just wanted to say that the other thing that you said is, I'm a salesman, I'm qualified to sell or to be a salesperson. That attitude is wonderful, because there are a lot of people who don't like selling. They don't want to buy. They don't want to do this. They don't want to do that. I mean, there's all that stuff. And you proudly go, I am a salesperson. And certainly that is true.
On my business card, that's what it says first, right under my name. Ben Gay III, salesman. And then it goes into speaker and other thingers. But first of all, I'm a salesman. Proud of it.
So we have, a short period of time here today, Ben. So I know people are really eager to find out, one, about how you met Napoleon Hill and the time you spent with him, and how that was impactful for you. And then also, after we get into that, some of those people who worked for you when you went from Holiday Magic to Mind Dynamics, because Hill was part of that, during that time for you. So.
Well, Dr. Hill, I rose up through the ranks, and then I won a sales contest, and the first prize was a mystery prize, and I won it. I didn't know I was going to win it, but they called me the next day and said, you won. Need to come to California and find out what the mystery prize is. So I went to California. William Penpatrick was the owner of the company and one of my early mentors. He greeted me and took me out to dinner. And I said, what's the mystery prize? And he said, presidency of the company. And I said, what if somebody had won it that, you didn't like, wasn't qualified? And he said, then I would have changed the prize. No one knew what it was. So I won the presidency of the company. Zig won the Rolls Royce. My sponsor, Bill Dempsey, won, I think, a Lincoln Continental. And then it went down into steak knives and desk sets and so on. But that's how I got in that position. So now I'm running the largest MLM direct sales company in the world at the time, and we were just getting started. They hadn't seen anything yet, but I'm 25 years old. So I think a person with common sense would say too young, too inexperienced, etc. That's true. But what that company needed was somebody who could walk to the front of the room and talk 15,000 people into doing something they had no intentions of doing a half an hour before. And I was good at that. So, and which got me probably the prize. But now I'm president of the company, and I'm 25 years old, sitting in this big office. It used to be the conference room. I turned it into my desk. I sat in the middle of it, and I would look around sometimes. I don't remember the term being popular, the one where you think you're a fraud. I forget what the term is.
Imposter syndrome.
Yeah, imposter syndrome. I don't think it had that name at the time, but I had it. The main door in my office was right across the desk, and I used to sit there thinking it's just a matter of time till that door opens, and William Penpatrick or the board of directors or somebody is going to say, "Excuse us, we made a horrible mistake." You have no qualification, and I'm a high school graduate. You have no qualifications for this job, but they didn't. And I got sales going up and up and up. We were taking in $1 million a day in the late 60s, which is about $3.5 billion now. And again, 25-year-old high school graduate. But somewhere along the line, Bill probably realized that it was a bit of an impulsive decision. Maybe he could have picked somebody else or brought in a professional. But one day, and I didn't know he was in the building, I'd never met him, Dr. Napoleon Hill came out to present Bill Patrick with some sort of an award for being one of the top 5 people in the world, or 10 greatest people on the planet or something. I forget what it was, but he wrote it in one of his books and named Bill that. So he was going to get a plaque for it and everything. Later, I heard from Dr. Hill and Bill Patrick that on the way, his office was way in the back, mine was way in the front. On the way from the back of the building to the front door, he started talking to Dr. Hill about this amazing young man he had working for him, me. And that maybe there were times when he was afraid to admit his shortcomings for fear he'd get fired, and that maybe he needed somebody in the middle, an older, wiser mentor type person. I don't remember if we used that term at the time, but maybe so. And so between his office and my office, he talked Dr. Hill into becoming my personal mentor. He worked for me the last 2.5 years of his life. He was paid $50,000 a year, and I laugh about it. Bill paid him the first year, and at the end of the first year, I said to Bill, Dr. Hill's beginning to hint that he'd like to go on for another year. Should we do it? And Bill said, I'm totally up to you. I paid for the first year. So Dr. Hill stayed on for a second year out of my checkbook for $50,000. That's about $500,000 today, for several casual visits a month, a year, sometimes 2 a month or whatever, to just be my buddy, be my grandfather. Rodney Dangerfield, the old comedian, used to say that his family had to tie a pork chop around his neck so the dog would play with him. Well, Bill had to tie a $50,000 check around my neck so Dr. Hill would be my friend. But he became my buddy. We had a bedroom at the house that was only his bedroom. Nobody else stayed there. Chair at the end of the conference table was his chair. Nobody else ever sat there. Whether they were in town or not, you didn't stay in his bedroom or sit in his chair. And he became a confidant. And he promised me that nothing I told him, and Bill had told me this too, nothing I told him would go any further than Dr. Hill. And I'll have to admit, I didn't believe that. So I tested the system a couple of times. I told Dr. Hill things that I knew would drive Bill Patrick absolutely crazy. but never. And Bill wasn't good at hiding his emotions. If he'd heard it, I would have heard it from the front of the building, and but it never happened. Everything I told him was in confidence. He did a neat thing with me. He would never criticize me in front of anybody else or ask what he called a serious question in front of anybody else. He could go in any meeting, anywhere in the building, including my office, just walk in, sit down, didn't have to say hello or interrupt anything. And he'd sit in absolute silence. But at the end of the meeting, if there was something he thought I should know or get from the meeting or what have you, when the door would click, I was telling somebody yesterday, I got where I hated the sound of the clicking door, because when the door would click shut out of my peripheral vision, if his head came up, I thought, uh-oh, I'm about to get another lesson. He's observed something or what have you. So he was biologically, when he joined us, when I joined the company, I was 23. I was president by 25. So I was probably 25, maybe 26 when he joined the company. Biologically, he was old enough to be my great grandfather. And he was starting to fail a little bit physically, but mentally he was as sharp as a person could be. I assume as sharp as he had ever been. And he opened up a lot of doors for me. People who probably wouldn't have given me the time of day when they found out I worked with Dr. Hill did. And then you were talking about that list of people that worked with us. When you're the largest MLM in the world, direct marketing, we call it today, or network marketing. So they won't know you're running an MLM company. When you're running that, everybody wants to be around you because they want to speak at the seminars and so on. Zig was already with us. He joined the same day I did. But J. Douglas Edwards and Og Mandino and Dr. Norman Vincent Peale and Earl Nightingale suddenly made themselves available. You know, or Marty, my secretary, would say, Ben, Earl Nightingale is on the phone. And I go, the Earl Nightingale is on the phone calling me? How does he know I'm alive? Well, I was head of what was going on at the time. It was the hot ticket. So through speaking for us in seminars or consulting with us, or in Earl's case, he was the voice of Holiday Magic of all of our companies, all of our product lines, and Dr. Hill and so on. I was sitting in the catbird seat, and I'm not going to be humble and say I didn't earn it. I beat everybody. Worldwide, most of the times we had about 1 million man or woman sales force, and I beat them all. So that it's not like I didn't deserve the award, but I'm telling you, off the record, years later, there was a whole lot of luck involved. Hard work, come early, stay late, work on weekends, etc. But there was a lot of luck involved, especially into where it put me. You know, one day I was on 333 North Michigan Avenue in Earl Nightingale's office, and he said, in the middle of a meeting, let's go to lunch. I've got a friend I want you to meet. And so we walked down the street, across a little bridge over one of those inlets from Lake Michigan to a restaurant. And we walked in. The guy, it was obvious he recognized at least Earl, stood up, put his hand out with a big smile, and Earl's looking at me like, you know, do you recognize him? Well, it was like Dr. Napoleon Hill. I'd never seen him before, so I didn't recognize him when Bill brought him to my office, and I didn't recognize Paul Harvey either. But now I'm sitting having lunch with my Minnie Mouse voice between Paul Harvey and Earl Nightingale. It sounded like God and God Jr. And I remember being, as much as I like to talk, being quite quiet because I was hoping they wouldn't notice the comparison between our voices and other talents. So that's how it all started. Joined a company. I was broke. $91.41 got me in. Started making some pretty significant money rather quickly. Won a contest, became president, and you know, off it went.
Wow, Ben. You know, I have had the rare but wonderful opportunity to share lots of conversations with you and talk about Hill in the background and to learn from you and to benefit from you. And we should let people know that if they want to learn more, that we are doing something together as well. And we'll talk about a little bit more of that at the maybe the conclusion of this. But I mean, you're surrounded by these immense giants in the industry. You're mentored, your protege of Napoleon Hill. I mean, people. I mean, I can hear the collective jaws drop, over the internet when you say these things, and I mean, I'm envious. I think everybody's envious, but the with Dr. Hill, and then with because Doria chimed in earlier, like, oh my God, holiday magic in the early days. So this is, again, before asked, I mean, Erner Werhart, can you talk a little bit about the different programs that you put on through Mind Dynamics and Leadership Dynamics that help build this entire industry?
Where it sort of started, and the Bible preceded us, and it's full of self-improvement tips. But in the modern era, where it started was William Penn Patrick, read a book called The Sleeping Prophet by Edgar Cayce, and he got fascinated by it. And so the way we built companies was Bill had an idea, called me back, told me his idea, and said, go build a company. So I got in the motor oil additive business with Stay Power because he knew a guy who used to work on his car who had a pretty good idea for a product, that type of thing. So he calls me back one day. The Sleeping Prophet is sitting on his desk. He said, I want you to read this, and then I want you to track down Jose Silva of Silva Mind Control and buy them. And we'll bring them into our family and so on. So I read the book and tracked down Jose Silva, and we had some interesting conversations and finally settled on a figure. I'm quoting from memory. If I've ever given you a different figure, this is close. We settled on a figure of, I thought it was $300,000 to buy them. At least I thought that it was to buy them. It turned out it was to buy the rights to the greater Los Angeles area. And Bill Patrick was asking me, which was overpriced for the time, but whatever, willing buyer, willing seller. And Bill Patrick is asking me every time I pass him in the hallway, how's that thing coming? It was Silva Mind Control. So I didn't want to have a loss. So I tracked down I found out who their top instructor was. And long story short, hired him. And I said, the deal is, though, when you get off the plane, I doubled what he was making with them to get him. And I said, the deal is when you get off the phone, pardon me 1 second, speaking of phones, I said, when you get off the plane, I want you to have the manuals under your arms, all the Silva Mind Control manuals. We're not going to steal them, but we're going to use them as reference material because we're going to build a competing company. He said, fine. Whoever picked him up at the airport called me and said, he's got all the manuals. I said, then you may bring him in. So in he came. And that was done to us, by the way. Mary Kay Ash worked for Holiday Magic briefly in the very beginning. One day in her office, she told me, she said, Ben, I said, you were a Holiday Magic distributor, but I never heard your name there. You weren't making any waves. And she said, I didn't join to make money. I joined to get your manuals. So the early Mary Kay manuals were sort of knockoffs of the Holiday Magic Ern Westmore manuals. So we did the same thing to Silva Mind Control, got their top instructor, and started Mind Dynamics. I used that name because I'd already started Leadership Dynamics, which was an encounter type seminar popular in the 60s and so on. And the name was good. So we used Mind Dynamics. Dr. Hill and I were working, by the way, on Mentoring Dynamics when he died. That was going to be the third seminar company in the trilogy. So off we went, and we started hiring instructors. A lot of them we plucked out of Holiday Magic and just moved them over, or they did double duty. And among them was Werner Erhard. And Werner was a very good instructor. He wasn't then the Werner Erhard he became, but he was good. And one day he went into Bill Patrick's office. He thought he was better than he was, and said to Bill that he was willing to stay with Mind Dynamics as long as he was given 50% of the company and voting control or something. I don't know what Bill would have done with a percentage, but voting control was something you never said to William Penpatrick. If he had 1 share out of 10 million, his was the only voting share. So he stood up, shook Werner's hand. He said, "I really appreciate that offer," and walked him to the front door. And he said, "Oh, give me your keys." Took his keys from him and wished him well and sent him off into the morning light. And most of the people who spun off from us and left, cosmetics, motor oil additives, Bob Cummings vitamins, and seminar companies, most spun off and went down pretty quick. But Werner started Est and later the Forum and did a very good job with them, became a big company in his own right. Another one that did that to us, not of Werner's class, I won't knock the dead, but Glenn Turner. I had to terminate him, and he spun off, started Coscott, Dare to Be Great, etc. And he also did very well.
So Ben, we got 4 or 5 minutes left at the outside, maybe not even that much time because time has gone by, and this is riveting. So let's do 2 things. One is a principle or a lesson that you'd gleaned from Napoleon Hill that you would share now. And then you and I are doing something. So if they want to know more about Napoleon Hill and what we're doing and about closing, and we're calling it dynamics. We won't say what that is yet, but we've got a project coming up. So can you share a little bit about all of what I just said in the next, say, maybe 4 minutes?
The first question you asked was, what did I learn from Dr. Napoleon Hill? And I was asked one day in a seminar, what are the 3 most important things he taught you? And I thought, Lord, don't fail me now. Given time, I could have given 500 things, but on the spot, what's the 3 most, And so I just turned it over to God, and I heard myself say, my mouth started running. Number 1, integrity in all things. And Dr. Hill and I both learned that the hard way over time. He related some of his early life, and I related some of my earlier life. But integrity in all things. 2, and this was probably a little unique to me, I'm the shiny object guy. If you and I are talking and something goes on out in the hall, my attention instinctively, I don't do it anymore, but instinctively my attention is, what's that? And get involved. So it was integrity in all things and focus. When Dr. Hill was in town and in the office, if he saw that happen, he'd say, focus, Ben, focus, stay on track, one thing at a time. People talk about doing multiple things. Was it multitasking?
Yeah.
I have human behavioral scientist friends who say it's not possible. You can't do 2 things at once. You can shift back and forth at high speed, but your mind will only work on one thing at a time, even if it's for a split second or an hour. So the trick is to get it up near an hour, since you can't do the 2 things. And then the third thing, and I'll tell you a quick story. Dr. Hill had been out frequently, and apparently he had been to a meeting I was having with a project team to develop a men's cosmetic line. And maybe he had been in 4 meetings spread out over 6 weeks or something, where he happened to be in town and we were having our Thursday meeting. And so we went around the table and we discussed this and that, what the packaging was going to look like, what we were going to call it, and so on. And at the end of the meeting, they all got up and left, and click, and his head came up. I thought, uh-oh. He said, Ben, what are you going to know, or do you need to know for the next meeting that you don't know now? And I said, I really don't know. And he said, what you're doing is you're dithering. You're dithering. You need to take action. And he said, why don't you call them back in? So I got everybody back in, legal department, production, artwork, advertise, everybody back in. About 10 people sitting around the table. I said, does anybody need anything to do their thing with this project that they don't know now? And I went, no, we're ready. Turns out I was the only one in the room that wasn't ready, who had the power to pull the trigger. So I pulled the trigger, and 60 days later, maybe because of production, We were selling a product line that went on to make us millions of dollars just because Dr. Hill said take action. And when people are looking for the deep, dark secret in Think and Grow Rich, this is my 75-year-old personal copy.
Don't give it away. We only have about 30 seconds, honestly. I mean, we got a hard break coming up. So finish up, please. And then also just tell them how they can get in touch with us or what we can give to them and we'll.
Well, you know how to get in touch with Rex, so do that. We're about to do some exciting stuff together, mastermind type material together for a select.
Hang on though, Rex, because Mr. Ben Gay was about to give the deep dark secret of Think and Grow Rich, and now you
can't have him give that away.
You got him on a different on a different track. So we would love to hear what is the deep dark secret of Think and Grow Rich. Please,
well, two things about Think and Grow Rich. Think and Grow Rich was written as a sales training manual. It wasn't a book of deep philosophy. There was deep philosophy in it, but Dr. Hill wrote it as a sales training manual. And the secret everybody keeps looking for, digging through it, was, he said, told me with his own mouth, action. Take action. That was the secret. Now, as to how to reach me, just email me, BFG3, Benjamin Franklin Gay, BFG3 at DirectCon, short for Direct Connect, DirectCon.net. And if you want to get a hold of the closers books, this is the best place to go, not my website, this one down here, stores.ebay.com, Ronzoni Books. They'll give you special pricing and free shipping. Or the orders go out, signed and dated by me the same day you order if it's before 2 o'clock.
I'm going to bring back my colleague, Julie Ann Meyer. Julie Ann, welcome back to the screen. Thank you so much, Ben Gay. It was a pleasure to have you on the program.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Ben, for being here. I will be talking with you, but you have been a valuable guest, and I appreciate you. And we're going to have to shift gears here, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ben Gay. Thank you, Rex. We'll have you back in a moment, Rex. And Julianne, I'm excited. In about 5 minutes, we're going to have an incredible panel, a leadership panel led by one of the partners of the Los Angeles Tribune, Roosevelt Williams III. So we're just a few minutes away from him joining the program with some incredible thought leaders. Before we do that, Julie, I want to welcome to the stage Lily. Lily, I want to welcome you. You're going to spend some time with us now for a few minutes, and then you're also going to be a part of that discussion later as well. But before we get there, we have about 5 to 10 minutes with you, Lily, real briefly, to shine the light on you a little bit. And, you have a lot that you have done on this planet as a thought leader, as a coach, as a speaker, as somebody that's made a positive impact. And I want to give you the floor, Lily, because there's a lot that we can discuss. I know about the work that you do, but I'd like you to actually chime in on this word of integrity, because you're also the co-author of a book with so many incredible thought leaders that have been on this program the last 4 days. But I want to give you the floor, Lily. What does integrity mean to you? Please, floor is yours.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, did he disappear? Is that normal?
He does that. Just go right on ahead.
I love it. Okay, very good. Hello, Annika. So nice to have you. And I am quantum coach Lily Wang. And I'm here to talk to you about how integrity can be understood in the world of manifesting. Okay. And these are two concepts, that most people never combine. And today I want to combine the two. All right. So what does integrity mean to me? I want you all to think of, hey, Michelle, I see you in the chats. I want you to think of integrity as being whole. Okay. Circle complete. How can we understand that? Well, as an example, you say you want to be a compassionate person, right? You want to have great friends. You want to be a great partner. Okay. I want you to imagine there is a circle. At the top of the circle is your first thought about this. I want to be a compassionate person. Great. Next in the circle is your opportunity to act with compassion. Next in the circle is your opportunity to respond with compassion when no one's watching or when you're being tested. So if all along the circle, you're actually staying true to the first thought, which is, I want to be a compassionate person,
then you are a compassionate person. You are in integrity with what you said you wanted to be, and the circle is complete. Does this make sense? You know, for those of you, I know many of you are on Facebook. I can't see you individually. Let us know in the chats if this is making sense so far. The other thing I want to mention is for those of you on this live right now is really sit back, take your notes, notebook and pen, put those away, because I would love for you to just enjoy this, soak this in. And what I'm doing is putting together all my notes and quantum physics concepts on this topic into a workbook for you. So if you would like that workbook so that you don't have to take notes, just go ahead and actually, I just realized that this is a private chat, right? Julie, is there a way for them to see it?
Let's see. I think I can put it in for you.
That'd be perfect. Thank you so much, Julie. So yes, so just sit back and you're going to get the notes later this week. All right. Okay. So back to the idea of being whole. Integrity is circle complete. Okay. So for example, somebody wants to be a good lawyer, or you want to grow your business. Well, again, what starts at the top of the circle? The first thought is that of, hey, I want to be a good lawyer. I want to be a good this. I want to be a good business person, right? Then you have all these opportunities along the circle to really be that and do that and practice that. And so if you want to be a good lawyer, that means be a good lawyer on a case that isn't that big, right? If you want to be a good worker and progress in your company, is be a good worker when the boss isn't looking. You want to be a good business person, is be a good business person when nobody is evaluating, nobody is actually technically checking that you're being truthful. If you did all those things along the circle would be complete, right? So I want to bring manifesting into this. Most people think of manifesting as, I have a goal, some woo-woo magic happens, and I got the goal. Right? That is when most people would verbalize and say, I manifested that. The manifestation worked, right? So here's the thing. It's the same thing with the circle complete concept. You have a goal. You think about the goal. Your thoughts are in alignment with getting that goal. Other people challenge you. People don't understand you. You still show up as if you're going to get the goal. You persist. You're grounded. You're resilient. Finally, you get the goal. So circle complete here, integrity is the same thing as manifesting. So to be able to manifest then means to be able to co-create and live life as a person with integrity. Okay, now I want to bring in this piece, which most people think of integrity as this old school value, right? It's really not a popular thing to talk about anymore. So I'm so pleased that we have this conference. But people generally think of integrity, working hard, work ethic, family values as old school. And then we have the new school or new age school of thought of where it's spiritual, you got to feel good to make the woo-woo happen. And that means if you don't feel good, then you're not going to show up that day out of integrity, right? So I really in the next few minutes, as we wrap this up, want to show you that no, the two worlds are not at odds with each other. They are in fact and can be seen as one and the same, okay? So how do we do that? We're going to change the circle concept into that of a balloon. So now integrity is a balloon, okay? You with me? So if we willingly, knowingly, consciously destroy the integrity of the balloon, then we're out of integrity. All right, let's take a step back. I want you to now think of any time you're backpedaling, changing your mind, or backing out of an agreement. I want in one hand for you to hold a balloon. I want in your other hand to hold a needle. And now I want you to imagine as you backpedal out of something that you're poking the balloon. So what happens when we poke the balloon? Air is going to leak out, right? So physically, we have the analogy of how the physical integrity of the balloon is gone. We are feeling you, Lily. Thank you so much, David. I really resonate with all your comments, so keep your comments going, right? So physically, the balloon is out of integrity. It's done. But the word I really want you to remember here is that of leakage. not keeping our word, not being who we said we'd be. You know, after the first few months of excitement, you consciously, subconsciously said, I'm going to be a good partner. But how are you really after a couple months of excitement? Who are you really when no one's watching you, when your clients aren't watching you, when your boss isn't evaluating you, right? Every time any person does that, they're taking a needle and poking it into the balloon. And this has huge ramifications for all the manifesting that you could ever do. Why? Because in creating this analogy for you, I want you to think of all the air that's leaking out of the balloon now. That represents all the energy that you would have had to manifest the things you want. This is
that. I'm sorry. I just have to say, I love that. I think that is absolutely brilliant. And before anything, I just want to make sure that everybody signs up so that we can send the free gift that Lily is offering as well. So make sure you sign up for Think and Grow Rich. It's growrich23.com, and make sure to do that so that you can get her free gift. Anyway, I just wanted to throw that in there.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you. And we'll wrap this up in about 2 minutes. Oh, did that work? Let's do that in 2 minutes. Okay, great. Thank you.
Yes, 2 minutes, and then we're going to have Roosevelt Williams join us. 2 minutes, Lily, please. Go ahead.
Sounds good. I'm up for the challenge. So, as I said, anytime we backpedal, no matter how valid the reason, we now have a needle and we're poking into the balloon. Energy is now leaking. So this is why the more in integrity we are, the more with integrity we act, we behave, we respond to the world and show up, the more we can manifest. This is why the more out of integrity any individual is, the harder life becomes for them. So if you want to easily, effortlessly, joyously attract opportunities, I mean, think about a conference like this. Amazing people, helpful people, mentors, ideas, and all the results you could ever want. The more we've got to clean up our integrity so that we don't poke the balloon the way we did before. So very quickly, again, you're going to get all of this and more in the PDF workbook. So remember to sign up there. But there are examples of cleaning up your integrity and energy. Stop lying. Get more specific with respect to your promises and timeframes. So rather than, I'd love to help you, and it's vague, say, I can get to this by Thursday. Latest by Friday, you'll hear from me. And I'll tell you in the workbook how that relates to integrity and how often that shows up for us, and therefore how much we can clean up our energy. So in summary, I took you through how integrity can be seen as circle complete. I took you through how manifesting can be seen as circle complete. We then expanded the circle into the balloon, and I showed you every time someone's out of integrity, they're poking the balloon and leaking the energy they would have had to manifest all the goodies out of life. And finally, the solution to that then is to clean up our act, clean up and be of integrity in all the areas of life. And it takes a process. And even successful people, we're constantly getting the chance to reevaluate where we can clean things up even more. And the more you clean it up, the less leakage you have, the better your energy for manifesting. So I hope this was of help to you, and thanks for tuning in.
Well, thank you for that, Lily. That was remarkable. And when it comes to the word integrity, if somebody were to ask me, who is the person in the dictionary that you're going to have next to the word integrity, my answer would be Roosevelt Williams III. He's somebody that embodies this word of integrity, and we want to bring him on stage now because YBNB is one of the partners of the Los Angeles Tribune. We do a tremendous amount of work with this incredible organization to uplift, inspire, and work with not just the community of San Diego, but quite frankly, the entire nation. And so I want to welcome you to the stage, Roosevelt Williams III. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to be with us. I know you're going to introduce a few people to join the panel. I'm going to ask Lily to also be one of the special bonus guests of that panel. And let's just keep going with this theme of integrity. Roosevelt, you know, I know that word is something that means a lot to you. Your entire life and career has been built on the word of integrity. I've had a chance to see you in action in San Diego, spend some time with you, the way the community respects you because of all the work you've done for the community. And you live the principles of those that serve are the ones that ultimately succeed. So Roosevelt, let's just kick it off with you. First of all, talking about what integrity means to you, and then please introduce the folks that you're going to bring on stage. Please, Roosevelt.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, panelists, Mo Rock and Los Angeles Tribune, for this opportunity. First off, integrity, doing the right thing even when no one is looking, having that moral compass. But I would also like to add some words to integrity as well, like honesty, fairness, compassion, and also that service. And anyone can be great because anyone can serve. So I'm excited to bring on some leaders we have here in the San Diego region that are doing some amazing work, that are service driven, and that are actually providing opportunities for others to scale and excel. And I'll just bring him right on up. Just let me know. The first one I would like to bring is Antina Campbell. This member of ours is phenomenal in California because she's actually helping young women realize their worth and that they're worthy. So we'll touch on that here in a moment. But also Cherie Hampton is a phenomenal community organizer, leader, and she also has a nonprofit called It's a Vibe that's doing some wonderful work with individuals in the community regarding re-entry. So these two dynamic women that we have right now are just worthy of praise. Proverbs 31. And if you want to share, just give us a quick breath, Antina, and then we'll go with Cherie. Antina.
Hello, can you all hear me? Hi, yes. I'm Antina. I am the California director for the Miss Black USA Scholarship Pageant, which is a pageant about redefining beauty. We are a 37-year-old organization, and I am the California director representing the entire state of California. And I work with young Black women between the ages of 14 and 47. And we're really about scholarship, education, and serving our community. We are a pageant of service. I particularly stress that, and we focus on topics such as mental health awareness, homelessness, being in California, one of the top states where the homeless numbers are 50,000 plus. That's one of our platforms, as well as healthy eating. So we're excited to be here. Thank you, Roosevelt, for giving us this platform. And yeah, that's who I am, and we are strictly about serving the community and enriching and giving Black women their voice to be heard.
Absolutely. Cherie, if you'd like to share, because we're parallel to living to give. Cherie.
Yes, absolutely. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity, Roosevelt and the Los Angeles Times Tribune. My name is Cherie Hampton. I am the founder of It's a Vibe nonprofit, and what we do focus on mental health, but also we specialize in filling in the gaps in the community, such as, again, mental health awareness, homelessness, helping with housing, employment for everybody, including ex-felons, felons, job training, financial coaching, life coaching, credit repair. We also work with violence interrupting, and we're also working right now on bringing 2 drop-in centers into our community. So that way we have things, again, in the community and filling in these gaps where it's needed most.
And before we go to our panel discussion, I just want to say these phenomenal women are actually bringing common unity into our community with their strong leadership traits, their roles for being clear when they're speaking to their team. They've been able to establish and bridge a trust gap in the community and across the state of California. And I also just want to say that they're the epitome of service before self, because if you heard what they shared, it's all about what they can do for others. Mo? All right. So
absolutely. And I just want to welcome. Yes, please go ahead, Roosevelt.
Oh, I just want to say our fundamental premise of our organization is the 10 most powerful 2-letter words. If it is to be, it is up to us. It's up to us as a community. It's up to us as a people, as a society, to be able to pay it forward. So yes, go ahead, Mo. You were going to say something?
I was just going to welcome Sherry and Ms. Campbell to the stage here. Thank you, both of you, for taking time to join us. And of course, Lily, who's still with us. And Roosevelt and Julie are going to help me lead this panel with some questions. And Roosevelt, if there's anyone else in the green room that you'd like me to pull up, let me know, please. If not, we'll just go ahead and continue. Roosevelt.
Yes, if there's anyone in the green room, please pull them up, bro. Mo, we should have some other guests. But for time's sake, we're excited, so we're happy to share today, so we can get the discussion going.
Absolutely. And I'd love to continue with this theme of integrity, Roosevelt. I want to know how important is that for Sherry, Ms. Campbell, and I'd like Lily to continue with this conversation. So let's go to you, Sherry. The role of integrity in your life, in your business as a leader, please. And then Julie and Rose.
So the role of integrity for me in my business is above, like, one of the number one things that, we look for in people. I don't sell any items. I have to sell myself in order to give these free services. So that means I have to be that example for my community so they can not only just trust me, but know that I'm definitely working for them and I hear them. And having that integrity is such a huge deal, because without integrity, you have no trust.
Very well said. Oh, I'm sorry, Roosevelt. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to say it's almost like breathing. In order to survive in this world and complete the goals that you have to have integrity. And I just love that is something that we're talking about today. And Tina, I would love to hear your thoughts as well.
And Tina, before we do, we have some members in the green room that we'd like to get access to, like Doc Howard and also Dela Cruz and some others. Ms. Campbell.
Hi. Do you want to wait till they come in, or I can just start? Oh, okay, there we
go. Yeah. Please go ahead and share, please.
Integrity is extremely important to me. It's right up there with faith, my faith, right? I was looking for some quotes here. I'm a quote person. I love quotes, right? Positive quotes. I'll have them all over the place. But just looking at one quote that came to mind: integrity is the seed for achievement. It is the principle that never fails. So, all of us are like, so we have a servant's heart, and that continues to grow with the integrity that we have, and it won't fail. So I like that quote. So yeah.
That's right. Thank you. I want to also introduce two guests, that are joined with us as well. We'll go with Mr. Howard, and then we'll go to Mr. Dela Cruz. But I just want to say that a picture is worth 1,000 words. However, a metaphor is worth 1,000 pictures. So I want to thank you, Ms. Campbell, for sharing that with us. Mr. Howard, you have the floor.
All right. Hello, everybody. So I'm Thomas Howard, owner of Rock Enterprises with my wife, Lori Jefferson, and Thomas Howard Enterprises. And I'm a speaker, international mentor, author, host, podcaster, entrepreneur, and DJ. You know that through our company, Rock Enterprises, we're about creating a culture of caring. And that culture is the human culture. We want to take care of everyone. And so through our businesses, what we've tried to do is make sure that we're helping individuals by always giving back. And as you know, Roosevelt, one of the big things that we do, and the free gift that I've got, is for anyone that has a business that wants to promote their business, they can come onto my podcast and we'll make sure that it gets out there, because we're heard internationally. So it's one of the things that we want to make sure that everybody knows.
And we're going to make sure that we continue to plug and play, the podcast. When it comes to Dela Cruz, can you please share us who you are and the emphasis on the word integrity?
How's it going, guys? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, make sure you guys hear me. I'm Stephen Dela Cruz. I am a hypnotherapist, life coach, and business strategist. I am so excited to be here. Thank you so much, Roosevelt, for inviting me to be on here and this amazing community. What's the word integrity is? Integrity is so key, because as a hypnotherapist, when I work with clients, it's so easy for people to lie to themselves. And they're saying, oh my gosh, I'm not good enough. But even though they know inside they want to be good. So it's a matter of just them not aligning with their integrity of what they've been told and the lies they're believing. And because I have a book that says what you believe is how you behave, and how you behave is who you become. So if you're believing small, you're behaving small, and your becoming is small. So that's the reason why I love being a hypnotherapist, being able to help people change their mindset in the aspect of being integral to who they really are as a person, which is fantastic, a winner, an achiever, someone who's whole, but not taking out the junk of the lies they've been led to believe. So integrity is about aligning both your being and your belief together.
And before I share this opportunity with Julia to be able to share her definition of integrity, I want to just say, and that's why having these chat and choose, or these conversations are so important for us to be able to reprogram the way we were trained. We were trained learning our ABCs, and we became another bad creation. It's conversation like this we learn our CBAs. If we conceive, we can believe, and we can achieve anything that we want to do. So these are vital conversations, CBA instead of ABCs. Julia, a definition of integrity and share, please.
Absolutely. First of all, I gotta say I've never heard that before, and I absolutely love it. I just think that's amazing. So thank you for sharing that. My mind is blown. Integrity for me, it's like Stephen was saying, it starts with yourself. There's so many things that we are taught and we believe them to be true. All the shameful things, all the bad things that we've done, that those are who we are. And these are all judgments that I think that we need to let go of in order to truly shine and live with integrity and be in alignment with our true purpose and who we are as souls having a human experience. And I just, integrity is so integral to everything that I do, that whenever I may not notice because I'm lying to myself, I'm not in integrity. Just like Lily was talking about in the last segment, it's because something I've done or something I'm not being is not lining up with who I am truly. So that to me is what integrity is.
Lily?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I've loved everybody's shares so far. And I would say, added to what you've all said is, I loved what Sherry said about trust. It is about trust, and therefore it is foundational to all our relationships, personal, business, and to society. And so using, for example, the analogy that I gave you in my previous segment, that of the balloon, right? And every time when we're out of integrity, we'll poke the balloon and air spills out. That air represents the energy we have to create, to be, and to do the things we want. And so we often look at a floppy balloon, right? That's been poked into, no air. That's the result. So even, for example, one of my clients in September, she hit her, I'm just thinking of this randomly. In September, she hit $140,000. That was her highest month ever. And she's been in business for 26 years. How did we get her to almost double her income in that way? It's because here's what most people do. Most people say, I've told my team to do X, Y, and Z, and they haven't done it. And they leave it at that. But the experience of my team not doing what I wanted them to do, or the experience of my team not being motivated, that's the floppy balloon. Something has already poked the balloon. The air is out. You're just looking at the outcome. So the only way to fix that is to start from the beginning, when the balloon was there, when we had every chance to be of integrity. At what point did we poke the balloon? And any person would struggle with that because you have the clear evidence of other people not following through for you. And yet we stepped back. I took her back into a conversation of, how is it when you communicated with your team, did maybe you not follow through? And that's so enlightening, because more often than not, we didn't follow through on something, but we forget that. We just see the outcome of them not following through. And then we say, poor me, I didn't know what happened. So it truly starts with trust, and it truly starts with us as the origin. We are the only people we can control. So let's make sure we go back to the origin of integrity.
Yes, I like that so much. Even on this call here, on these Zooms, there's not an age gap, there's not a wealth gap, there's not a color gap, there's a trust gap. So when we can learn to trust each other and move on integrity, I believe we will increase our speed of understanding. I would like to go to each person to give one breath of the highest form of integrity. How do you practice integrity? What is the highest form of integrity? And we'll go first with Mr. Howard. Sir, your highest form of integrity.
The biggest thing that I remember people saying is the only thing a man has is his word. And my mom and my uncles and so forth told me that. And what I got from that was the fact that if I say I'm going to do something, I need to do it, because those are the individuals that you watch and you follow, and you will achieve more by doing that, because people will remember that you kept your word. You always say this, Roosevelt, Your network is your net worth. I need to make sure that my network knows if I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it.
Beautiful, beautiful. We'll go with Steven, and then we'll go with Antina, and then Cherie. What is your highest form of integrity? How do you deliver integrity?
Absolutely. So here's the thing: integrity is brand, right? I shipped my brand in 2018 when I was all about the money. I'm not gonna lie, I'm just gonna be very upfront and be like, I was a hustler. I would like hustle people out of the last dime and screw them over. I'm just being real. And I was I was a horrible person. So what ended up happening, as I said, I had to really search myself and figure out who the hell do I want to be? What brand do I want to resemble? Sure, I'm getting all this money, but in reality, it's like, what is my brand? And a question that someone asked me before was, when you die, what do people remember you as? And so I just did a whole change of a life. My life changed when I just decided, you know what? I need to be a person of integrity, a person who actually really sincerely knows how to love and care sincerely, and not worry about the business and just worry about people. So integrity is your brand. Is how do people feel about you, think about you, and are you truthful to yourself and to others?
Thank you very much. We'll go with Ms. Campbell, and then we'll go with Ms. Hampton. What is your highest form of integrity?
Well, my highest form of integrity, and it may sound a little cheesy, but it's God. I put God first in everything I do. I wake up in the morning, I pray. I lay down, I pray. If I'm eating, traveling in my car, I'm praying to be a better person than I was yesterday. Each day I strive to be better than I was. I'm not perfect, but I know that with God as the head of my life and keep him, and knowing that my heart is to be an integral person in everything I do, that'll happen. So I can't do anything without him. So I know it sounds a little cheesy, but that is my highest form of integrity, is operating in that format and keeping him first in my life.
I concur. Ms. Hampton.
My highest form of integrity, again, is trust. Without trust, what do you have? Outside of things that I do post on social media that I promote with the services, a lot of things I don't, such as I get a lot of different random phone calls for suicidal families that are homeless in their vehicle with their children. So guess what? They trust me to tell me about their situation, and I'm here type of person. So if I say I'm gonna pull up on you, good, bad, ugly, I'm gonna pull up on you, whatever it is, and we're gonna figure it out. And that's integrity to me. Woman of my word. And at the end of the day, like Stephen said, we're guaranteed a birthday and a death day. But what about that dash? What are people gonna remember me as when I leave this world?
Absolutely. I'm going to share, and then we'll open up the floor for any other questions, concerns, or comments. Julia, we'll pass the ball to you for the first down. I just want to say, at one time, my highest form of integrity, I was giving my business the best and my family the rest. And I had to be able to be a man of honor and change that and give my family the best and everything else the rest. And once I started doing that, then I started attracting that positive energy, because before I was saving the world, I was saving the person that was in the bed next to me, saving my son in the same room next to me. I was helping my neighbors out, helping my immediate community out. So I had to be able to, make that assessment, and I've been able to scale. But I also want to pass the ball to Julia, because you have some insight for us.
For me, the highest form of integrity for me has been when I have done something that will not necessarily be in my best interest, because it is in the best interest of the situation or what is going on. It might not, I might lose money. Whatever the case may be, I could lie about it. I could choose something that is out of integrity in order to look better. Whatever the case may be in that regard, being able to choose what is right so I can stay in alignment with who I truly am, even though it's not the best choice for me personally. That to me it's hard to do, but also the only thing I can do.
That's wonderful. Lily, would you like to be able to share your highest form of integrity?
Yeah, would I like to? Absolutely. I love all the answers so far. I would say my answer is twofold. The highest form of integrity is what you do day to day. who you are day to day, not the day you go into your boss's office for an evaluation, not the day when the most important person in the city walks by you, no, every day. And the other way of answering this question is the highest form of integrity really is, for me, is connecting with my purpose. And that purpose came from me at the soul level, and that purpose came from God.
Yes.
Yeah. And so when we're connected to our purpose and to the gifts that God gave us, I think what that allows us to do is really be of integrity, big picture as well. You know, sometimes, by the way, I've been in poverty. By the way, I've lived in my car before. You know, by the way, one year in my 20s, I flew into a Tony Robbins event. It was a 4-day event, and I slept in the corner of someone's hotel room. That's what I could afford, the carpet in their hotel. So I've gone through all these ups and downs, and through all of that, how I was able to, this is just an example, right? How I was able to go from negative 6 figures into positive 6 figures in a pretty short time is because I actually had the big picture in mind. There were a lot of times when I could have made a decision, short-term gain. But even when I was broke, I never made a decision for the short term. So I was, and no one's perfect, but my decisions were grounded in integrity. Why? Because the life that I'm supposed to be living is about purpose and about serving, living that out through God. So final answer is when you connect with your purpose, it will be integrity, long-term gain over short-term little wins.
That's beautiful. I did identify a cord that connected all of us on this call together. Was God. And then so that's beautiful, like a core, a nucleus. And when you break that down, just in conclusion, Mo, you see you have go, and then if you flip the word around, you have do. Go and do, go and move, with integrity, and to be able to see the people and tell the story. I got that from Bill Wash. See the people and tell the story. So as we move on in business, let's share the importance of integrity. Mo? I can keep going, Mo.
Well, first of all, I want to thank everyone here that has No, thank you, Roosevelt. It's always a pleasure to see you. I wanted to take a second to thank everyone here for taking time out of their day to contribute to this conversation where we're setting a world record, Roosevelt. We have 150 speakers from around the world joining in one conversation. And, this is a Socratic style forum. We have people from all walks of life that are joining from, different parts of the world, literally. And I want to thank everyone here for being a part of making history as we put together the biggest online virtual event of all time. To the best of my knowledge, I don't think anyone's ever pulled off 150 speakers before. So I want to thank you all. I appreciate everyone. And Roosevelt, I want to thank you for the partnership. December 3rd, there's a incredible program. The Los Angeles Tribune is excited to be a part of the YBNB movement, and we have an awards show that we're doing in partnership with YBNB and the Los Angeles Tribune and Roosevelt Williams. We're going to be honoring some of the top leaders that are making an impact for San Diego, for Southern California, and for the world. And so I want to thank you, Roosevelt Williams, and I want to thank all of the folks here. And I'm excited, and Julianne is going to be joining me for the next segment. And again, Roosevelt, thank you very much. And so, Julianne, I just want to kick it off to you before we roll in with our next group. What are you feeling so far, Julie? I know that you looked very inspired by that last panel, but I'd like to check in with you before we bring in this new group of thought leaders. Julianne, please.
Every single time I think it can't get any better, it does. So, it's just goodness building on goodness upon goodness. And I feel so much more inspired each and every time I hear somebody speak and having these aha moments left and right. I didn't think that was possible. So I'm really excited to be here today.
Well, thank you so much, Julie. And I want to take a second to acknowledge you. You have done such a great job helping make this possible, working diligently on air, behind the scenes. So thank you very much, Julie. If I don't get a chance to do it at another time, I wanted to take a second now.
Thank you.
And so let's bring in some awesome folks that are going to be part of this conversation. And we're going to continue with the theme of integrity. There's a big project called the Moral Compass that is that has put together a group of contributors also from around the world, just like this event, just like this summit. And the whole premise of the book is to discuss, share, and teach perspectives on integrity. And so I'm very excited because I'm now joined alongside some folks that are qualified to speak on this subject matter that we're going to continue on. And so I want to give the floor first. First of all, I want to welcome everyone. Thank you, Moira, Jay, Christina, for joining us. And all three of these are incredible thought leaders, and we'll have more folks join us. But I want to kick it off with you, Christina, and Julie's going to wear two hats. She's going to, contribute, but she's also going to help facilitate. Christina, welcome back. And what does integrity mean to you, Christina, please? You're muted. Let's make sure you're unmuted, though. Please, floor.
Yeah, so the first thing that comes to mind with integrity, I think, as somebody who's very passionate about self-development and growth in a lot of different areas of life, I very quickly realized on my journey that integrity to me stood out as one of the top qualities when it came to self-development, regardless of what avenue we were going down, whether it be spiritual, financial, personal development, health, like every avenue. I just figured that somebody who was in integrity to me really embodied that wisdom that they had. And so just to kind of briefly state what I view integrity I view as being in alignment with our thoughts, actions, and words. And on an even deeper level, that is really coming back to knowing ourselves and knowing our truth and what we really want to be in alignment with, our value systems, our purpose, our interests. So that's what comes up for me when it comes to what is integrity.
I love that, Christina. Thank you so much for sharing. So many words of wisdom and a lot of knowledge in that. And I just wanted to go to Jay next. Jay, it's nice to see you again. I haven't seen you since New Year's Eve, I think. Yeah, New Year's Eve at the event. So it's nice to see you. But I would love to hear what your perspective is on integrity. I mean, the principle is the same, but everybody sees it slightly differently. Jay? Oh, we can't hear you. So I'm sorry, I'm going to probably mispronounce your name, Moirar.
Moira, that's correct. You did very good.
Well, welcome to the show. Let's hear from you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mo. Thank you, Ava. Thank you, a lot of you. I've been watching and I've been seeing the amazing program. And actually, I can start by saying this is a program that was done with integrity. The amount of people, the heart-centered people that have been part of this event have been only OQP. I said OQP, only quality people. Integrity for me, it goes deeper than just talking about being honest, having strong moral and value and ethics. It involved a lot for me, consistency in one's action. As Christina was talking, your method, your value, your measured, how you keep your principle tied together. Individual, I realize mostly that act with integrity are transparent. They are trustworthy. And then also they are reliable. They just so living the existence with meaning. So acting with integrity for me means doing it what is right. As an integrative practitioner that I am in health and wellness, which is so important, the word integrity, doing things correctly, even when no one is watching you, and maintaining that sense of honor with yourself, taking that ethical responsibility you have both personal and professional. For me, this is more important than anything else because a lot of people will talk about integrity, but in general, when it's come to putting it in practice, it's a complete different personality. So I think it's an honor to be here. Julian, I'm seeing your smile and everything you all are doing. I am so in awe and all of the good work the whole team has been doing.
Thank you for sharing that. I think that, you know, and I've heard this a couple of times today, and I think it bears repeating, is this idea of consistently doing the right thing, not just once in a while, just a one-off here and there. When it, you know, give yourself kudos because it was hard. It's the grind. It's the day-to-day doing the right thing. It's not necessarily sexy. Jay, let's try and hear from you again. We still can't hear you, unfortunately. All right. Lily, you've been in on the conversation a few times, a few different segments, but what would you like to add to this conversation about, you know, just the idea of doing it whether you feel like it or not?
Yeah, that's a good way of phrasing that question. And I met Jay many years ago. So Jay, nice to see you. Hope to hear from you as well soon. Thanks, Julianne, for moderating. I would say, you know, I love everything that the other women have said so far. It really is a consistency and the trueness to who we are every day. And what I would add to this conversation is perhaps, you know, we're either in our own perception winning or not winning at a given time, right? There's no judgment, but we're either flying high and doing really well, or we might be in a phase, a trough, you know, a valley in life where things are hard. And so one thing I would say is from a place of integrity, we can see if you're winning, how do you handle that? Right? When you're popular and you walk into a room and hundreds of people are happy to see you, and you know, you probably deserve it. You worked for it. Great. But how do you treat someone who in that moment isn't doing as well? When they want to ask you a question, how is your ability to respond to them when they're not at your level? You know, how we are as we're rising up says a lot about who we really are. And sometimes I find maybe with young people now with internet, social media and all that, is there's a meteoric rise, which is phenomenal. But behind the scenes, we have to, once again, every single day, assess and reassess and always assess, where are our thoughts at? Who am I really being? And while I'm really riding this wave of popularity and success and fame and money or whatever it is, who am I really being even when things are inconvenient? So that's the first side. The second side of it is if maybe you're not feeling like you're winning right now. And winners will also go through this. You know, just as an example, in the last few years, some of my clients, they're multiple six-figure earners, but they've had to go through divorce. You know, knock on wood, their teenage daughter passed away. Tough things happen. It's got nothing to do with how successful you are. Just making it personal. I didn't mention this when I was doing my panel, but I got a couple brain injuries this summer. And so a couple knocks to the head, and now the bones of my skull are in pain. So I was saying to Mo yesterday, you know, I might have to say before my panel, my jaw might lock because of the pain. It's extremely painful. So I would say that as I'm healing from this pain, that this is a time in my life when things are feeling hard. So one is, how are you when you're winning? The second is, how are you when you're not winning? How are you being when things are hard? Maybe no one's understanding you. Maybe you physically have pain. That's what I'm going through. Maybe you can't go after certain hopes and dreams right now as you're healing. But are you of integrity with your hopes and dreams still? Are you still in faith? Still staying in integrity with the thoughts around what you want? Are you, through your character, through all that pain or disappointment or loss or grief, you know, we all go through things. Are you still whole and complete with the things that matter to you? If we can manage that when we're winning and we could do no wrong and we still treat everybody really well, and we can manage this when we're, I don't want to say the word losing, but when things are really hard, then you can manage anything. So that's my bit on how integrity relates to wins and losses.
I like that. Everyone has peaks and valleys. That's just how life is, and you can't appreciate one without the other. And yeah, so I love that. But this brings up a question that I think is, and especially as women on the panel, you know, there's this idea that the idea of being humble. And there's a lot of people who think that if you talk about your wins, that you're not being humble. If you're selling something, you're not being humble. But my philosophy has always been the idea of the doctor in the village. If nobody knows that you're a doctor, nobody can ask you for help. People need to know who you are and what you're offering to the world. And Christina, I'm curious how you are able to celebrate your wins in the world. And does it matter to you if other people are saying, oh, Christina, how dare you talk like that? And because there's always going to be naysayers, especially in the world of the internet.
That's an amazing question. And I feel like it's so relevant. And unfortunately, most of us have to face that at one point or another. Around this conversation, just in general, what's coming up for me is being in touch with our authenticity. So whether we go through ups and downs, ebbs and flows, it's important to honor those. We are dynamic beings. We are more than just one aspect of our interests, our career, or whatever that is that we are putting our energy into in life. I think that for me, what comes to mind and how do I deal with people who may have contrasting beliefs or different things that might come up, conflicts or challenges in different viewpoints, is learning to be okay with honoring my truth. And that comes back to integrity, because it's being able to allow ourselves to see multiple perspectives and come to our conclusion around that, whatever that is that we're facing. And also learning to embrace what we can and can't have control over in some ways, because even though, most of us care or how we influence people and how we come across, we ultimately cannot control how other people perceive us or what actually lands for somebody. So to just have intention, integrity, and honoring our truth in all that we do can help us stay connected and not be as influenced when we come up to those moments of feeling challenged by somebody else's perspective of us.
I've been enjoying this dialogue, and thank you, Christina. And I'm so excited. We're going to welcome back Jay to the forum here in a minute. And I'm also excited to introduce Dan Armstrong, who's going to be joining us here in just a few seconds here. So Dan, hopefully you're ready to go back there in the green room. And Dan is a multiple-time best-selling author. He's a friend of the networks. He's a friend of mine, and it's a pleasure to have him as one of the thought leaders as well. And so let's go ahead and bring in Dan. And Rex, you're going to help Julie continue this conversation, but let's kick it off and welcome you, Dan. Dan, thank you for being a part of this project and accepting the invitation. Of course, we're here live at the Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit. We're alongside some of the co-authors of the Moral Compass. And Dan Armstrong, I want to give you the floor so you can share with the audience, what does integrity mean to you? Dan Armstrong, please. Let's make sure you're unmuted though, Dan. Let's make sure you're unmuted. And then
can Dan turn his phone?
Dan Armstrong, floor is yours.
So the problem with my phone right now is my tripod just broke literally 3 minutes before the show started. So I'm got this.
It's
Can you
okay,
see me
Dan. Just
okay?
ignore Rex. Just ignore Rex. Just go ahead, Dan.
So I think intentional to me. Thanks for having me. Intentional to me is integrity is intentional living. And I was speaking at a place a couple of nights ago. Actually, it was during your show. I turned your show off and went in, and I was so pumped.
Oh, we lost you, Dan. Nope, can't hear you. I'm sorry. Let's try Jay while we're working on Dan. Jay, do you want to try and say something? We'll mute. There we go. Nothing? Nope, we still can't hear you, Jay. Man, we're so looking forward to hearing you share your thoughts on integrity. Moira, I would love for you to answer another question while we're still working on Jay's volume right now. I was asking before a little bit about how to handle the naysayers, the ones that are going to try and keep you from telling your truth and being in integrity with yourself. How do you handle that? And we have to have you on mute.
I have to unmute myself. My works. Jay's not working. I have a principle that I live by. The opinion of other people are none of my problem. I live with what I know, with passion and purpose that I was created for. So when I look at the people that are talking, it's because they have something to talk about. Give people something to talk about. Make sure what they talk about, it's something that you are doing, that you're doing it right. Your fusion of passion and ethical responsibilities do not depend of other people's opinion. So when you encourage yourself to pursue your work, your dream, your activities with genuine enthusiasm, guess what? People gonna have an opinion about you. But it's not a reason for you to wander left and right and not keeping the direction and be laser focused to your commitment to honesty. And that's what's happening a lot of the time, Julian. A lot of people, because they don't know, if you don't stand for anything in your life, anything for something in your life, anything that going to push you, you're going to fall for it. So it's so important. Your moral uprightness, very important. That keeps you grounded to do what you need to do no matter what, and live your existence like your life depends on it. And that suggestion of other people, finding joy within yourself, love yourself enough to just pursuing what you need to pursue with meaning, and then stay steadfast to that dedication and passion to what you know inside of you you were created for. Because what you are sitting on, guess what? Somebody is waiting on it to be get inspired, empowered, and transformed. You are not here for yourself. Every day I wake up with gratitude and I say, thanks God. Thank you to God that I'm here to walk on my purpose. When I see people right now looking so desperate, when I see people living with so much lack of passion, like so much of desire to thrive, you are an inspiration in somebody's life. So if you can stay both to infuse that passion with integrity to each every endeavor that you have in your life, you know you are ready to die with peace. It doesn't matter what people think of you.
That
What
is
you
so
think of
well said. That is so well said. You know, if you're going to follow your burning desire, people are going to call you crazy, and then they're going to ask you how you did it. So that's just kind of how the world works. Thank you, everyone who is watching right now. You are watching the Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit with the LA Tribune, and we would love to hear your comments in the comments section. And we have Dan Armstrong back again. We would love to hear your thoughts on integrity, which has absolutely everything to do with what we're talking about today.
Well, I'm loving what I'm hearing on the panel. I was starting to say that integrity to me is about intentional living. I was raised in a home where my parents were very intentional. They didn't preach to us. They simply practiced what they believed. And I wrote a chapter in a book a year ago, and it's about my mother. We went down to Philadelphia to do some shopping. I was a young guy who was in a rock band. My mom wanted to come along, and we came upon a homeless woman, and we just kept walking. But my mother, she had bought a brand new coat at a shop down there and some brand new shoes, and she had allowed the shoe shop to throw her shoes away so she wouldn't have to carry them around. She had come to Philly without a coat because she was so excited to be with her sons, and so she bought a new coat. Anyway, we walked past this homeless woman, and after a couple minutes, we realized that my mother was not with us. And we backtracked, and we came upon her, and she was sitting on the concrete steps of this vacant store, with her arm around this filthy, dirty woman whose dress was about as thin as boxer shorts, and her knees were exposed. Her toenails were black, and her hair was matted. You couldn't see her face. She was ashamed. But my mother was hugging her. She was holding her close to keep her warm, and she begged her to come with us. And the woman was so ashamed. She shook her head, no, no, no. But again, we could not see her face. She was just all covered up, huddled up. So my mother stood up and she took off a brand new coat she had just purchased for herself. It was a coat that probably cost a week's worth of wage for my father. And she draped it around the woman's shoulders. And then she took her shoes off her feet and she put them at the feet of the woman. And then my mom had some food left over from a meal that she was saving for my father that evening, and she put that food down at her feet. And then she bowed down again and hugged her, and she said, "We will pray for you. Here's some food, here's some clothing." My mom has long since passed, and so has my father. But on their tombstone is written 2 words and a scripture verse. They lived, Matthew 25:40. And that verse comes down to, whatever you do unto the least of my brethren or the poorest of all, you are doing unto me. And see, when we serve each other like that, when we don't ask people to see us or watch us or film us, that's intentional living. That is integrity.
Wow. Dan Armstrong, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for that. That really touched me. I know that Lily Wang, you have to leave now. Do you have any final words before we have you exit? Lily Wang, please.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Mo, for having me. Thank you, everybody. I was going to say something, and then I heard Dan's very touching piece, and now I'm going to adapt. I'm going to change it. I'm going to say what's coming up. So, we talk about integrity. We've talked about our purpose on this planet. We've talked about how to live that out every day. And I just love the concept of who we're being, who we're choosing to be when nobody is looking. And so most people want to be a good person and be helpful. And so are you able to be that person to a person on the streets who probably will never be able to tell anyone what you did? And I think, that example of Dan and Dan's mother is so powerful because it just really, really highlights the importance of really being who we are, regardless of what anybody sees. The age-old question, if a tree falls and nobody hears it, did it really fall? Well, I can tell you in the quantum universe, that's what I teach a lot on. In the quantum field and quantum universe, if the tree fell, meaning you were a good person or you chose to be in alignment with your values and nobody saw, it absolutely fell. Everything we do has a karmic impact. And so quite often these days, all the kids these days want to talk about manifesting and how can I get results quick and how can I get my next 20K month, 50K month and all that. Nothing wrong with those goals. Ironically, I help people get those things. But the best thing towards using the quantum universe to get what you want is to fully be of integrity day in, day out when you're not being paid for it, when no one's edifying you and speaking well of you, and when you're not in front of people. Just a quick bit, why is it that I can speak to people and help so many different people is because 15, 20 years ago, I chose to be on a crisis line. So I chose to be educated, trained, coached on how to be on a telephone crisis line. All sorts of people, depression, anxiety, all sorts of issues would call in. Day in, day out, I was helping them for years. And I signed a contract those couple years. I wasn't allowed to tell anybody that I was doing that, right? So that it wouldn't deter any of my friends or colleagues from calling in. Why I use that as an example is 20 years ago, I would have never known that coaching would be a multi-billion-dollar industry. So 20 years ago, I simply did what I felt was right. Nobody knew about it. I loved it so much. It was hard as heck, but I trained myself in that. So when you are of integrity and you do what you believe in without the rewards, guess what? 2 months later, 2 years later, 20 years later, you will be highly rewarded for it. So be of integrity always. Don't focus on the money. Don't focus on the validation. And ironically, all the money and validation will come to you.
I love that, Lily. Thank you so much for sharing, and thank you so much for being on the panel. And I just want to remind everyone who's watching, she has a free gift for you. So make sure you sign up at growrich23.com so you can receive it. Thank you again, Lily. We appreciate you being here today. Rex, we're going to go to you in just one moment, but I do want to say one last thing about this idea. We've all heard the comment, who's going to know if you do something? And my answer was always, I'm going to know. I matter. I'm going to know. But anyway, Rex, I leave the floor to you. Oh, yeah, mute.
Well, I just think this is a fabulous conversation because, so many people talk about integrity. I love Dan's story. So somebody takes the coat off their back and the shoes off their feet and give it to someone else in need is what compassion and caring and understanding and brotherhood and sisterhood and family is all about. And, there is the biblical injunction and in philosophies all around the world to care, to give, to uplift and to help others who may not be as fortunate as you are. And certainly there are plenty of those people around the world today, which means there are plenty of opportunities for everyone, all of us, to give more and to add value and benefit to other people without seeking reward. The best way to receive is to give and be a great, generous giver, and then just be as good a receiver as you are a generous giver. Because people say, oh, no, don't buy me lunch. Don't do that. I just had somebody do something for me. And I said, what do I owe you? And they said, nothing. And I was like, no, come on. And they're like, nothing. I just wanted to do it for you. And I'm like, well, let me buy you lunch. Let me buy you dinner. And they're like, no. I mean, this is a couple hours ago. And so my point is I want to give and they don't want it. So I'll have to find another way to give, or they'll have to find another way to receive. But the point is, be a good receiver, but be a good giver. And the examples that everybody gave here in the talk about, doing it without reward or everything has been just really valuable, really, really wonderful, and really important. And more people, I mean, I'm just going to come right out and say it. More people have to do what Dan's mom did and what Dan shared. We just all have to take responsibility and accountability. If we want the world to be a better place, then we need to start with the people around us. And so many of those people, by the way, and I'm preaching here, and it's not my place, but so many people are invisible because people don't want to see people in need because it reminds them of whatever. So open our eyes and let's just help heal the world and all those in it. And I'm going to pass the mic back to whomever wants to speak.
Well, thank you, Rex. My good friend Chris Salem, he says, give without expectations and receive without resistance. And I love that quote because you got to give to receive, and it's the flow of energy in the universe. So, and then there's this other, I worked in addiction recovery for many, many years. And one of the tenets of that world is in order to keep what you have to give it away. So I've always loved that idea. But Christina, let's go back to you. This idea of receiving, especially, I think Rex brings up a really good point where you have to be able to say thank you and stop and receive and stop. And I'm just curious, how do you live with that principle? Is it hard for you, and how did you get over it? Because I'm sure that you're good at receiving at this point.
Thank you for asking. I'm loving just all the directions that this conversation's going, and all the wisdom and beautiful stories that everyone's sharing. What comes up for me around receiving, but specifically in terms of integrity, is a lot of us get focused on what we want. And as Rex was talking about, we really get what we're being. So that's where integrity, in my opinion and my experience, bridges our inner and our outer. So whether we're wanting personal power or we're wanting to experience deeper fulfillment, integrity helps us kind of bridge those two experiences. And then in terms of receiving and allowing ourselves to receive, one thing that really helped me was acknowledging that our capacity to give is in proportion to our capacity to receive. And so you really can't serve from an empty cup. You cannot give to your fullest capacity without really recharging your own battery. And so a part of that is emptying our cup of anything that doesn't serve us and filling ourselves and receiving what's really going to amplify all that we want to give. And so I think for anybody who struggles in receiving, it's just remembering that that is a part of the cycle. And, you know, speaking of ebbs and flows, giving and receiving is a flow as well.
That's beautiful. You know, I want to add something in here, and then we'll pass it back over. But you know, Napoleon Hill. Let's tie it back to Napoleon Hill. It says we are broadcasting and receiving, you know, stations. I mean, we're putting something out and we're receiving something in. And to the degree that you're good at both of those is where you are working with infinite intelligence, or your own subconscious mind, and or the universe at large. And remember, when you set something a definite intention, the universe conspires to help bring that about. So if you're not a good receiver, I mean, people go, why am I not getting what I want from the law of attraction? Well, maybe you need to be a better receiver, or maybe you need to be a better giver. You know, maybe you need to be both, but there's not just one side, it's both sides. Birds don't fly with one wing, they fly with both wings. So it's important for us to use both. Well, I see Dan has maybe dropped off. So, Mara, please.
Oh, we got to unmute you. Hold on. I'll do it for you. Maybe. There we go.
I say on mute because I don't want the echo at some time. So I think as Rex, you mentioned, with the principle of Napoleon Hill's on giving and receiving, it's actually the law of success. Think and grow rich. The more you have this capacity to give without expecting an immediate return, and you cultivate that mindset of abundance, because you can't give when you are living the law of scarcity. So even himself, he argued that providing value to others it can contribute to your success. So you're creating a reciprocal flow of positive energy, which is, I love that, because that's what, when you talk about quantum physics, quantum energy in general, that integrity is leading to prosperity in a sense of everything. The act itself of giving, when giving with sincerity, it's a genuine desire to help. Like Dan was talking about, it set in motion a cycle of receiving as well that is in alignment with the principle of success and personal development. So if you want to, I always consistently judging myself, how much you're receiving, it based on what you are giving. So if I'm not receiving, guess what I do? I start giving instead of complaining. So I remove all possibilities of getting, because by giving, there's a principle for the monks. They ask the monk, you're always asking for things. Isn't like you're supposed to give? But one of the principles of the monk, they said, what we do by showing up asking is giving the option for other people to give us. So by showing up to receive, sometime I'm giving other people the option to give, and I receive. So sometimes we rob the possibility of other people to share. And I feel sometimes it's egocentric, because you know the joy of giving, right? Can you give it to someone else the possibility of giving as well? Because that joy, you don't want to rob it from them. So that's what then your mom does. She gets so much by giving. And people will not understand that, oh, that shirt, that food, it was, no, that power, that abundance, because she knows she's always going to have. So it creates a reciprocity of abundance in her life that is joyful. So that's what, for me, that giving, it's the first law of success for me. The more I raised with parents that used to give a lot. My mom will not cook without having that option in her head to know how many people might pass by. So I have enough food for them. So I love what you said, Dan, about your mom. That heart-centered personality to know when I give, I receive because I'm already flowing in abundance, and it's beautiful.
If I could add to that,
Yes, please.
I I was speaking the other night. I started to talk about it earlier before my internet died. But there's three stories I tell in a row. The first one is my mother in Philadelphia, and it's much more involved than what I told you, but the spirit is there. Then in turn, I tell a story, something that I did in my life, and then the third story is about one of my daughters, what she did in her life. So that sowing, that action, that paradigm of living that my mother and my father were just lived out intentionally became generational. It expounded beyond the act of that cold October day in Philadelphia back in the 80s. It's still going on today, long after my mother breathed her last breath. It's going on, and that story has been told all over this country. It's in a book. And my life has been told. Now my daughter's stories are being told. So it's generational. And there's a saying that you can count the apple or the seeds in an apple, but you cannot count the apples in a seed. The idea that when we sow, we will reap so much more. There's a scripture that says if you sow into the wind, you'll reap a whirlwind, not the same wind, something greater, something bigger than by just what you plant. So every time we do something, it can become generational, intentional living, that integrity that is exponential blessing, not to just those around us, but those who we will never see. So I just wanted to add that generational idea in there when we sow into other people's lives.
I love that, and I don't want to take any credit, but my daughter used to come home late from when she was in high school, and she would be coming home late. And I'm like, "What? Finally, why are you always late? Why?" And she said, "Oh, no reason, no reason." And one day she said, "Well, truth be told, my friend's mother or grandmother rather never doesn't have any food in the house, and so I keep soup from work and food from work to her and make sure her refrigerator is full." I had no idea that she was doing this. I wrote about it. I could tell you that my kids don't read my books because my daughter's never said, "Oh, Dad, you wrote that chapter about me in your book." But I was so impressed with what she did, and I said, I don't take any credit for that at all. But that she had this wherewithal, that this woman had a need and that she was going to somehow help fill it without drawing attention to anything. So she made excuses to go over to the house and bring food. And I was like, wow.
Yeah, one of the philosophies that I live by is that I need to be aware of my presence in the lives of other people. I cannot be tunnel visioned. I cannot be just focused on my goals, my aspirations, but I need to be aware of my presence while I'm in the life of other people. And when I do that, then integritous lifestyle can be lived. And as you said earlier about we lay our head down at night when we lay we breathe our final breath. We are, or I think Lily said it, or no, somebody said it about the tree falling in the forest, that we'll know we have done what we were supposed to do, not comparing to others, just what we were supposed to do by being aware of who we are in the life of someone else. Thank you.
I want to read something, then have you guys talk about it, because this is an idea that I promote a lot. Your body is made up of trillions and trillions of cells, and they work together simultaneously and sequentially. And sometimes, you got fingernail cells and knee cells and hair cells and heart cells and all that, but they're all part of you. They're not, they can't function independent of you. They make you up and everything else. Well, we as people make up one species, one body, and that's humanity. And yet we have different colors and different purposes and different races and different genders and different religions and different politics. And instead of competing and fighting and chasing and hurting each other, we should understand that we're one organism. The universe is one organism, that's made up of all these multiple parts. And so if you harm another person, you're actually harming a part of yourself. If you help another person, you're actually helping a part of yourself. In the same way that if you take total control of your health, you are trying to help all the seeds, and that we can heal the planet. And this summit and you people who are right here and the other speakers who are doing this kind of important work are helping to heal the planet.
And Rex, I want to thank you for that. And I'm actually going to give you the reins for the next 10, 12 minutes to help close out this panel, because Julianne Meyer is going to be stepping away. And Julianne, I just want to give you some closing words. You yourself are a thought leader in your own right. You own a very successful television network, and you're so modest and you never talk about yourself and the work that you do. The LA Tribune is proud to have you as a friend and partner. And so, Julianne, I just want to give you the floor. Please share a little bit about your television network, the work that you're doing, and close us out before we give the floor to Rex, so he can help moderate this panel for the remaining 10 minutes that we have with these awesome, incredible people. And by the way, Dan, every time you talk, it's like a wave of emotions just hits me. You're so powerful with how you inspire people with your stories. Julie, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mo. So I have a TV network, as Mo mentioned. It's called Achieve TV. We are a vision distribution network, and the whole purpose of that is for entrepreneurs by entrepreneurs. And we just want to be positive, educational, inspirational entertainment for anybody that is interested in growing themselves and their lives and being of service to others. So I've been very blessed with having that opportunity to grow that from scratch, and I'm excited about that. And I just wanted to say thank you to everybody who's been here, on the summit with us. It's been such a wonderful experience for me. I love speaking with thought leaders. I love doing this. It makes me feel happy and excited, and it changes the trajectory of my life. And the thing that I really wanted to mention too is every time I make a good decision or somebody else makes a good decision, especially and Moira will know this one, in the health and wellness industry, if you make one healthy choice for yourself, for example, say quit smoking, you affect 4 people out in a healthy ripple effect. So it's the same idea every time we do something. There's always somebody watching, whether we realize it or not. And if we just show up as our best self, whatever that will look like that day, and have grace, then we are affecting people in a positive way, because we've shown up not only for us, but for other people. And whenever I get into a funk, I always think about how I must just be thinking about me, because my world has gotten really small right now if I am wham about all these little problems that I supposedly have. So whenever I get into one of those moods, I just wanted to say, start thinking about other people, start giving again, because you will instantly have that sense of gratitude. And that idea we were talking about earlier, when you give, you actually receive. So I want to say thank you so much. And
Beautiful.
Rex, the floor is yours.
Oh, beautiful, Julian. And we'll see you later.
Yep, absolutely.
So for everybody here, we're going to have to do some closing remarks. So let's take a moment or two to kind of wrap up what we've been talking about. You obviously you can introduce a new point, but we have a limited amount of time, and I want to make sure that everybody gets that. So there's 4 of us. We get a couple minutes each, in whatever you'd like to share. Thank you, and by the way, for being here. I'm opening it up. Whoever wants to speak first. I'm not pointing to anyone.
Well, I'll share something that has been coming up around this conversation. I love this, what you talked about viewing everything as connected and interconnected, whether it be we're looking just at the wholeness of our body and our energy, or we're looking at the whole of humanity or the universe. And it comes back to the topic of, looking at who we're being, and in all areas that we're connecting to. Because, like with the story that Dan shared, it's those people who really look at, okay, what do I want to give? What do I want to see in this part of life? And how can I contribute to that? And so I'm really grateful to have connected with all of you and to have had the chance to share on integrity and all of this. And thank you.
Well, that's so wonderful of you. Thank you. That was really wonderful. Appreciate you and appreciate your shares here today. And I'll let you guys fight it out among yourselves. Who wants to go next?
Well, I'll share something that has been near and dear to my heart, and it does deal with the topic of integrity, and that is an acronym. I think I talked to you about it, Rex. Was STOP, and that is that we take our struggles and we turn them into strengths. We take our tragedies and turn them into triumphs. We take our obstacles and we find a way to overcome them. And we take our pain and we turn it into a passion or a purpose, or maybe our presence in someone's life. So when I came up with this acronym of STOP, you have to stop sometimes and really look around, because believe it or not, your struggle is probably less than someone else's struggle, and you could be a strength. You know, what you think is a tragedy in your life could be, you could help someone in a triumph, because your tragedy is not as bad as theirs. And of course, obstacles, overcoming. And the biggest one is pain. I think that we see people in pain every day. And sometimes we see people in pain and we don't realize it, because they wear a pretty good mask. And I think when we're aware of just listening to people, we can hear their hearts and help heal and help them by being patient, by taking time. Someone on the subway, someone on the train, someone on the sidewalk, someone in the office next door, or maybe a customer you're serving. I think when we take the time that out of busy lives, that's when we can make a difference. Sorry, I got a phone call coming in. Anyway, I think it's so important. And Rex, you've been like this, a sounding board for me. And I want to, and as well as Mo and Ava, just wonderful people that have put something like this together without really competence, without being compensated. You guys are really giving your hearts out to heal and help other people by bringing people who have suffered, but who have went from being a victim to a victor. And I just want to say thank you to this platform and everything you guys are doing. Thank you very much. Hi, Ava.
I think that's my cue to come up, right? Thank you, Dan. Thank you for the flowers. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mark. Thank you, Dan. That was beautiful. And Mark?
First, thank you, Ava. Thank you, Rex.
No,
sharing a stage with you, that it's so intentionally beautiful. I think this book, Moral Compass, is dear to my heart, because as being as an expert in health and wellness, it's, for me, integrity is a guiding force that transcends all the challenges that I have faced personally, that keep encouraging me to do what is right, just, and ethical in every aspect of our life, from personal well-being to professional endeavor that we have. For me, integrity is that compass that steer us toward lasting success, to build genuine relationship and that sense of fulfillment. So I'm inviting people that's listening to this conversation to embrace integrity, not just as a choice, but also as a commitment to a life, living a life of authenticity, honor, and meaningful impact. What you do today, would you be happy if you died? You will be. Somebody will talk about it. So that life you are living intentionally, that people that you encounter in your life, can they talk about you as a human being that have integrity? Can you stand up in yourself to say, today I can die in peace, because when I go to my bed, I feel everything that I have done, and I made a vow to myself every day to go to bed with that peace of mind that I have done my best, and I can go without regret. So I'm so excited and I'm so honored, Ava, to be here. Mo, thank you to all of you. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be here, and I appreciate all of you. The work you are doing at the LA Tribune, it's changing lives. So thank you.
Wow. If I may just kind of put a bow on this a little bit, You know, so much of our understanding, for example, of leadership comes from war or battle, but there are leaders in every industry. There are religious leaders, all sorts of kinds of leaders have nothing to do with battle or war. And our war metaphors are way outdated. And our leadership examples are so often outdated, whether they're generals of this country or generals of that country. You know, we're not in a competition. We should be in a collaboration, and we should be in a cooperation, and we should work together in harmony. So the leaders, same thing with the word integrity. Some of the models of integrity that we have come from like the war in the military. You know, they're these bedazzled, medaled people because they've accomplished lots of whatever. We can be gentler, we can be kinder, we can be more benevolent, we can be more compassionate, we can walk our talk, we can be known by the company we keep, by what we keep and who we take care of, and not just the company that we, because we're also known by the company we seek. You know, so that's an important point. This book, and you authors and you people who are making a change, and those who are not here at the moment to take what I'm saying, because I'm saying it to all. This is how we help change the world. We come from the heart. We have a passion and a dedication, as Hill would say, you know, and we do it without fail, and we can continue. So
And thank you, Rex. Thank you so much. You know, Rex is very humble, but I do, in this last 1 minute before our next panel comes up, I want to give, you know, flowers to Rex. He's been very humble, serving and hosting, but really not really taking credit for who he is. He actually is a master in neuro-linguistic programming. He's so amazing in putting all things together, including law of attraction, you know, Think and Grow Rich principles, and hypnosis even, that he actually created and crafted a program himself called Mind Design. And so he's the creator of Mind Design and Attitude Activator, which has like really changed my life. If you haven't seen or tried that yet, it's easy. His name, rexsykes.com. And I just want to honor you, Rex, for always being willing to give and support and just elevate everyone else around you. And I know that you've got a lot of things going on with Ben Gay coming up, you know, just bringing back the principles of Napoleon Hill back to life with someone who's learned directly from him. So how can people get a hold of you, Rex? I just wanted to get that opportunity.
Well, Ava, thank you. I love you. And you have been a huge part of my life and what we're doing and what we've been doing with Ben and everything. So, you know, kudos and flowers and love and everything to you, because she has been behind the scenes working very hard for me, which is just beautiful. And for this summit, and in front and behind stage, but I mean, just a powerhouse. Well, they can see it on right there. It says rexsykes.com. It says rexsykes.com. And if they get the book, then they go to that website, then I will also give people from here a bonus training. It's a $500 training on mastery, and they can get that absolutely free. They got to follow the instructions at the website. But thank you.
Before Mark takes over, I want to say register to growrich23.com, because we have speakers who are giving their resources, tools, a lot of things for you, including, you know, Rex and Morar and Dan here. So please register growrich23.com, and we've got a lot of things going on. This is just the beginning. It's not the end. It's the beginning. Morak.
And I want to thank all of the co-authors that are part of not a book, but a movement and a project. And Dan and Moira, there's going to be a virtual book tour that the two of you will be a part of. Yeah, thank you for that, Ava. But we have so many more people involved in that project than just me. I'm just one of about 50 people. So I want to thank Moira, Dan, for the support. And we have a lot of work to do to make this world a better place. And it's going to happen with all of us contributing, all of us playing our roles, and all of us playing our parts. So thank the two of you. And I'm so excited now, Ava and Rex. And again, thank you, Dan and Moira. Until next time. And Rex, Ava, I'm so excited because we're about to introduce a very incredible gentleman. In fact, this gentleman and I had a chance to spend time with the mayor of Los Angeles about a week ago. We had a chance to speak with Karen Bass, mayor of LA, and present her with an award for a lot of the work that she's doing in the field of philanthropy. And he's actually been knighted because of the work that he's done in the field of philanthropy. And here at the LA Tribune, we are always looking to engage with community leaders that are making a humanitarian difference and a positive difference in the community. And of course, I'm talking about Sir Kaya Redford, and we want to now welcome him to the stage. And, you know, when we put this event together, we're discussing this mission, this vision of 150 speakers from around the world. And let's bring you back up, Sir Kaya. Let's go ahead. Okay, thank you. And when we decided to do this event and have this, large idea, can we actually bring 150 speakers from around the world to discuss this material in a Socratic style form? And then when we thought, well, who's the perfect person to help close out the event? Who's the perfect person to help finish with our mission of achieving a Guinness Book of World Records for most speakers at a virtual leadership conference? We thought Sir Kaya Redford, he's the perfect person. And so I'm so proud to say that he's going to be taking the reins and taking over the remainder of the event. We have a lot more speakers, a lot more surprises. Not only are we going to hear from Mark Victor Hansen later, we're going to hear from Muhammad Ali's wife, we're going to hear from the mayor of Ontario, and so many more people. But Sir Kaya Redford, thank you for your partnership. You're a official partner of the LA Tribune in this program. And please just let the audience know a little bit, for those that may not know of the humanitarian work. I mean, people don't realize how much someone that gets knighted gets vetted first. And
Yes.
so I'd love for you to share some of the great work. And by the way, I had a fantastic time with you and the mayor of Los Angeles last week. And I'm excited to hear the conversation with you and the mayor of Ontario, another big city in Southern California. But Sir Kaya, just share some opening words before you introduce the first guest. Please, floor is yours.
Well, first, I just tremendous credit to the incredible Mo Rock and this LA Tribune 1886. Top 3 publications. I know we're all fans, but for those of you that are maybe joining today and the new people joining, one of the oldest newspapers in the history of this country, and the fact that Mo as CEO is literally changing a paradigm shift of what news is. News is really about empowerment and lifting people up. So huge respect for Mo Rock, and then also huge respect for Satish Verma, CEO of the Think and Grow Rich Institute, for carrying on the torch of Napoleon Hill. So I'm a success coach for Fortune 500 companies. I'm also the creator of a program called Top Producing Faster to Your Wealth and Freedom. We help leaders, entrepreneurs, influencers, salespeople, especially in areas like real estate, mortgage, financial service, network marketing, to break through to even more wealth and freedom by mindset, communication skills, and action. And to Mo's question, getting knighted, that was definitely a curveball coming out of left field. Back in 2024, I directed and produced Homeless in America, which is an award-winning documentary, actually won Best Social Documentary at the New York International Film Festival, for really dealing with the plight of the homeless. I had the mayor in it, the police chief, a bunch of celebrities in it. And then we've been doing a lot of work with rehabilitating veterans that have suffered from PTSD. Did we know that a lot of homeless people are homeless veterans? They came back with PTSD. They came back so stuck. They lost everything. They lost their home. They weren't able to function. They weren't able to transition. Next thing you know, they're homeless. So we do a lot of work rehabilitating veterans with PTSD. And then finally, we're supporting, not finally, there's a few others, but we're also supporting Thorn, which is Ashton Kutcher and Demi Moore organization for eradicating child trafficking. So that's why I got that call. And I would like to say, on being knighted, some people see it as a great honor, and don't get me wrong, it's not a great honor. It's from the Royal Order of Constantine the Great, Emperor Constantine, the first emperor that brought Christianity into Rome. And it's also St. Helena's mother. But I don't see it as an acknowledgement of accomplishments. I see it as a call to serve at a higher level. And don't we all want to do that? And that's back to Ava and Mo on your incredible work that both of you are doing, and Satish Verma. So with that being said, I'd like to bring up my guest, our incredible guest, dear friend of Les Brown's, worked with Les for many, many years, shared the stage with Les, like literally Les and her are like brother, sister and brother in spirit. I wonder if I add her or someone else adds her in here. If you could do that, I'd like to share with you a little bit about this woman. She's an accomplished attorney. This is Sean Arnold. I call her Shawnee B. She's an accomplished attorney. She's a #1 best-selling author. I know she gets to be in one of your books, Mo. She's a professional speaker. She has over 30 years of experience, legal transactions, and over 40 years of business experience in full business potential. She was a former foster child, and we're going to get into that incredible story of transformation and Think and Grow Rich, because that's why we're here. She electrifies audiences with her personal story of courage. And I know she's going to make you cry today, because every time she speaks, she does. And everybody wants to give her a hug. She is so wise when it comes to personal achievement and business. She goes into how to ignite your ambition, how to discover your passion, how to set the intention to create goals and achieve your life's passions in full fruition, how to get a sense of yourself and a vision for your life. She mentors people all around the world. Today, I asked her not only to share her insights and her stories, but she is going to share with us how to transform any negative, traumatic experience you've ever had in your life into your superpower. And as a result of that, manifest your dreams. When? Now. Shawnee B. Arnold, welcome to the stage.
Hello, Kaya. Thank you so much for such a wonderful introduction. I am appreciative of your taking the time to talk with me today. And I want to thank also the Napoleon Hill Foundation and the Los Angeles Tribune for this opportunity to share strategies to help people turn their traumas into their superpower.
So, Sean, would you mind sharing? Okay, so you have this moment. Go there. Like where were you at when you went through those difficult challenges? I know you've told me some things that really just get me choked up. Where you were at, the adversity you faced, and then how the principles of Think and Grow Rich literally just saved your life. And I know we also talked about neuroscience and how those neuro-linguistic programming tools helped you as well. But share with us a little bit. Take us back. How was it growing up?
You know, when I think about some of the principles of the Napoleon Hill Foundation, including how to make the most of your subconscious mind and how to make the best decisions for your life, it just catapults me right back to that day when I made a decision that literally changed the trajectory of my entire life. I have absolutely no idea how the phone found its way into my hand that day, but it did. I had no intention to call anybody. I called the police, and the desk sergeant answered the phone. I said to him, "Sir, I need to know what the laws are that constitute child abuse." He said, "Well, hitting a child so as to leave a mark." He said, "Not clothing that child, not feeding that child. And there's such a thing as emotional abuse as well." I said, "Sir, I think I need to report what might be child abuse." He said, "Oh, are you a teacher? Are you a neighbor?" I said, "No, sir, I'm the child." He said, "Absolutely not. There's no way. Absolutely no way. You have to be under 18. I said, "Sir, I'm 14. He said, "You're 14? I said, "Yes, sir, I'm 14. So he asked me some questions, and I described the incident of the night before and my injuries, which included a black eye, a busted lip, and a swollen purple wrist that was later determined to have a hairline fracture. And as I finished describing these things to him, I heard the bell ring, summoning me back to school after the lunch break. The policeman asked me for my phone number. I told him, "Sir, I can't tell you that. I just heard the bell ring. I have to go back to school. I can't be late. I'm going to get into trouble." He said, "Give me your phone number and don't you move."
Wow.
I complied with his order and I hung up the phone. And I sat in the silence of our living room, just listening to myself breathe in and out. And the policeman called me back in fewer than 2 minutes. He said, "I want you to go to the Bureau of Child Welfare. They're waiting for you." I said, "Sir, I can't do that. I live on Roosevelt Island. I I don't have any money. I can't get off the island. He told me to go to school, to go to the administrative office and borrow the money and get on that train and go to the Bureau of Child Welfare. So I hung up the phone again. And as I sat there gathering my nerve, two things occurred to me. The first was that if my mother had to put makeup on me so that I could go to school that day, she knew it was wrong. And if my father and I continued down this same track, it was very clear that one of us was not going to physically survive my childhood. One of us wasn't going to make it. And it was a 50-50 shot on who that was going to be. So I made a decision in that moment. I stood up. I went downstairs to my bedroom and I found a little beach bag. It was maybe 10 or 12 inches square, maybe 3 or 4 inches thick. And I put some underwear and a couple of pairs of pants and a couple of shirts in the bag. And I took another deep breath because I knew if I did this thing, there was going to be no turning back. This was a bell that could not be unrung. Despite that sure knowledge, I walked up the stairs and out of my parents' house for the last time. I went to school and I borrowed the money and I got on the tram. You've probably seen it, the little red cable car that runs along the 59th Street Bridge. Every actor in Hollywood has suspended themselves from it at some point or another. That little tram put me off in Manhattan, right by Bloomingdale's. And I got on the train for the first time in my life by myself. And I made my way to the Bureau of Child Welfare. A social worker met me there, and she put me in Bellevue Hospital in the children's ward, not the psych ward. Not that there's anything wrong with the psych ward, that's just for clarity. She called my parents and she said to them, "We've got your daughter here and she's making charges against you." And my parents said, "Keep her. We don't want her." And so this situation sort of took on the characteristics of a snowball rolling downhill. And 90 days later, I found myself sitting in a courtroom, basically suing my parents for divorce. And my Harvard-educated attorney father represented himself in court that day.
Wow.
He cross-examined me. That man had a fool for a client because I destroyed him. I took my shot. And I divorced them. And I spent the rest of my childhood in foster care in New York City.
Wow.
So blast forward a few years, my grandmother brought me to California. In my senior year of high school, I went to UCLA, and then I went to UC Hastings College of the Law. Blast forward even more years, I started teaching for a local prestigious university. I taught business law, ethics, and human resources at the undergrad and the graduate level. And so one day, while I was driving down the 91 freeway to work, I happened to see the exit of the house that I grew up in, and the car on its own volition pulled off the freeway and unerringly found its way to the house that I grew up in. I referred to that house throughout my childhood as the House of Horrors, because that was a place where sometimes there was quite literally blood on the walls. So I pulled to the side of the road and I stared at this house. And I noticed that the line of cypress trees that used to go down the driveway, I helped my father plant them when I was 10. They were gone. There were a number of unfamiliar cars in the driveway. And the house was a completely different color than the house I grew up in. There was nothing about this house that in any way resembled the house of horrors that I grew up in. And it occurred to me as I sat there staring at this house that after we left the house of horrors, another family moved in there. And if this was that same family, they may have just finished raising the second generation in this house in love and peace. That thought made me feel really wonderful. And I got out of the car and grabbed my cell phone and I centered the picture and I clicked it. I took a picture of what is no longer the house of horrors. And I drove away.
This is I'm just speechless. So you transmuted that house of horrors into a completely different, beautiful, bright picture. And you have done this with your entire life. If you would just touching on touching on Think and Grow Rich, you made the decision. You had to have faith. You had to be persistent you had to never give up on you. You had to fight for your vision. You literally employed, and the sixth sense and the subconscious mind, you employed literally all the principles of Think and Grow Rich to get you to where you are today. And I know that you wanted to share some tools for people that you have utilized along with what you learned in Think and Grow Rich, where they can also transmute their negative experiences, their traumas in the past into their superpower and manifest their dreams right now. What are what is your strategies for that? How does someone do that just doesn't know?
Well, as I consider those principles of Think and Grow Rich, the principle on making decisions says, in part, successful people don't ponder decisions. They take action without fear of failure. That's very true. But I would also add to that those who act successfully had the resources ready and available for them when they acted. So I would invite your listeners to consider what they're listening to on a daily basis in terms of music and podcasts and conversations that they're having with people. What are you reading on a daily basis? What are you allowing into your brain and into your purview so that when it is time for you to make a decision, when your back is to the wall and you don't have time to think about it, all you can do is act. You will have the proper resources in your mind. One of the principles of the Napoleon Hill Foundation is to hone your subconscious mind. One of the principles that Kaya, you and I have often studied in neurolinguistic programming in terms of how it affects our unconscious mind is the concept of precognition. When someone is between the ages of 0 and 7, everything you hear, everything you see, everything someone tells you just goes right in there. There's no filter. You just accept everything as true.
How does someone guard that? How does someone stop that? How does someone bounce that like water off a duck's back? How does someone get out of that predicament and get themselves into a completely different place?
Well, I'm going to share some strategies with you on how to make that transformation. Think about what happened to me as I drove up to the House of Horrors. I noticed that it wasn't the House of Horrors. The trees were gone. There were new cars in the driveway. The paint was completely different. I was able to pull out that old story and pull it up into the light. You know, it was Justice Brandeis who said, sunlight is the best disinfectant. And it's very, very true. Pull it out and examine it again. But you're not looking at it from the perspective that you had when that thing happened to you. You're looking at it from a new perspective. You're looking at it from who you are now. You're looking at it from the empowered person that you are now. You're looking at it from the person who has the resources that you have built into your mind. You are looking at it from a completely different angle. You're gathering the gifts. You're gathering the learnings from this brand new perspective. And as you do that, you create a brand new story for yourself. You create a story that changes. It absolutely transforms from a story of horror to a story of love and peace. And so that's what you do. You pull it out, take a look at it from who you are today, and then create a whole new story and attach yourself to that new story and just discard the old one. And in this way, you can start to undo those tapes that used to play when you were between the ages of 0 and 7 and somebody told you you were dumb as a rock. And now you know it's not true. So you can use these strategies to teach your unconscious mind that it's not true, that you actually are smart, that you actually do make the right decisions. And when you do these things on a daily basis, it will sink into your unconscious mind and you will be powerful.
And this is from an accomplished attorney, business builder, New York Times bestseller, a best-selling author, sharing the stage with the best Les Brown and all these other people. You have such huge heart, Shawnee B, and the way you grab people, the way your message, your story of overcoming adversity and literally becoming at the highest echelon in life. I have such huge respect for you. And I know that you have a gift for people today on how they can maybe renegotiate their life. What's that
Absolutely.
gift?
You know, part of making those good decisions is having the right tools. You need to know how to negotiate. If you're in business, you need to know how to negotiate your business. If you are an employee, you need to know how to negotiate your life. You need that raise, don't you? So I have something very, very special that I want to give to you free of charge. I want you to go to www.expertbusinessadvisor.com, and that's advisor OR, and you will see on that page the art of negotiation. It is a $29 value, and when you click on it, put it in your shopping cart, and then on checkout, put in the code Napoleon Free, NAPOLEONFREE, one word, and you will get the art of negotiation for free. That is a 1-hour program that deconstructs the art of negotiation for you. It will help you identify the fear that you feel when you get into a negotiation session. It will help you eliminate that fear, and it will teach you tools and strategies for building I prefer win-win scenario so you can get what you want from anyone.
Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Amazing. Sean, yes, thank you so much for your journey, for being a testament of absolutely the Think and Grow Rich platform and the Think and Grow Rich book, overcoming adversity and going so far and really re-encoding all of our life's experiences from disempowerment to empowerment. In a moment, not just yet, we have tuning in an incredible leader that has also gone through tremendous adversity. So while we stay tuned and while we're waiting for him to join, is there anything else that you'd like to touch on? We're waiting for, by the way, an incredible leader called Garen Jones, and he will be with us shortly. Is there anything else, Sean, that you would like to share that you feel has been or would help people in maybe building their business to the next level?
Absolutely. And that is one of the tenets of neurolinguistic programming, and that's simply cause is greater than effect. If you are to put yourself on the cause side of every situation in your life, every circumstance, every conversation, one of the subtenets of neurolinguistic programming is your communication is the response that you get. So if you say something to someone and they go completely ballistic, not that it's your fault, because we're not dealing in fault, but if you are to put yourself on the cause side of that equation and ask yourself, what could I have done differently to get a different response? Then you might find that you are having a different quality of conversation with people, and the circumstances in your life will change.
Incredible. Thank you, Sean, our guest. I just saw him momentarily. He's here. Thank you so much, Sean. And we will see you. So they're going to download that gift. Perfect.
That is the art of negotiation.
Art of
It's a
negotiation.
1-hour program that you're going to love.
Thank you so much. Have a blessed one and stay tuned for more. I am now welcoming to the stage this incredible leader, and his name is Garen. Did I see him? I did see him. Give us a moment. And I'll ask our team, checking on our team. Do we have Garen in the waiting room? I did see him. There he is. Perfect. All right. This incredible leader, Mr. Garen in the house.
What's going on, brother?
I kind of want to just say celebrity, because if you go to his social media, this man just got interviewed recently by Ed Milet, who, by the way, Ed Milet was just voted as the #1 coach in America. He's also been interviewed by Tom Bilyeu. He has millions and millions of views. He has an incredible, if there was ever a person that has living testament of Think and Grow Rich, coming from nothing, coming from the bottom, going all the way up to changing his life and so many others' lives. It is this man. So why are we here? We're here part of the Think and Grow Rich Institute. Shout out to Satish Verma, and then also shout out to CEO Mo Rock of the Los Angeles Tribune. We're here to bring this information and these stories and these people to your life. So Garen Jones is one of the leading transformational coaches, authors, and speakers in the world. He is the pioneer of artist power. I'm curious what artist power means. We're going to dive into that. He focuses on tapping into, and hear this, tapping into your inner child. Interesting. To obtain genuine confidence, joy, and authenticity. He has a flagship program that he has delivered to millions of people across the globe, and that is Awaken the Artist Within. That's his retreat. He's also a best-selling author. His book, Change Your Mindset, Change Your Life, is a bestseller, and he's been featured on Forbes, TEDx, Entrepreneur, National Geographic. The list goes on. His startup, Artist Power, grossed $2.7 million in the first 7 months. He has sold over 250,000 copies of his book, and we're not talking about paid advertising. There are so many people that he has been able to help to, and I want to just ask this question, but before I do that, say hi, my brother Garen. How are you?
Yo, that entrance, I was like listening to you as if it wasn't me sitting inside of my body, but I was listening to you, and I just want to say thank you for your research, and thank you to the Los Angeles Tribune and Think and Grow Rich Institute for even having stories like mine so that it could grow wings on here. So just so grateful. And I just want to say hello to everybody.
Say hello. Yes, yes. So I know you said something. By the way, you gave me a breakthrough today. Can I say what I wanted to say? I'm like,
absolutely.
Garen, when you do interviews, you just kill it. You nail it. And you said, no, well, I alive it. I don't kill it. I alive it. I'm like, my gosh, I can't even speak to Garen without having a breakthrough, just hearing him talk, how he's reshaping the words I use. So, Garen, you said something profound. You said there are a lot of people who are rich in money and broke in their personal life. I would like for you to go into your topic today, which is teaching people a holistic approach. So if you want to learn a holistic approach to earn your next effortless million and keep your inner peace in the process, that's what Garen is here to share with us today. Before we go into that, you went through some major adversity, like major adversity, things that most people, can't even think about. And you picked up the book Think and Grow Rich and it changed your life. If you don't mind, share this adversity that you faced.
So my story is so broad, but we'll go to this particular adversity. I lived out of my car for 2.5 years, from 2009, the end of 2008 to 2011, so 2.5 years. I was over $250,000 in debt, ex-convict, just didn't know how to quite take all of these gifts that were already inside of me and use them in such a way that my life would be a manifestation of the information that was in my brain. And so I let ego and gossip and the toxic of the world's pain and suffering get the best of me. And when I was in the dark of the dark of the dark, mind you, when I share this with each and every one of y'all out there, I know some people might say, oh man, I pity that story, but man, do I have to go through something that difficult in order for me to thrive or even amplify where I am to the next level? Any area in your life where you feel stuck is your version of prison or homelessness. If you're looking for an answer and you can't find it. So as I share this story, I want you to think about something in your life where it's like, man, I keep coming up against this wall. This for me was me living in my car. It was 3:43 in the morning, November 2011. And I reached my breaking point. And that's when I was like, okay, I'm tired of fighting. I don't want to fight anymore. I want to be healthy. I want to be happy. I want to be surrounded by nothing but positive people. I just want to inspire people and I want to make a bunch of money, but I want the money to represent something that I passionately believe in. There's a reason why I stopped this. I want to make a bunch of money, but I want the money to represent something that I passionately believe in. Show me a sign. And to wrap this bow up, a week later, I'm at a gas station and a homeless guy asked me for money. And I said, you have more money than me, because he had a lot of money. And he said, change your mindset, change your life. Now, I've heard personal development gurus and people say, but when you're in torment and when you're in suffering and you're trying to figure out how to have a relationship with your daughter and your mom's dying in the hospital, you're not trying to hear any of that. So something's got to cut through. So I feel like God had stripped me of all of the things that I had given power outside of me, down to where I was so in such a humble state that I would actually listen through a message coming through a homeless person. And it created a conscious interrupt and made me stop my whole life in its tracks and be like, is my life the way that it is because of how I've been thinking? And so to close this out, the last 13.5 years, I have trained myself to do the opposite of everything that I wouldn't normally do in areas of my life where I wasn't happy: health, community, money, business, books. The three books that were they're like my railroad tracks to who I am as a man and as a father today. I'm a father. I'm a daughter. I'm a father of a 21-year-old and a 2-year-old. Was Grow Rich with Peace of Mind by Napoleon Hill, Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill, and The Power of Positive Thinking by Dr. Norman Vincent Peale. I read those books over and over and over, and I read them until they started reading me. You'll know the book is reading you when your life looks like the information that's stored in your brain.
Wow. Incredible. And what were some of the, if you don't mind sharing, some of the principles in Think and Grow Rich specifically? The faith. You and I talked about you said something interesting. You said transmutation.
Yeah.
And I thought, okay, most people don't want to like focus on that chapter usually, right? They focus on, the faith, the desire, the never giving up. And those are all the basics. And I'm sure people have been talking about this for the last 3 days, but maybe not as often are they talking about the chapter in Think and Grow Rich called Sexual Transmutation.
Yeah.
And you said to me that was something that you were able to channel to transform your life. And please share a little bit about what that breakthrough was for you.
Yeah, well, one, you can't change what you're not aware of. So when you think about energy can't be created nor destroyed. It can only be transferred. So the same person who I was when I was a little kid, chasing girls or breaking into cars, and I always had this, I got to do it. I got to do more. I got to do more. I just never knew where to put the energy. When I read, and Napoleon was like, the sexual transmutation, the energy that it's some of the most powerful, dynamic, vibrational frequency energy when you have your sex drive. And if you can develop the discipline to transmute that energy into a direction, that's where some of the world's greatest inventions, creations come from. And I was like, wow, I never, okay, so I don't have to go out and learn how to have what I already have. What I got to do is learn how to go in. The rainbow, the gold is not at the end of the rainbow. I feel like the gold is at the beginning of the rainbow. So go in and find where all of my leaky energy is, whether it was fatty food. For some people, it's porn, it's alcohol, it's overworking, it's doing all these things to overcompensate something that you haven't put your finger on when you look in the mirror and the truth shows up and nobody is around. So that particular phrase, I had never heard anything like that. So I started training myself. And anytime I would have some type of sexual drive to do something or something, I would literally pull out a piece of paper and start thinking of something I can create.
Wow. So based on that, tell me. Yeah, your book.
My book was born out of that. The company that I have now was born out of transmuting the energy, because if you got a 1,000-volt electric current, well, what if you could actually use it?
Change your mindset, change your life. I know that we're going to tie in a couple of steps. You talked about 3 things that you do every single day that you feel that's going to help our audience regarding being able to effortlessly, like you said, a holistic approach to earning your next effortless million and keep your inner peace in the process. So what are those 3 habits, those three things that we all get to do on a daily basis that will help us go from where we are to where we want to go?
I just want to give them a little context. So I do a lot of work in the spiritual world, and I work high level in the business world. So oftentimes a lot of my clients, a lot of people in the spiritual community is broke because they haven't developed the leadership and the structure and all those different things. And a lot of my business focused clients are spiritually broken. So I'm like a hybrid entrepreneur that are wanting to bridge both worlds together, because the last thing we need is another person that's worth 900 million and they're freaking putting a bullet into their brain, and everybody but he had everything, but himself. So a holistic approach means you have great family. That means you have a great you have great intimacy. It means you have great relations with people, and who you are as a person doesn't have to suffer for the sake of a dollar or a title. Or anything like that. All ships rise with the tides.
Yes. So Garen, I know that you have steps, and I know that you have an incredible Please, everybody, go to GarenJones.com. Literally, this man is going to change your life. Garen Jones, GARRAIN Jones.com. And you're going to learn so much from him, his retreats. He's already changing lives of millions of people worldwide. And I know that you have pressed. We're back to back to back. We literally have a world record. We've already broken the world record. We're just trying to exceed. We're trying to exceed the dang world record. Yeah. Yes. So thank you so much, Garen. We look forward to having you at more Think and Grow Rich Institute events. Los Angeles Tribune, again, shout out to Satish Verma with Think and Grow Rich Institute, and CEO Mo Rock and Ava and everybody else on the LA Tribune team. We're looking forward to having you back. Please, all of you, go to GarenJones.com. There's so many resources. There's free gifts there for you. And just get plugged in with this man, because he's going to places where he can help you get to as well. With that being said, thank you so much, Garen. And I will look forward to seeing you soon. And we're going to share the stage together live in person. If you want to attend any live in-person events, we're partnered up with Think and Grow Rich and the LA Tribune. You can text the word TOP, T-O-P, to 26786. Text the word TOP, T-O-P, to 26786. And I will personally be inviting you to some free events along with our incredible new partners, the LA Tribune and the Think and Grow Rich Institute. God bless. See you soon. And stay tuned for our next interview. Thank you so much, Garen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Wow, we are here with an incredible opportunity. Please give an incredible warm round of applause and a shout out to the Los Angeles Tribune newspaper, CEO Mo Rock, and then also the incredible organization, which is the Think and Grow Rich Institute. Those two powerful companies have partnered up, come together to make the world a better place and to empower people to achieve incredible lives of excellence, all based on the wisdom and the great transformation that Napoleon Hill brought to the world with his book, Think and Grow Rich. And I have an incredible guest today, Sir Dr. John Secturis, who is an incredible leader, a dynamic entrepreneur. He has had so much success in his life, and he has been instrumental in being a pioneer in the network marketing industry as well. He has built organizations that have changed and have really brought about over 1 million distributors all over the world. And he has produced with that 1 million distributors, over $1 billion in revenue. This man also, like many of us, just like Think and Grow Rich talks about, he wasn't born into wealth. He went through a lot of trials, a lot of tribulations, a lot of ups and downs, made mistakes like most leaders do. And he never gave up. He is a testament to what Napoleon Hill talked about in his book, Think and Grow Rich. He's one of the very few people that have earned $5 million in income in just 12 months, in a 12-month period. And we'll learn a little bit about how he did that today, and then how he's going to help you to learn how you can make, that's what today is about, how you can make $1 million in a year and do that within just 3 years. He has created an incredible company called Asira organization, which is in now 44 countries. Wow. All in all the continents and in all different languages. He was also received an award from the Biotech magazine. He's on the front cover. He's also been recognized as the top 50 companies in technology, recognized by Silicon Valley itself. And he has another incredible accomplishment that we can't just say yes yet, but it's perhaps one of the most respectable awards that will be released in the next few days. Sir Dr. John Sartorius, how are you, my brother?
I am doing great, and I'd like to thank you, Sir Kaya, and the Los Angeles Tribune, and obviously my very favorite, the Think and Grow Rich Institute, which have changed my life since 1988. Thank you.
Absolutely. And you know, if you don't mind, so what I know what we're going to talk about today is one of the things is really the secret, right? The secret. Stay tuned, because in the next few minutes, we're going to share with you, he's going to share with you, what is the secret to $1 million, $1 million paycheck, and how to do it if you're starting from nothing, how to do it in less than 3 years. Before we get into that, Sir Dr. John, would you please share, how did this all start? I know you had ups and downs. I know you've had trials and tribulations. I knew, you weren't like born into this, right? Born into wealth. So tell us a little bit about it. And then also, what was the impact that Think and Grow Rich had on you?
Well, I came to the U.S. 1986 with $3,600 and $1 billion dream. I had no idea how to accomplish that. I speak different languages. 1988, I went to an event and I discovered the power of network marketing. In that event, they've talked about the importance of reading every week a different book. Guess what was the #1 book they talked about? Think and Grow Rich, which actually I bought it immediately, along with the Master Key to Riches. How did that book change my life? Content, the information that was inside the book. It really transformed the way I was thinking about business and about life itself, from visualization to take action, the 6 steps to success, and all the stories that was in that book that is still available today. My goodness, I went to so many seminars and meetings, and I'm so honored and grateful to be today with so many mentors, which I call, like Les Brown is one of my mentors, and so many people that are today in this platform. My goodness, people today have access to so much information, knowledge, and qualified people to improve their quality of life if they make a decision to truly change their life.
That is so beautiful. And I know that you have just gone through an incredible journey. I remember just talking to you, don't mind sharing the low points, right? You went through a time when you just first got into network marketing, and you really you had something about going to Jamaica. If you don't mind sharing, just because we've all been through those moments where we just had nothing, and really tough times. And then what was the breakthrough? What was the turning point when you went through that tough time? Tell us about the tough time and the turning point, and how this might help our audience.
Absolutely. Well, #1, I believed in the industry, and Napoleon Hill book itself helped me believe in myself, which is very important. So I've changed different companies, and some I was semi-successful, someone not so successful. 2009, I was totally broke. I had no money left, and they're asking me to go to an event that I joined the coffee business. I should go to an event because that's going to change my life. So without having any money, only $58 to my name, I went to Jamaica. I borrowed money for the airplane. I had no room to stay. It was a man who was kind enough to allow me to share the room with him. Now imagine 4 days eating cookies every day, and it was free coffee and mocha and chocolate. And the last day of the event, there was a very special dinner for those who have qualified and requalified at their certain rank. So because I was eating cookies for 4 days and I was really hungry, I thought I can go in and have a nice dinner, at least before the event is over. Well, in that event, I was not allowed to have dinner because I did not earn the dinner because of award And that was the very difficult moment in my life because I was humiliated. I felt embarrassed. I felt worthless. I went to a place that I shouldn't be there. And I felt so bad for a few hours. And then an awakening took place in my brain. I realized that I shouldn't be there. And I put the other person in a difficult situation. And I made a promise to myself that I will never again break the law of integrity. And the very next day, I've heard about the collaboration of the company with the Think and Grow Rich. That helped me tremendously. That was one of the biggest signs that I knew I was the right place at the right time. And I made a commitment to transform my life and to truly, truly, not just read the book, truly understand and apply the principles.
Wow. Let's also give a huge shout out to the CEO of the Think and Grow Rich Institute, Satish Verma, very dear friends of all of ours. This is really, really instrumental. So sometimes when people go through those humiliating or embarrassing moments, what they do is they shrink, right? They leave, they never come back, they put their tail between their legs, and they don't have that realization, the breakthrough. For you, you decided to take ownership and to take ownership of your integrity, and you stepped into a new paradigm. Yes. So tell us a little bit more. I know that these principles in this book, Think and Grow Rich, if you don't mind sharing with us, what are the principles that you have honed in on that has made this to a point where you're creating this billion-dollar enterprise in the world? And you've made, I think you told me, 23 people into millionaires. To make 23 people into millionaires, that's just incredible. You have to be a billionaire, right? That's what you're doing. Your vision has to be so big that under that umbrella, you're able to hold so many other people's visions at that high level. So what were the principles in Think and Grow Rich that you have used to build this massive movement?
I like to reiterate something. It takes a lot of work to help 23 people. It doesn't happen overnight. Oh, I like to be one. But anyway, the most important, the 6 steps.
6 steps.
Oh, yeah. Know exactly what it is that you want. And the exactly means exactly, not more or less. See, when you have clear vision, it's so important because along the way, you're going to find obstacles that they're going to derail you from your path. So know exactly what it is that you want and put it in writing. But also the second step.
Can I jump in on that, Sir Dr.
Yes.
John? That's huge. Know exactly what you want. And it's a problem, right? You've come across this for so many people because that's the issue. The issue is they don't know what they want.
I can give a very funny example. I've asked many people in the trainings who would like to buy a new car. Everybody raised their hand. Mm-hmm. And I pick up one of the people in the audience. What car would you like to drive? Oh, Mercedes-Benz.
All right, we've had a little interruption in the feed, and we're staying flexible. Let's thank the gods of technology and the incredible team of the Los Angeles Tribune and Ava, who is working 4 days with probably very little sleep, and Mo to resume where we were in the recording. Please type in your chats the breakthroughs. As we're waiting, and when the video is ready, if it's ready, I'll get a message or I'll get a text, and then video will just resume. But I would like to ask all of you, type in the chat, what is your biggest takeaways? I see someone wrote Garen Jones, Mo saying awesome, technology. Yes, type in the chat, what are your takeaways? What are your breakthroughs? If you've been with us for 3 or 4 days, all I can say is you're a journeyman or journeywoman, right? They should give the award that you give to someone like Kobe Bryant, who stays with one team for 20 years, right? Longevity. So type in the chat, great leaders. Yes, type in the chat. What is your takeaway? What is your takeaway? I think for me, listening to the different speakers and understanding that really very few people are born into wealth. Very few people come in with this expertise knowledge. They've all faced adversities. And one of the things that Les Brown always says, and I love Les. Les is my brother. We gave him a Lifetime Achievement Award. You got another one here. We gave him a Lifetime Achievement Award on December 31st last year. And he says, look, you may be on the ground. You may be, at rock bottom. He says, but if you can face up, if you can look up, you can get up. So I'm reading some of the chats. Law of integrity. Yes. We love courage. Yes. How many of you are blown away by Sean Arnold's story? Literally, she is now one of the most successful attorneys and best-selling authors, and she grew up in foster homes, and she was able to turn all those lemons to lemonade. I loved all the different, so Doria Cardova, I loved all the different ways that Think and Grow Rich principles have applied by the different speakers and masters. Huge, huge, absolutely. Yes, humanity started, Bethan Thompson, humanity started for me as a youngster and integrity, and I have always used this now in adversity. Yes, and you know what's so fascinating about the word integrity? I'm speaking for me, most people, yes, so just send me a message whenever you're ready to go. Perfect. Yeah, so we can go to a commercial break. Whenever ready, can go to commercial break, and then we'll tee up where we left off with that last interview. We have live interviews today and a couple of pre-recorded ones, only because these people are jet setters. They're flying around the world, and they didn't want to miss out. So some of the recordings maybe happen at 2 a.m. in the morning. They just wanted to get those to you. Thank you so much. We're ready for our commercial.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
To raise their hand. And I pick up one of the people in the audience. What car would you like to drive? Oh, Mercedes-Benz. Which model? I don't know. Okay. How much you want to spend for the car? I think it's about 60,000. Okay. What color is it? I like it black. Good. Now, what is the value of the insurance? What insurance? But the car needs an insurance. Well, I haven't talked to the insurance agency. Wow. What day of the month you going to buy the car? Oh, do I have to know that day too? Of course, you have to know exactly. And I tell them, you must even pick up the song that you would be listening the moment you're going to be driving first time your dream car. What are you going to be wearing? All this planning, it doesn't cost any money. But people are waiting. Hey, when I get the money, someday I'll buy the car. No, you need to know exactly what you want. And then the universe miraculously will provide the opportunities like today in this platform, in this Zoom call, in these trainings. Somebody right now, Sir Kaya, today, they will be connected and they will understand the power of getting in their mind, in their heart, to discover themselves, and then they will take action to make it happen.
That is so beautiful. And that's number one. So know exactly what you want. And then you went into, hey, there's a lot of details to this. Making it vague is not going to get anybody anywhere, but having specifics and clarity. Then you said by when? And then what are the...
Why do you want
why?
it? Why? I want to make $1 million a year. Why? You know, just to pay my bills. Good. Let's define the bills. I like
Yeah.
to travel. Where would you like to travel? Well, I don't know. When the money comes, then I'll decide. See, decision comes before anything. Decision and vision. When you know exactly what you want and why do you want it, then you can determine by when, because it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take a personal evolution, knowledge. A lot of things will take place, including action. It doesn't happen magically.
Now, since you're creating a pioneering movement in self-development, online self-development to a level that has never been seen before, and you're tying in so many other benefits to create such a huge vision, if you don't mind sharing, what is your why, Sir Dr. John?
For many years, I had great authors who don't even know me personally, like Bob Proctor, Jim Rohn, Anthony Robbins, Les Brown, John Maxwell, who is actually part of our platform as well. All these amazing individuals with their books and the trainings, they help me mentally. They help my knowledge and education. They transform myself. They help me achieve my dreams. And other leaders and top leaders of the industry, they were like mentors, and they guided me. But I was hungry. I was willing to learn and take action. So now that I have achieved most of my dreams and goals, it is like my time as a payback, pay forward. I'm going to be able to contribute and help the people around the world to have access at a fraction of the cost, not only to the education, but also to the high quality level leaders with expertise to help every person who has this burning desire. Is in Napoleon Hill, the burning desire. Think I'm going to reach the burning desire. Not just
Burning.
wishful thinking.
Not just
Burning
warm,
desire.
burning. Yeah.
Then we would love to help people improve their quality of life.
Wow. That is beautiful. And then if you don't mind going into, so know exactly what you want. You said it's in his book, Think and Grow Rich, why you want it, by when. Do you want to touch on that and the plan of action?
Yes, the by when is important, because some people say, well, I like to make $1 million in 90 days. Well, how? So how? So you got to have a plan of action.
Yeah.
And actually the plan of action, you must execute the plan.
Yeah.
But then the plan, it will need to be changed, modified, adapted. So every day you're going to be looking at your plan of action. You're going to be analyzing how close you are to the goal. So it takes time and it takes effort and it takes daily engagement and an incredible belief that it will happen, because every day our society, including today, is not easy.
Right.
Many obstacles and many ups and downs around the world.
Can you share one of these 23 people that that you feel was stuck, didn't believe, didn't know what they wanted or didn't believe, and what was the transformation and how they got to the other side to become a multimillionaire under your tutorship?
Absolutely. Well, he's a very good friend of mine from Greece, by the way.
Okay.
We know each other for a long time. So unfortunately, when people know each other for a long time, they get to see them the same way they see everybody else. So he could not really believe that I was in the movement of transforming my life. He will hear me excited, and then he will talk to the wrong people and will give him wrong advice, until one day he showed up in the US, saw the facts, saw the truth, and he made a decision to be coachable. It wasn't easy at the beginning. Changing your daily habits from the past to move forward. Habits are not easy to be broken. You must have, again, a burning desire, clear understanding, clear vision. And this individual went from a traditional middle class life to making over $1 million, actually $2 million in less than 2.5 years. And I feel blessed that I was able to help. And when I saw that excitement and how his life changed, not just him, but the other people.
Right.
And I can tell to everybody today, when you are responsible for helping other people improve their quality of life, the satisfaction that we feel, you cannot buy this. That's I call personal blessings. And we are here. Everybody who's in this platform today, I know for a fact we all are sharing knowledge and experience from our heart because everybody went through a process and we love to help people reduce the time that it needs to become successful. There are ways to maneuver. There are secrets, there are techniques, there are systems and tools that can help people improve. That's what this friend of mine did, and his life changed completely.
That's incredible. Incredible. So you applied these principles, and how long did it take? I mean, most people think, we have this wishful thinking that we're going to set a goal in 90 days. We're going to make $1 million the very first year. How long did it take you?
Honestly, from the day that I wrote my very first check, which I have it here, by the way, my first $1 million check, it took me exactly 18 years for the first million. And
Wow.
then it doubled every year because it takes time for the first one. Obviously, today technology will make it a lot easier, but still, as humans, we do have habits, and we have
Right.
some kind of indirect programming. But it's going to take time. It's not always about the money. Unfortunately, people think about the money. Think about the contribution.
Yes.
Think about your personal development. Think about what can you do to improve yourself and help others. We become an inspiration.
Yes. And what I love about your share is it took this 18 plus years, and then the idea of the power of the mentor, because by you taking 18 years and learning what you needed to learn to achieve this vision, and by someone coming to be mentored by you, and let's talk about your incredible organization, ASIDA, someone being mentored by you, you're able to collapse that 18 years of struggle for them down to your book is really about the secret to making $1 million in 1 year, but to do it in less than 3 years. So you're mentoring people where they meet you for the very first moment, and then within 3 years you get them to $1 million a year income.
Yes.
So talk about the power of the mentorship.
Powerful. Imagine you are driving a car. You're going to go from your home to a certain destination. Now imagine when you have no map, you have no GPS, you are guessing. Oh, people go this way, I'll go this way. Oh, there's too much traffic here, I'm going to go that way. When you have a GPS that is highly calibrated, and if you're willing to follow the plan and the instructions of a mentor, because mentorship is not easy. It takes trust from both ends. A mentor is responsible to help the mentoree, and they both have to collaborate. So when you have a mentor that has proven results, not just he's talking too good, oh, great speaker, no, results, evidence, somebody who went through the hoops, the up and down, and has the real experience, not reading the books only, real experience, and you're willing to follow instruction, it will save you so much time and so much effort. Is incredible.
That's incredible. How does someone get involved? I know that you are one of the programs and one of the books that you help people with, and you teach people, or the principles of Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. How do people get involved in your company? What is your platform about, and where is it going? What's the vision, and how will ASIDA as a company change millions and billions of people's lives?
Yeah, we built the company officially 3.5 years ago, 5 years in the works actually, as an online academy, which we have diversified topics, content, and providers. One of my things is I would love to help leaders to brand themselves, to get their knowledge around the world. We have also a travel platform where people can save a lot of money through the traveling, hotels, cruises, and so forth. And now we're going to announce soon the ASIDA universities, where people can select different universities with different master classes or master's degree with a discount up to 70%. But at the end of the day, what I want to create is called this business based on subscription, where people can have multiple benefits, great savings, a referral program for income options. But the most important, the way I see it personally, is like the gateway to the treasure of knowledge. Because even traveling that's an education for you.
Yes.
The
And
game-
talking about brands, the Los Angeles Tribune, we would not be here if it wasn't for this incredible publication that is literally not focusing on news that is disempowering, but really focusing on empowering education, edutainment. So shout out to CEO Mo Rock. Also shout out to incredible leader, CEO of the Think and Grow Rich Institute, Satish Verma. Sir Dr. John, you know, I know so many people are going to want you, find you, learn how they can get involved with you and your platform. Asira, it's now in over 44 countries in a bunch of different languages. I know you're going to change the world, and I am just be here interviewing you today. And I just know that so many people have already and will continue to be impacted by your life. How do people find you? I think you have a gift as well for anybody that's tuned in, right?
Absolutely. They can log into johnsacturas.com, johnsacturas.com, and they're going to get a free book about the secret of the $1 million check. Or you can go directly to the company's website, which is asira.com. Leave your information and we will follow up with you.
Amazing. Incredible. And you got knighted. You've got so many different accolades. It's incredible. And you've also been honored as a Knight of Good Merit, as a businessman and as a philanthropist, because you are changing so many people's lives. Thank you so much for being with us today. And we look forward to continuing to follow your journey and continuing to see all the millions and millions of people's lives that you will change. And with that being said, please, if you want to reach out to find out, definitely you want to go to, again, it's johnsacturas.com, and it's or Asira, ASCIRA.com is his website. And definitely you want to download that free book, The Secret to My $1 Million Check.
Very good.
Dr. John, incredible. Thank you so much for your generosity and your time today with our listeners and our audience. And we look forward to learning more great things that are going to come from you in the near future.
Thank you very much for the invitation to everybody involved. God bless you. And I'll see you around somewhere around the world in your city.
Yes, in your city.
Bye-bye.
All right. See you soon.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And welcome back. And I want to thank you, Sir Kaya Redford, for the powerful conversation and discussion. I'm going to bring you back on, Sir Kaya. You did a fantastic job. I just wanted to bring you here as we introduce the next segment. I wanted to thank you. That was such an excellent conversation and excellent. You know what, Sir Kaya? I'm just going to say it. We're gonna have to invite you to come back for future programming. Okay,
I love it.
You're doing such a fantastic job that I can't imagine doing another event without you. So thank you for that. And up next, I'm going to have an opportunity to speak with one of my favorite authors in the world, and that's Renee Dutton. And by the way, I know a lot of authors, and I've read a lot of books, but her book that recently came out and hit the bestseller list is something that I think everyone watching should pay a lot of attention to. And of course, we're also going to bring Justin Benton, who's doing something remarkable with Russell Brunson. And he's really up to something very unique. And Kaya, you're gonna like this next segment, and we're gonna spend a few minutes with these two thought leaders. Then we're handing it off to you, Kaya, for you to continue doing what you're doing. So with that being said, let's bring up Renee and Justin. Welcome to the LA Tribune. forum, and welcome to the Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit. And Justin Benton is mobile. He's got the sunglasses on. And this is one of the cool things about a virtual summit is you can actually hang out next to your pool and casually just be in the sunshine. Speaking of the sunshine effect, Renee, and just talk to people from around the world. So Justin Benton, hopefully we can hear you loud and clear. I see a little bit of lag on your video, but let's unmute and see if we can hear you. Justin Benton.
How do I sound?
You sound fantastic. You sound like you're in a good mood. You sound like you're happy. You sound like you've had a positive day. And tell us, why are you in such a good mood? Because it sounds like you're doing some incredible things, Justin.
Oh, man. Well, it's so happy to reconnect, my brother. I just remember those days back in Clubhouse at 2 or 3 in the morning. And, it's just been a lot of fun. I've been partnered up with Russell Brunson, and you were at the Napoleon Hill auction out there in Hollywood Hills. And that was kind of the beginning of the journey. We went crazy. Like Russell, for those of you that don't know, Russell Brunson, the CEO, co-founder of ClickFunnels, he found a new rabbit hole, and it is personal development. At that auction, we basically bought everything that he didn't have. And then I basically became his personal development Indiana Jones. And then we went out and had a great relationship with Don Green out there at Napoleon Hill Foundation and formed an alliance, if you will, with them. And now we're going to share over 15,000 books and $15 million spent on unpublished manuscripts from Napoleon Hill and other great thought leaders like Samuel Smiles and Orson Sweet Martin and Dale Carnegie and Charles Hannell and all of this incredible stuff. It's called Secrets of Success. And I'm just stoked to be here and talk about whatever we can that is in alignment with Think and Grow Rich. Here's ready for some breaking news. This is the LA Tribune, right? Let's break some news. We got some Walter Cronkite music or anything I can bust out real quick. You ready for some breaking news, Mo?
Let's do it, Justin. Break that news. Break it.
Right here. What is the name of what we're on right now? Is it not the Think and Grow Rich, right? Isn't that what we're doing here? Next month, mark your calendars. We are going to have a Think and Grow Rich challenge. Think and Grow Rich challenge. Mo is emceeing. No, we'll see about all that.
Put me on the spot. Why not? I'm happy to MC it, ladies and gentlemen. I got a gig. I got a job. Yes.
Yes. So it's a Think and Grow Rich challenge put on by Russell Brunson and myself. It's for the secrets of success. We want to share these secrets. Look, Napoleon was a hard worker. He wrote Think and Grow Rich in 1937, as we all know. But then he wrote this little book called Outwitting the Devil in 1938. And then he wrote this other book that no one knows about in 1939 called Outwitting the Beast. And that's an unpublished manuscript that we're going to be publishing soon. So Russell wants to bring Napoleon back from the dead. That's the goal. He's like, look, if I can bring Napoleon back from the dead, publish his unpublished manuscripts, then I know I have a vehicle and a membership site to further my legacy for the rest of my life. With my own eyes, if I can bring Napoleon back, publish his unpublished works, make sure that his teachings will live on for the next thousands and thousands of years, then I have a vehicle in place with my own eyes that I set up so my teachings, my legacy will live on forever. So that's what we're up to with Secrets of Success.
Well, I'm just honored, Justin, to reconnect with you. You've been a friend of mine for a long time. That event that you're referring to, the auction, was an extension, and it was actually birthed out of a Los Angeles Tribune event. And so thank you for the support, and thank you for being there and supporting us. And the Los Angeles Tribune and the work that we've done in the past, as well as the work we're doing today with the Think and Grow Rich Institute, an institute that is doing very similar kinds of work as far as preserving legacies and changing lives. And thank you, Justin. And it's an honor to have you, and I can't wait to connect with you again to find out a way for us to support each other on an even higher level. Renee, welcome back to the program. And, I said before we brought you on, you're quickly becoming one of my favorite authors of all time. And I think it's because the perspective that you have for the world is such a beautiful perspective that we really need, especially today. I don't think it's an accident that you're sharing this perspective with the world today at a time period that we really need it as a global community. What's that perspective? Positivity, enlightenment, seeing the world through a ray of sunshine, not in a fairy tale way, but in a very practical way. So Renee, I would love to give you the floor for those that may have not heard you earlier at the summit to share a little bit about this incredible new best-selling book you have and the underlying message and theme of it. Please, Renee.
Hi, Mo. Always an honor and a privilege to be here with you. And I love how we all have the green going on. Justin, I don't think you planned that hedge, but it's working. So, yes, my book, The Sunshine Effect, is stories and perspectives and science and tips that I have learned throughout my life. And I've learned that we don't have to wait for the right circumstances to be happy. And because we're going through something difficult does not give us a license to go out and spread that pain and spread that negativity. I feel like that is what has happened to the world, and we're all in so much fear, and we feel like we're separate. Not here, boy, I'm just not feeling that with this group, but a lot of the world is in so much pain, and they just need to know that they're not alone and that they're supported. And then they need the tools to know how to feel a little bit better so that they can come and help support the world. We've got to turn this around. This is just, we are living in such an incredible time. I mean, you can look at it incredible bad or incredible, like an amazing opportunity to just flip this and turn this around and to show everybody that COVID, isolation, war, whatever is going on, we can get through it. And we just need to support one another, and we need to adjust our perspective to a positive, empowering one, because there are two ways to look at everything. And when you're coming from a victim mentality, you're pretty disempowered. So that is really what my book is about. The Sunshine Effect is adjusting your perspective so that you are empowered to make a difference, to help yourself, to help others.
It's a beautiful message, and it's a important message. And Justin, as you're hearing Renee talk about this, I'm curious to hear, does that resonate with you? This idea of looking at the world with a more positive lens, and what difference does that make in your life when you have that kind of a mindset? Justin, please.
You know, we're talking about, you know, the secrets of success and Napoleon Hill and Think and Grow Rich, and how do we unlock, you know, these secrets that Napoleon figured out and Orson Sweet Martin figured out, you know, the guys before Napoleon Hill and, you know, Samuel Smiles. And there's a talk that we just did, which is, you know, called The Resistance versus the Calling. And that's going to be actually the first chapter in the book for Secrets of Success. And it's just like, look, we have a 2 million year old lizard brain that's hardwired for fear, hardwired for to look what's wrong, right? Where is that saber-toothed tiger going to jump out of that bush right behind me? And, you know, that's just how we're hardwired. The cool thing is we have our conscious mind, and we can rewire our subconscious mind to look for what is right. So many of us are being preyed upon with the news and the social media based on fear, because they know, boy, they're hardwired for fear. Let's tap into that fear so we can get attention, so we can get clicks, so we can get more eyeballs, so we can sell more commercials, and on and on and on. But here's the thing. You don't hear that here. Like for me, I have no idea what's going on in the world. Honestly, like I don't have, because look, I can't control what's going on out there. You know, I'm focused on what I can control. And that is my mindset. That's surrounding myself with people that are awesome, that lift me up, that raise my vibration. I'm surrounding myself with like Dead Poets Society, right? With the greatest thinkers from the 1850s until now, and the people that are alive right now. You know, you got to find those people that can support you and give you that positive energy, because you know, fear and what's wrong with the world is everywhere. You can find it, but so is what's right. So are the good people that are doing the good, that are overcoming, that are there to help. So yeah, man, that's what it's all about. Think and grow
And
rich.
you know, that's the mission, Justin, and that's the mission of the Los Angeles Tribune newspaper, is to help reimagine journalism. Now, Justin, you know, Russell Brunson and I, we're actually both on a very similar mission. He's bringing back a legend from the dead, and so am I. He wants to bring back Napoleon Hill. I want to bring back the Clubhouse Wizard. What do we need to do to bring back the Clubhouse Wizard?
So here's the problem. I just shipped my wizard hat to Jamie Smith, who is the ClickFunnels wizard. I literally shipped that. We could probably go to my Instagram feed and pull up some stuff. Dude, Clubhouse was so much fun. Mo is he's such a great character. He's got so much charisma. He was like bouncing around from room to room. And for those of you that know what we're talking about, Clubhouse is not like a club where we're out in LA hanging out. It was an audio app that came out right in the middle of COVID, and we all got it. We were all missing, social interaction and communication and just socializing. And so we all hung out and had so much fun. And boy, they weren't recording any of those rooms, but I wish they were. That was so much fun. But the Clubhouse Wizard is inside. That's for sure.
It's somewhere inside. Somewhere inside.
Wizard.
There we go. Justin, it's been a lot of fun being with you. I want to thank you so much. I want to congratulate you. You really, I don't think anyone saw this coming, Justin, what you're doing with Russell Brunson. So I want to congratulate you on making a very, very, very respectable power move in the world of marketing. So I give you your flowers, sir.
Well,
I don't think anyone saw this coming. So
yeah.
So we will do everything we can to support you. And Renee, I want to give you the floor. Thank you, Justin. And Renee, I want to give you the floor to share a final word of wisdom with our audience. Again, we're here alongside best-selling author, multiple times best-selling author, critically acclaimed author Renee Dutton. Renee, please share some final words of wisdom with our audience.
So it's been so much fun to watch bits and pieces of this event and the technical issues. Happy to know it's not just me. And when people lose their voice, I've actually physically lost my voice for 9 months. So my heart was like, I get it. So it's all been so much fun. But my message is that the circumstances, whether losing your voice or technical issues or anything else that goes on in the world, does not have to permanently affect your human experience, does not have to permanently affect what you bring to the world. But sometimes people are in so much pain that they just can't even think outside of their own pain. And I get it. I've been there. And that is why I wrote my book, because I want to shortcut the time that people are in pain. There are tools. People think that you're just born with your brain that is sad, or it's not true. The brain can change. Won't go into neuroplasticity. I'm not a doctor, although I feel like I could be, and all these other things, but everything can change. But it starts with your attitude and your perspective, and whether or not you choose to empower yourself or have a victim mentality, or a grumpy mentality, which I really hope that is going to end, because I feel like that is just a bad energy that we're just spreading out in the world. It's causing fear and reaction, and everybody's in fight or flight. Not everybody, but I really hope we can turn this around. I know we can turn this around.
And I want to thank you, because if we do turn it around, when we do turn it around, it's going to be because of the impact of people such as yourself and the people that participated in this program, and the hosts and Rex Sykes and all of the folks working behind the scenes. Renee, I want to thank you for making another appearance on the program. This community is going to be hearing a lot from you in the coming months and years, because you are doing such a great job spreading positivity. And I want to thank you again, Renee.
My absolute pleasure. Thank you, Mark.
Now, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back. This is a clip from a very well-known speaker who sent this clip to us in a previous event, and we're going to hear her message of inspiration, and we'll come back with more leaders.
Hi, Lisa Nichols here. And I wanted to thank the Los Angeles Tribune for the Lifetime Achievement Award. I'm grateful. You know, during my career of over 21 years, all I've ever wanted to do was to help transform, help impact, up-level, elevate the lives of those around me. When I started my career over 20 years ago, I never knew that I'd be here. I was a woman from Los Angeles wanting to change my life and my son's life. And when I found that education, motivation, inspiration, and action led to transformation, And when I began to have my own transformation, all I wanted to do was to help as many people as possible to have the same experience or their own experience similar. I know that 2020 was a year of uncertainty, unexpected and unwanted change. 2020 was a year of unacceptable, made polarized. 2020 was a year of release, relinquish, reset, recharge. 2020 was a year that we all navigated through, but we made it to 2021. We made it to 2021 still with hope, with dreams, with belief. In spite of global and national upheaval, we've pushed through it and we are here today. I'm honored by this award because it's an award that's acknowledging resiliency as well as commitment. And each and every one of us have that. I'm grateful that I can inspire someone else to keep getting up. I say oftentimes, I didn't avoid being knocked down. I simply was always committed to getting back up. And as I kept getting back up, I continued to have more faith in my ability to get up. And then I was able to strategize on how to avoid so many knockdowns. So I want to thank you again. I want to thank the LA Tribune for seeing in me something that adds value. I want to thank the Quantum Leap Forum for seeing in me something that adds value to the lives of those around me. I am who I am because of the energy that lives and the vibration that flows through Los Angeles. I am and will always be an LA girl, no matter where I live, where I am, or where I serve in the world. So it's an honor to be able to do good work besides good people like you. I cannot wait until I can turn a virtual hug into a physical hug. I'm your sister in prosperity and in possibility. And from my heart to yours, I say thank you. I believe in you and I love you. Be well.
All right, we are live here at the official Think and Grow Rich Institute. It's a summit. Shout out to the incredible CEO, Satish Verma. And then this is also sponsored by the incredible Los Angeles Tribune. Shout out to the whole entire team, including Ava and CEO Mo Rock. I am Sir Kaya Redford, a success coach for Fortune 500 companies and the creator of Top Producing Faster to Your Wealth and Freedom. And today I have such an honor and privilege of meeting this man and introducing this man to you who's going to knock your socks off and give you the tools to succeed in your life, to achieve $1 million or more in less than 6 months to a year, without all the headache, without all the stress, without costing us our health and our relationships. This incredible man, well, you know what? I am going to share with you a video. Because it's one thing for me to tell you his accomplishments. It's another thing for you to hear it from the very top people in the world that have literally put their endorsement on this gentleman, Harrison Klein. By the way, Harrison, how are you doing?
Sensational, terrific, amazing, phenomenal, outstanding, incredible, awesome, turned on, tuned up, tweaked, authentic, resplendent, and dazzlingly galactic.
You know what? I've been doing Zooms with him for over 6 months. And that's how his energy is at every single meeting. So stay tuned right now. I'm going to play a video of this incredible leader and the people that are endorsing him and why you should pay attention and why this man's going to change your life over the very next few minutes. So stay tuned.
Hey, I'm Harrison Klein, and I change lives.
Hey everybody, my name is Forbes Riley, and hopefully you recognize me from television. All right, well, I've joined forces with an amazing man named Harrison Klein.
Now, if you don't know Harrison, you probably do, but if you don't know Harrison, he's an enlightened master walking around on the planet, and he's doing whatever he can to make a difference in anybody he can touch in his life.
I work with high-performing, high-net-worth individuals like yourself to radically awaken new alignments in creativity, extra clarity, focus, and peace of mind. especially if you're under high pressure, anxiety, psychological pain, or feeling underappreciated. I've worked with some of the world's most profound thought leaders, prolific and profound thought leaders on the planet, like Dr. John DeMartini, John Assaraf, Forbes Riley, and James Dentley. I've developed a new technology I call quantum neurogenesis, which combines over 4,000 years of sage wisdom with the latest in neurological research. My clients have generated more than $158 million, yes, $158 million, and achieved world fame, but more importantly, self-actualization.
If you have the opportunity to work with Harrison, grab it. And personal growth or business, it will probably be one of the best investments you will ever make.
Now, one of my dear friends, Harrison Klein, is really one of the smartest guys I know, one of the most loving guys I know, that studies body, mind, spiritual connectedness, and how to really take the best out of all three, and how to enlighten your life with the wisdom and the knowledge that you can achieve whatever it is you want to achieve.
He is known for his transformational work, his higher consciousness work. I was in The Secret. I know this work very well. And for those of you who haven't had an experience of working with him, you need to have one. So if you've not really had a chance to meet him, you need to meet him.
He has been involved in personal development and self-mastery and helping people in entrepreneurship and on their spiritual quest, as well as wealth development for many, many years. So if that is something inspiring to you, you need to check out his website. You need to take advantage of the man's wisdom. He'll make a difference in your life.
So if that is something that you want, need, or resonates with you, let's jump on a short call and see if I can help.
Wow. Wow. Speechless. So I'm sure those of you that are Think and Grow Rich fans, shout out to Against Satif Verma for the Think and Grow Rich Summit. Those of you that are fans of the Think and Grow Rich movement and also the Los Angeles Tribune, you know these speakers. These are, as they say, the new thought leaders, the experts of experts. And that's pretty much the very first question I got to ask you, Harrison. How do you get that level of endorsement and respect from people of that caliber that are world-class speakers?
You know, I'm helping to create a new generation of soul and leaders for a lot of different people, for a lot of great things. And if you have a gigantic, outrageous, audacious idea and goal, people come out of the woodwork to help you. And that's part of the process that we have. And becoming, bigger and better. In the Book of Wealth, it says there are three things that make a difference. Number one is you have to love yourself very, very deeply. That's the first thing to make $1 million or better, or to get rich or get a fortune. Number two, you have to create something that serves vast numbers of people. And number three, you have to be able to feel like it's your unique destiny to bring this to the world. So those three things, if you have a big enough idea that does serve vast numbers of people, and you have the confidence that you can connect that to people, basically, and connect that to leaders, they will support you 100%. And they know how, and if you have something that is a sound plan, you'll make it happen. That's how it goes. You have to be inspired, you have to be connected, and you have to be able to articulate very quickly and very succinctly, so to create a future for those people you serve.
That is so, so beautiful. And I know you have a journey, because you and I met at Global Awaken Summit in Orlando, and we had this connection. And very rarely are leaders born. We like to think that they come out of the womb these exceptional individuals, and reality is we all go through trials and tribulations. And I know that on the journey of teaching people, you've helped people earn over $158 million. That is insanity. I mean, that's just incredible. Not many people can say that. Very few people on this planet can say that. And I know that it's not just about money. You're a very spiritual man. You want to awaken the spirit in each and every person so that they can achieve their goals. So if you don't mind, maybe take us back to a time when you were before this place that you're in today. Maybe you didn't have that that knowledge, that expertise. Maybe you hadn't fully seen your own potential. And then I know we're here to talk about Think and Grow Rich, and maybe those tools that you learned from that book that have helped you become the man that you are, that's helping so many other people.
I was I came from a background where my parents and my culture taught me not to trust anybody, and that was a major impediment for me because I was lost and I was miserable. There was nothing I could do that seemed to be right, and I just felt, I felt wrong, but not wrong about this or that, but just wrong in being. And I went through a lot of different trials and tribulations growing up, and at a certain point, I came upon a book by Joseph Campbell called The Hero's Journey, and that book was also the impetus for George Lucas to create Star Wars and everything. There's been so much literature and so many books and so many movies written about the hero's journey and from the hero's journey, and it inspired me. I read Joseph Campbell, and it stimulated what I call my genius. And it doesn't have to be anybody else's genius, but it gave me hope. I came from circumstances that were very, very difficult. My parents had very little money. They were very survival, victim-moded human beings, and there was nothing that they could do. They were Holocaust survivors, and they had been very, very tortured and hurt and raped. And my mother was raped many times, and there were so many different things during that particular period of time. And so, I came to a point where I was so miserable that I couldn't do anything else. I was in college, and I just lit off for Europe. I had a little bit of money. I went to Europe, basically. I had created a couple of ways to live. And when I was about 3 days into my European excursion, basically, I got ripped off. I got ripped off for my money, for my clothes, for my journals, for my cameras, and for everything that I owned at that particular point. And here I was in a foreign country. I didn't speak the language. I was isolated. I didn't even have my clothes because the woman that I was with took my clothes so that I couldn't follow her. She was part of the ripoff, and she was somebody who I had met in that country. So I didn't speak the language. I had no friends. I did have, however, the heart of an adventurer. So, one of the things that, anybody else ever experienced that? Anybody else know they have the heart of an adventurer, even though they're down, they're depressed, they're lost, I'm sure many of you out there relate. So, and every night for months after I got ripped off, I cried and I cried. I was just in this whole, circumstance of just pain and darkness. And, I finished.
So what was that?
So
what was that turning point, that break for you?
So I went back. And I went back to America. Somehow I got back to America, and I went back to finish my college education. And in finishing my college education, that's what my parents wanted me to do. And because I was so broken from the fact that I was homeless and starving in Europe and all that kind of stuff, I went back to become a teacher, a public school teacher, which is what my parents always wanted me to be anyway and wanted me to do. But, when I got there and I started teaching, I hated it. I hated the job. I hated the kids. I hated the people, the other teachers. They were very incompetent, in my opinion. And, I didn't believe that, and I had no other alternative. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know where to go. I was depressed and I was stuck. I was trapped because I was contracted to stay a year and I couldn't leave. So I couldn't leave. And, I was, the one thing that I was, however, the turning point was I was a voracious reader, it was all I knew how to do at that particular point. So I came upon Think and Grow Rich. So and I began to dream. I began to gush. I wanted a bigger life. I wanted love, and I wanted adventure, and I wanted money, and I wanted, experiences that were unique in the world, so that I could also bring those experiences to somebody else. And I was drawn specifically when I was reading Think and Grow Rich to the 6 steps on page 22 that basically that taught about the auto-suggestion and how to program your mind into bigger, better, more significant experience, and for the purpose of transmuting ideas and thoughts into money. So, I failed at schooling, I failed at selling, I failed at, relationships, but I was persistent. And because of Think and Grow Rich, I kept that persistence, and I soon began to change. And then I came upon the turning point. I had an awakening. That awakening blew the rocks off of everything that existed for me. I didn't know any such thing could have even been. It was a total spiritual awakening. It changed my life in an instant. And for 20 some years before that, I was one person. And after I had that small awakening, or that massive awakening, for me it was massive, but after I had that awakening, I was a different human being from that moment on, and I never went back. So it was an incredible opportunity and a credible way to open up my heart and open up my soul to a whole new series of experiences that were stimulated from the Think and Grow Rich process. Okay.
What was the catalyst for the awakening? Because I think so many people are looking, yearning for that moment, for things to really radically change and transform in their life. Was it something that just out of the blue happened? Was it a book you read? I mean, obviously you talked about the books you read. Was it something you sought after and you just connected a few dots? What catalyst for this awakening breakthrough?
Kaya, there's 2 ways to change, really. One is to want more, and the other one is to hit rock bottom. So, I hit rock bottom emotionally. I had no more energy within me. I was isolated. I was trapped. I had no way out, and I felt bad about myself. I was actually fairly suicidal. But then a thought came to me, a simple little thought. And that thought was, what if everything that I had lived to that moment was preparation for love, for something bigger, something better? And at that moment, something clicked, and I had a massive awakening. So this awakening was something that I didn't even know exist. I wasn't spiritual before that. I didn't even believe in God. I didn't know what was happening. And I went through this experience where I was really, you don't even want to know of the experience. It was another realm of being.
Yes, that what if question.
Yes.
That what if question. And I know this may go quite deep for some of our listeners. You've shared with me what is Satori. There's 2 different levels of a breakthrough. Right? I don't know if you want to touch on that a little bit. And I also know that today we're also going to be getting into the tools, right? Auto-suggestion, desire, the power of mastermind, the subconscious mind from Napoleon Hill. But because it's so profound, how would you describe the distinction between enlightenment and the Satori, and how you describe those terms?
Well, the term Satori is a Japanese word for sudden enlightenment. In the Western world and in the Western religions, spirituality is about behavior. But as you come from the Eastern world, basically, as you begin to understand the Eastern world, it's all about consciousness. And it's all about, understanding how thoughts change your lives. And that's the very first thing that happens in Think and Grow Rich. They say that thoughts are things. And indeed, it has been proved millions of times over at this particular point. So a Satori is a permanent state of higher consciousness. It is beyond the senses. And what Napoleon Hill calls that the 6th sense, if you will, but it is beyond your 5 senses. And a kensho is I believe that's the temporary part of this sudden enlightenment experience. There's also a permanent part. So the Satori is the permanent part, and the kensho is a temporary part where you get a glimpse of another realm of being, where you get a glimpse of a higher consciousness and a bigger connection to God. And this happens to a lot of people, but they don't always get the permanent portion. So,
you know, when I ever hear you speak, Harrison, I have a hard time not getting my pen. I've got my iPad. No, seriously. I'm literally doing this interview with you, and I can't help but write notes, because just listening to you opens the door to the soul and to the possibility. And I know you and I have talked about launching a program together for a
yeah,
hero, right? And so
yes.
we are. Yeah, we are. And so I'm super, super excited. So touch on, if you would, because I know we have a limited time, touch on how does someone, because you've helped people earn over $158 million. How does someone create $1 million or more without, like you said, without the headache, without the costing their health and their relationships? What are the steps to doing that?
You know, you have to be a master of something. You have to have a specialized knowledge, and you have to have a master of something. And they're really, it's pretty much simple if you understand the three major pillars of it. The three major pillars are create a large audience, create a huge audience through creating something that serves vast numbers of people. Secondly, automate your client recruitment, or your student recruitment, or your connection to your customers, your customer recruitment. And then thirdly, scale it. Add more services and products, and podcasts and blogs and articles and other things that keep you much more visible and continuously visible in the eyes of people who want what you need, because want what you do, because when you want something, something wants you, and it's just the way that things happen. So I didn't make the law. It's just how it works. So you're attracted to something, something is attracted to you. The same thing is attracted to you. So that's because we have this godhood that's inside of us, and the spark is that we create our own reality. So as we create our own reality, that we can effectively communicate our value to every single person that we know. And we increase our abilities by dramatic leaps if we are really cognizant of what those problems are, those limiting beliefs are, and what those circumstances are, and what the circumstances do, for you and for somebody else. So it's not that difficult. Again, build an audience, automate a client recruitment system, and scale your business. That's very simple. So
can I ask you another thing that you and I have talked about, and I know that you're huge on this, is and as we close, just something else, a little bonus. Let's talk about briefly AI and how you are, you want to be on the cutting edge of using AI in a positive way. There's always discussions on both sides of the equation, but anything, a hammer could be used to build a house, an orphanage, build a school. A hammer could be used to hurt a person. So it's anything that isn't necessarily positive or negative. It's how do we use it? Do we use it for the greater good? So how do you plan to utilize the power of AI so that you can improve humanity?
So yes, AI, basically artificial intelligence, is a jumpstart system for people who are trying to get into something. It gives you the cognitive tools that allow for a deeper introspection than one could normally do by themselves. So it is a communication system that allows you to enter the realm of the creator. That's how I use it, basically. So when you want to build a big audience, basically, and you want to recruit people, you first have to have a big, hairy, audacious idea. So the bigger the the more audacious the idea, people are going to come out of the woodwork to help you. Secondly, you want to, or you could improve on something. If you don't want to get so crazily innovative, you just want to improve on something that's already there. And if you improve on anything about 10% more than it has already been, basically, just 10% better than what's already been, you will start to create a fortune. So something that's popular. Next thing is, one of the ways you create a gigantic audience is that you can create controversy. You take on a big enemy. That's how Trump became president. That's how so many people become famous, because they take on, because the universe is in balance. And when somebody becomes famous, they also have a target on their back. There's also people who don't like them. And if you're famous and you're rich, you have a target on your back. People want something from you. And if you take on a big enemy, they're people who have lined up against that. So you want to create communities. And that's one of the things you can do. AI helps you to create a community. You want to create mini courses, or you want to create, items that serve. You can create a large community on YouTube in about 90 to 180 days of 10,000 people or more who are anxious to get everything you want, just by doing 1 or 2 minute to 5 minute or 10-minute videos. You want to innovate. You want to release your genius so that you have an articulate way to help other people and create some success strategies for them that make a difference. And finally, you want to get, strategic partners that help you along the way. Nobody gets to the higher realms without, masterminding, without creating strategic alliances. That's a big thing that in the Think and Grow Rich book. So, you want to automate your client recruitment. One of the ways, let's just say you want to get professionals. Well, you go on LinkedIn and you find a way to message on a continuous basis. So you can do 100 messages a day for a high ticket item. You can email, you can automate your email. So you can get all the sequencing so that once you do it, you don't have to do it over and over and over again. AI can give you the exact wording for emails, for your web page, for your.
You are. It's almost like you're an encyclopedia meets AI meets incredible. So I know we're running out of time. So how do people get a hold of you? I know that you have a program that really helps people to achieve this big goal. Tell us a little bit about how people get a hold of you.
Well, currently I have a program called Wealthy Mofos, because I'm a wealthy mofo.
Wealthy Mofos. So let's spell that.
WealthyMofos. WealthyMofos.com.
Wow. Okay. And what will they get there?
They're going to get a system, the exact system that we're talking about, in multiple steps. Clearly, you're going to find, how to break through your negative patterns, the negative pattern beliefs. You're going to find a way to get through an evolution. So you're going to see the steps of evolution and the way your business can unfold. You're going to learn a scaling system that not only effectively communicates what you do, but you're going to find freedom so that you can attract your tribe in a gigantic way. You're going to be unshakable in your confidence. You're going to learn to, increase your conversions simply by the way that, you articulate what you've got. You're going to find, renewed belief and faith and passion for life, and you're going to do all kinds of wonderful things. So when you come to Wealthy Mofos, you're going to have a new lifestyle with time and money freedom. And, this is going to be, it's a growth network, basically, and you'll have more clients, more fun, more money, all the kind of things that you want when you come into owning a business or working at a business that you love. So, you'll have a brand, you'll have a hero blueprint, and, a communication framework that questions things so that you discover the new potentials and exercises through breakthrough processes that I've created called quantum neurogenesis, which is the ability to rewire your brain in a phenomenal kind of way, and create strategic ways to incorporate high money experiences.
That is amazing. Amazing. So as you're watching this, you definitely want to go to
www.wealthymofos.
Wealthymofos.com, MOFOS.com.
Yes.
And absolutely, we're going to do events together. We are partnering up with the incredible LA Tribune CEO Mo Rock, and then also Think and Grow Rich, and just the whole community. And so if you want to attend some free live events, you can text the word TOP, T-O-P, to the phone number 26786. I'm so looking forward to getting Harrison out and let's sharing the stage. So again, you can text the word TOP, T-O-P, to 26786, and I will be personally letting you know when we're going to be partnering up and doing events together with Satish Verma, with Mo Rock, with the Think and Grow Rich, with Harrison, with Dr. Khalila Ali, and all the other incredible people that you've met here today. You can again text the word TOP, T-O-P, to 26786, and let's see you transform your life, and together we can make the world an even better place.
I need to correct you for a second, Kaya, because it's not www.wealthymofos.com. There's no www. It's either https :// or it's just wealthymofos.com, because the www screws up the link.
All right, wealthymofos.com. Go there and learn how wealthy you get and how quickly with this incredible leader, Harrison.
And if anybody wants to connect with me, they can get on my calendar from that website as well. And I'm going to give anybody who wants to connect with me a copy of my book. I've written 7 books so far, and I'm going to give a copy of I Am Wealth. And if that doesn't connect to Think and Grow Rich, I don't know what does. I think it's 40 prompts to make you rich. So it's very cool.
Thank you so much, Harrison. Extremely generous. Definitely want to go to wealthymofos.com and get the book, I Am Wealth. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Harrison. Looking forward to doing incredible things with you. And thank you again to Satish Verma, to Mo Rock, Los Angeles Tribune, and the Think and Grow Rich Institute. See you all soon.
Let's all change the world. Let's all change each other. Let's all come into a place whereby, we put a dent in the universe, because that's what Steve Jobs taught me. And that's how you do it. You put a dent in the universe, you change some lives, you make a lot of money. Hey, come with us.
Come with us.
See you there.
All right. See you soon.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And Sir Kaya, you are muted. You are muted. Sir, let's make sure you're unmuted. What a fantastic dialogue that was live right here on the Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit. And Kaya, I've only been about 40 hours into this, but I feel like I got 40 hours more that I can go, because you're pumping me up with these interviews. I mean, it's absolutely incredible. What
can I just say?
I mean,
can I really be honest and transparent with all of you? And I share this with my partner Veronica. I've had a breakthrough working with Mo. I've had a breakthrough. I'm getting emotional with the Los Angeles Tribune, and I'm gonna just share with you what the breakthrough is stepping into a role where I have been wanting to do podcasts for a long time. I've been busy coaching and doing all the other things. I've been procrastinating like some of us do, and stepping into this. Get out of the paralysis of analysis, Kaya. Just get in there. There is technologies, there's people, there's support structure, this StreamYard, this platform with you, Mo, and the opportunity that you are giving so many of speakers to share their message to the world. Satish Verma, Think and Grow Rich. So I sent a message to Veronica and I said, I just had a breakthrough. She said, what's the breakthrough? I've just done 12, 15 podcast interviews in a matter of 24 hours. It's like, wait a minute. So it's like what do they say? Luck is preparation meets opportunity. And can I share a little bit more? There is a way for us to strategically put this together, and you're showing us that way. And the amount of people that have come, there's literally hundreds of other people that are leaders that are now wanting to join this platform, and we're going to continue to break records. So just my breakthrough is just getting out of my own head and let's just do it. The past is history, the future is a mystery, the only time is now. And Uguay, the turtle in Kung Fu Panda, said that the only time is now, and it's a gift. That's why we call it the present moment. So in this present moment, I want to say thank you again to the incredible Mo Rock, trailblazer in news and media, to Ava, your team, everybody else, Satish Verma, to all the speakers that have been on here, to the people tuning in. Some of you have been tuned in for 4 days, and I know your life will never be the same again. I just have tremendous gratitude.
Kaya, I love you, and I want to say hello to Veronica, who hopefully is watching, sending love and peace to her as well. And I see Rex Sykes asserted himself on stage. I was trying to have a nice bromance moment with Kaya. Go ahead, Rex. Just ruin it. You're good at ruining moments, Rex. It's what you do. Go ahead.
I'm horning in. I wanted to edify you both. Kaya, you're doing a marvelous job. It's fantastic, and you've got some really good guests. I mean, you've got great guests that since you've been here. I really appreciate that. I want to say something about Mo Rock, though. I was in the dog park and we were talking about the possibility of this very event. And Mo said, I got to go. I got to make a phone call. And like a day later, this thing was happening. Mo Rock is one of these people who takes the initiative. He acts. He walks his talk. If he gets an idea and he thinks it can work, he pursues it. And I love Mo, and I'm getting to know you, Kaya. I love you, but you two guys are right there adding so much value and so much insight to the audience and to the people and to me and to everyone. I just wanted to jump right in, interrupt the hug fest, and let you both know.
The hug fest just got a bigger hug, and it's now a hug that's reaching all 4 corners of the earth. We know so many people that are tuned in live here on Facebook and YouTube and all over the world. And then there's so many people that don't have the opportunity to even participate in this and hear this message. So as we continue to grow this movement, we will reach all 4 corners of the earth. We will give the specialized knowledge that Think and Grow Rich talked about, Napoleon Hill talked about, to elevate the world to another place, so that we don't just have the haves and the have-nots, but we have everybody gets to win. Why do we have to have a win-lose society? Why do we have to have winners and losers? I know that there's a premise on that. Oh, you don't want to give the award to the person that came in 4th or 5th or 6th, but why not? Let's create a win-win-win culture and win-win-win world. So I am all in to take this to every 4 corners of the earth, and we won't stop till we make a difference in everybody's life.
Kaya, I'm so excited to work with you, and I'm so thrilled to have in just a couple of minutes Sir Peter join us, and then
Sir Peter,
folks, absolutely. And then after that interview that you do live, we're going to take a quick intermission, and we'll be back with a brand new stream. So if you're watching this on Facebook, if you're watching on YouTube, if you're watching on demand on a Roku channel after the fact, well, you don't need to worry about this. But if you're in the virtual auditorium, or if you're on the private link that some of you have for the virtual auditorium on our private servers, we're going to take a quick intermission after Peter's interview. And we'll be back in about 10 minutes with a brand new stream.
Yes.
So just refresh the Facebook page, refresh the YouTube page when the stream ends here in about 5 to 10 minutes, and there will be a new stream for part 2 of day 4. And I want to thank the editor-in-chief of the Los Angeles Tribune, Ava Manuel.
Ava, yes.
I get a lot of credit. I get a lot of credit for the great work at the Los Angeles Tribune that I should not get, because Ava Manuel is the person that deserves 95% of the credit.
Not 99?
99% of the credit, and the 1%, of course, goes to people like
goes
Rex
to Rex.
else.
Yes.
Yeah.
and can I share, while those of you tuning, why you want to tune in?
I heard hugs,
Hugs.
I just came in because I heard hug.
For a hug.
So bigger
Yes.
hugs.
The bigger
But
hugs.
also, let me add to this hug. Ava is, I mean, if ever there was a match made in heaven in terms of 2 action shakers and 3, obviously, Sir Kaya, I should say. But
Kaya's good.
People who make it happen, you know, when there's an idea, there's a will, there's a way kind of thing. They are the people who get the rubber to meet the road and they get you moving down that highway of life to be able to claim your dreams. And what you said about, you know, Hill said it, I think the best. We all just work together in harmony.
Yeah.
We would all be better off. And if
We're going to bring up Sir Peter here in a moment, but Rex, you know, it's
I'm gonna
interesting
leave.
what you're saying. It reminds me of what Bengay and you were talking about when Bengay said that the secret of this book, the dark, dirty secret that everyone's looking for when they're reading this and dissecting it and researching it, and he heard it from Napoleon Hill's lips to his own ears, and that's that the secret of Think and Grow Rich is action. So, my friends, if you are theorizing, if you are meditating, if you are working on doing a new version of your dream board, but you're not taking action, then you're missing the point. And so I encourage all of the folks here to recognize that while this virtual seminar is going to wrap up tonight, the real seminar is actually starting when the stream ends, because the real seminar is your life. The real seminar is your business. The real summit is your life. And so we're so grateful for everyone here. We're so thankful for everyone here. We're working on setting a world record for most number of speakers in one event.
An unreachable
and to the best of my
new-
knowledge, we've done that.
Yes, an unreachable new world record.
Unreachable.
So we have
if
Sir
anyone
Peter
out
coming
there has
up.
ever done an event with 150 people, I want to know about it, because I don't know about it, Kaya, please.
I do know someone. It's his name and her name is Mo Rock and Ava. In 2024 and 2025, they'll have an event with 300 speakers. I say Tony Robbins does a 5-day challenge. You know, this is a 4 or 5 day challenge too. Come on, let's go.
Yeah.
And also, for those of you going to be tuning in,
said, I want to.
Yes.
For
those of you going to be tuning in after Sir
go
Peter,
ahead,
and we
Kaya.
take our break, we do have Dr. Khalila Ali, the wife of the greatest Muhammad Ali, that is going to transform your life. We've got Mayor Paul Leon. This is the 6th term mayor. He's been mayor for 25 years of the city of Ontario. We have Sir Alec, who's now a Baron Alec Stern. And we have Dr. Netta, who started a movement to build up the high value men and change the way the world sees this so-called toxic masculine. And we're able to really change that into elevating everybody together as one. So with that being said, I'll give it back to you, and we're ready for Sir Peter.
We're about to bring up Peter and Sir Kaya. We
I'm still waiting on the list.
Yeah, we
Go ahead,
also
Mo.
have the greatest selling author of all time.
Yes.
He's also going to be closing out day 4, part 2 with us, and that's Mark Victor Hansen. So just in case you folks thought that it couldn't get any more exciting, we have literally the best-selling author of all time. And with that, I'm going to bring up Peter.
Yes, Sir Peter.
Sir Peter, welcome. It's a pleasure to see you again. I've actually had the pleasure of meeting you a couple of times in person. We had dinner next to each other at an Oscar watch party. I'm going to step back with my colleagues here and give Sir Kaya the reign to interview you. I have my sharpened pencil. I'm excited to take notes. And with that being said, Ava, Rex, and myself will step back and give the floor to you, Sir Kaya.
Thank you so much, Mo. Wow, what an honor it is to be with this team, and we are going all the way. So, Sir Peter, again, so let's give a huge shout out to CEO Mo Rock of the Los Angeles Tribune, to Satish Verma, the CEO of Think and Grow Rich Institute. For those of you who are just joining, I'm a success coach for Fortune 500 companies and creator of a program called Top Producing Faster to Your Wealth and Freedom. And I am interviewing this gentleman because he went through such adversity, and he's such a spiritual man, and we're connected on different levels. Let me just start by telling you a little bit about him. He was, as a child, even though he was raised by a great family with great values and so forth, he had challenges. He was a high school dropout. He was a D student. He had ADHD. But he's interesting. He said, I might have had this ADHD, these D grades, but I had an A mindset, Kaya. I had an A mindset. So he's actually turned that word D, that letter D, instead of D student, he's turned it to D difference. D difference. D difference billionaire club. He has vision, action, faith. We're going to talk about his whole movement with Think and Grow Rich. He also is a he's a liver transplant survivor. Can you believe that? And who was the living donor? His daughter. That is just another great topic. He's a best-selling author of a book called The Expert's Cure: How Entrepreneurs Are Changing the World. He's got knighted, you can see Sir Peter, he's got knighted by the Royal Order of Constantine the Great and St. Helen for the tremendous work he's doing. And one of the works he's doing is helping countries with water desalination, from seawater to purified drinking water. So new technology he's bringing to Singapore. He's doing so many things, and he's going to talk about all these things, and he's going to teach us something beyond just Think and Grow Rich. He's going to teach us how to transform your life and how to go from almost dying to building a $1 billion vision that is enriching people's lives. Welcome, Sir Peter Magana.
Well, thank you there, Sir K.
Can you live up? Can you live up to that description, brother?
I don't know. I guess you said it all. Thank you very much, and thank you guys. And thank you, Mo and Ava. Yeah, I did meet you on this circuit. You know, I guess for all of us that have these talents and gifts, you at least give us that opportunity, because there are many great people out there, which I realized. And you know, through my journey, I literally suffered so much, but I never blamed nobody. I got ill from a chemical that damaged my liver, but I never even blamed the company or God. I fought and I won because I believed in what I was doing, but that adversity gave me the power. And what I do today, it's the power of adversity. What I've seen when 2020 came, and 2020 came, COVID, everything went really haywire. But at that point, I started to read audiobooks, and you never guess the first book I read, Think and Grow Rich.
Of course, Think and Grow Rich.
That was my first book. And then I started reading more books and more books and more books. And then I started getting like this brain, subconscious mind, these visions, these talents. And then I came out with something, said, you know what? I read about the billionaires and all that. I said, you know what? If I had $1 billion, I'm going to die. I am going to die. So what I said to myself, you know, what am I going to do with this? And I said, share with everybody else. That was one vision. And here's the next part. I literally said, well, if I took $1,000 and created the 1,000, what people can do is if they invest in themselves and others, I enriched people's hearts. I'm the richest guy in this world because I enriched people's hearts. And they in turn pay it forward and give it in that fashion. But when I said $1,000, I literally went to my car. Well, how many people do I want? Well, 1 million people. And literally, I walked in my car and said, what's 1,000 plus 1 million? $1 billion. That was manifestation. And I created this vision, a vision for $1,000 on the first level by giving and with receiving education. The best speakers in the world from $1,000 at a time at 1 million. Tier 2 were $1,000 at a $1 billion purchasing powers. We are the bank. We are everything. This is for everybody, the average person that can't afford it. This is for all of us. And now the members that join me, it's only on vision. They join on vision. You must see it. Think and Grow Rich.
Yeah. So Peter, let's dive into, yes, you mentioned vision, you mentioned persistence, you mentioned faith. You said something when I talked to you earlier. You said, if I can see it, it can be done, and I can take action on it. So if you don't mind, because I'm going to share, you know, we have a very interesting correlation. You had your liver transplant on, and you put the date here, was 2024, right? No, 2014, yes, August 28 of 2014, you had a liver transplant.
Yes.
Would you believe 10 days before that? So you're in a hospital fighting for your life. 10 days before that, I'm in the hospital fighting for my own life. I had open heart surgery. I had an ascending aortic aneurysm. So we both within 10 days are both fighting for our life. And I know the depth of the darkness that I went through in the surgery and the aftermath. And I know the despair, and I know what it felt like to be rock bottom and what it took for me to pull out. Please, for someone that's challenged either in their health or in their relationships, or one of their kids is facing something, or finances, share with us, what was the breakthrough? What was the catalyst? Like, what was the moment? What was specifically something you heard or read in Think and Grow Rich that had you make the decision, that flipped the switch for you? Because clearly you're living your life's purpose now.
Yes.
Tell us.
I've actually, I mean, it's very simple when it's about visualization. If you're doing good, you have to believe in yourself, because you can't go wrong, but no one's going to be aligned with you.
So Peter, let me ask you this. This is my question. When you're sitting in a hospital and you don't even know if you're going to live the next day.
Correct.
What, you just naturally have that picture of this great vision, or what did you do to pull yourself out of this picture of doom and gloom, I could lose my life here, to this picture of the vision?
Well, the hard part was because I suffered so much: insanity, pain, torture, like you would not believe, and nothing nobody could do for me. So what I did for myself, I said, what am I going to do? I'm dying, I'm suffering, I don't want nobody around. So I said to myself, I had a lot of faith, but I had to find something. And you know what I found to help me survive this? I listened to music, I danced and made jokes like a crazy man. I had to find something to shift my mind from the torture that I was going through to make that change. So anything that happens now that we think it's a problem, it's not a problem. There's solutions. There's solutions to everything in what we do. And that's the way I'm looking. It's because you have to believe in yourself. But I see these things. But you got to take action. You have to take action, and you cannot quit. I never failed nothing in my life by not quitting. But the book, it confirms the things that I'm doing. So I love to do what I do for others. It's just a blessing for me. It's empowering other people's and enriching their hearts so they can give, and they shall receive more than what they put out. It's amazing. And I do this for Keck Medical Center now for 9 years. I support every single month of those that are dying. I'm giving them hope. One legacy to give life. I'm part of that because I want to give them life from donation, organ tissues. I involve myself to helping people in an emotional level. I feel the people and I feel their pain, but I also can transform their pain from looking at the other side. Like I always said, I change myself every time. I don't change nobody, but I change me so I can understand them. And only then I can reach at a deepest level where they say, oh my God, I feel so much better. Because thank God I met you. It's like amazing that you're able to explain it to me, that gratitude, I am good where I'm at. Just look in the mirror and change your attitude, how you look at it. The world's going through a lot, but we need something epic to show that you can do this together. It's all of us.
Do you have a simple, and I know there's other things we'll talk about. Do you have a simple tool to switch on that? You said the music, we call that priming. Music gets right into the unconscious. The music seeps into your cells and it gets you in a completely different vibration. Do you have a simple tool were you thinking negatively at that time, or were you always had the faith? Did you always just have the faith, or was there something that you did different?
There was one thing that I told myself, because I suffered so much. I literally said, God, why am I going through this? What I do, I help people all my life, but what I'm going through this. But what he showed me, he says, you're like everybody else. You come out of this, you can teach people this. I mean, it's a very unique. I should have died more than once, but it's just that inner feeling of what you feel. You want to live. You want to change your mindset and say, you know what, this is okay. It's only going to make me stronger. So every adversity that comes to me, I said, it's a blessing because I'm going to get stronger. And I said, look, God gives you what you can handle, right? Mm-hmm. So if you have faith, You'll overcome it. So that's it. We lost faith. So therefore we lost our purpose because we gave up.
Yes.
Never give up. Never
give up. And how did you transmute this this label of I'm a D student, I have ADHD, to now you're building $1 billion enterprise? Do you still feel like you have ADHD, or do you feel like it's gone because you just changed the story about yourself?
No, I'm just the average person, the same dream, and we're no different. I can be the same ADHD person, but I have the vision, and it empowers other people. You see what I'm saying? It's not because if I'm not above nobody. I'm part of everybody. I don't exclude myself up. I'm for everybody equally. We're rich together in a way that they have never seen it. Making history is what I want to show the world right now, because it needs it. It needs something that it changes. Said people change it by giving and changing your attitude, how do you look at things, and only then the world will be a better place. It's real. I mean, I feel it, and nothing have ever failed, but I feel it within my heart. So thank you guys for even inviting me.
Yes.
Because the message is share with those. So everybody that's looking, I failed the broker's test 26 times. I inspired somebody else. I inspired somebody to take the test and failed 3 times to take the realtor test. And you know what? She was like, oh, I can't do this. I can't. But I said, don't give up on yourself. You know what? I got a text last week. She passed the test on 20.
Oh my gosh. What is Les Brown's famous quote? Please write this down. Please type it in the chat, everybody. And you know it. You know it. His book, right? I don't stop until I type in the chat. What's the last word? What's the last word? What's the last word? I don't stop till I win.
Right.
Okay. So I just had a breakthrough hearing you, Sir Peter, because it really started with one simple thing, and it's so simple, but it just goes like this. We always think we need all these things to pull us out of despair. No, it's one thing that drives all the rest, and it's vision. Yes. As long as you can have the vision and you can see something, you can become it. And then from that, what does Oprah Winfrey say? She's always talking about everybody's trying to do or have. She says she doesn't live her life by what she does or what she has. Right. She focuses on who she's being, or in our case, who we're becoming. Who we're being, who we're becoming will drive the doing and the having. So your vision, that is incredible.
Yeah.
Absolutely unbelievable. And so tell us a little bit more. So, and I love the reframe. You changed D for D student to D for difference billionaire club. Tell us a little bit more about that. And you've talked about Think and Grow Rich and all those principles. You mentioned somewhere that you have over 3,000 courses in this program.
Over 3,000 courses. And we got somebody that's coming in to give a whole full education from Spain and Mexico, a curriculum for their education for $6,000. The best. Yes. And I'm just working with them right now.
Doria says, I love your vision of water for everyone. That's beautiful. Yes. And you also help the homeless.
Yes. I love giving, because when you give, you receive the blessings. I'd like to tell you, I feel so rich by changing people's life and enriching their hearts. That's something money can't buy. And it's amazing. And it's transforming. You know, when you get people to see vision, which I've able to see people see the vision, and they take action. You literally got to see it, and then you take action, because nothing's going to be perfect. And you don't need to ask for permission from somebody else to say, what do you think? And then you stop, because they didn't think in alignment with what you're thinking. You just do your thing, and then look at, nothing's perfect, but you grow it while you're through the process. That's what I'm saying. Action. I didn't make it right, but I learned. How can you do things that you don't know?
Yes.
And say you know it. You don't know it. You go through the process, and then you go, wow, I know it now. Now I can pivot here, pivot there.
Exactly.
But everybody is valuable. Everybody's important, and it doesn't take a lot of money. It's just a simple. Let them believe in themselves. Look, I'm with you guys. I'm never going to be above. I'm connected to humans every month.
Humility.
Humility. Every month I feel this.
So Peter, please share how people get a hold of you. And then we have the incredible Chris Trapani coming up next. And then we're going to take a break. We'll be ending this live stream. For those of you who tuned up, we're taking a break for 10 or so minutes. And then we're going to have Mayor Paul Leon, Dr. Khalila Ali, and some powerful figures to end the night. And then tomorrow, of course, we have the one and the only Mark Victor Hansen, which I heard sold over 400 million copies of his book, Chicken Soup for the Soul. Someone's struggling selling 5 copies. This guy sells 400 million. Sir Peter, how do people get a hold of you?
Well, I'm just going to give my address and I'll send him information for what I do. That's Peter Magana 25 at Gmail. And what I will do also, I did a video for the transplant patients and the families, how to help us survive. I literally did a special video so it can help them. When they see that video, it'll help those that are dying, how to overcome the most difficult thing in their lives. And I teach the families how to help us that are going through the worst things in our life. So that video was basically made for the Keck Medical Center and the people, but I'll share with everybody because it does help. It really does help to know that we came out of this. We give them hope. But I'll just give that so they can just share. That'll be a blessing to everybody that's going through the worst thing in their life. It'll help a lot.
Thank you so much, Sir Peter. And we're back.
Peter, I want to thank you. It was great being able to take notes. Thank you, Peter, for joining us. And thank you, Kaya, for introducing our community to Peter. It's nice to see you again, Peter. I'm looking forward to connecting with you soon again in person. Thank you, Peter.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
And Sir Kaya, do you want to say some introductory words before we bring up the next guest for the final interview
The
of
final
part 1?
interview. Yes, yes. Do we want to play a commercial?
I think that's
We
a
don't need
fantastic
to.
idea. I think that's
We
a
can?
fantastic idea.
If
Every
Abba
once in a
wants
while,
to tee
every once in
something
a
up.
while, you just blow me away with your ideas, Kaya. We'll be back in 1 minute.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Well, we are back, and this is another incredible interview with a dear friend I've known for many, many years. He's about to join us, and his name is Chris Trapani. He's Christopher. You could go by Christopher. He's a mortgage professional with over 30 years of experience, founder and owner of a registered trademark, Fire Your Landlord. Yes.
That's right.
We're going to get into that topic today. He's also the author of How to Fire Your Landlord and to Buy Your Own House. Why not? He has an incredible journey with Think and Grow Rich, the principles. He's been following this for many years. He also teaches people about the reverse mortgage roadmap, and he helps consumers find out what they need to know so that they can be wise about their investments. He has a very strong sales personality, and there was a time when he was really strong with that, and yet he wasn't getting the results and the income. So he started to study all the top leaders that are successful, and he found out that it was actually not the sales skills that made the difference, He actually discovered it was marketing. So we're going to get into his transformation with Think and Grow Rich, but we're also going to go beyond that. We're going to get to his decision, the decision that he made, and how he created a course, how I turned pineapple pizza, there you go, into hundreds of real estate and mortgage transactions. It's really about marketing. So he's going to share with us how he took this pineapple pizza idea, turned into so many leads, and how you and I, all of us, stay tuned, because he will teach you how to take your passion, whatever that is, and the methodology of also turning that into millions of dollars. Welcome to the stage, my brother, Chris Trapani. How are you?
Honored to be here.
Honored to be here. Yes, you look like Think and Grow Rich.
Well, do you ever see me not in a suit?
Yes. You know, dressed to impress. You're always on point, brother. So please do share, before we go into how people can turn their own passion into making millions of dollars. I know that you started, like many of us, started in really, really tough times. And I know you picked up that book, Think and Grow Rich, and you applied some of the principles. If you don't mind, just before we go into what you're going to teach us today, take us back to a time when you really needed that book and why it changed your life, brother.
Okay. Yeah. There came a time when, I started in sales at 3 years old, and I know I'm going to give you 10 seconds of that.
Yes.
How did I do that at 3 years old? My older brothers, we were kids in the Bronx. We had nothing. And my older brothers would make Christmas wreaths, and they would make me, the 3-year-old, knock on the door and ask them if they want to buy a Christmas wreath. Now, I grew up in sales. I've been doing it since I'm literally 3 years old. And along the ways, I became a very good salesman. But in time, you have a family, the mortgage industry was rough, things were tight. And here I was, I had to convince my daughter when it was 6:30 in the evening that it was 9 o'clock and time to go to bed because there was no food in the house and I couldn't feed her. And I had to make this change in myself because I realized it doesn't matter how good a salesperson you are if you got nobody to sell to. And I really had to, when your kids go hungry, it touches your heart in ways that nothing else will. And it'll motivate you in ways that nothing else will. And I just made a decision that everything had to change. I had to learn everything that I needed to learn to make a difference and take care of my kids.
And I know you picked up that book. The book that's the reason why we're all here, Think and Grow Rich. I heard this number and I'm like, wow, that's crazy. I heard there's 2 billion members, 2 billion fans of Think and Grow Rich, which is astonishing. Yes. What were some of the things in that book that were that helped you transform your life?
Well, there were obviously there's 13 principles and 13 things, but one of them was, who do you associate with? And I realized that I needed to associate with the best in the industry. If I'm going to reach the top levels, I have to know the top people. I have to understand the type people. I have to think like the top people. So changing who I was associating with was definitely a big dynamic. I also had a great vision for my family, and so much of it has come true. Today I have 16 grandkids.
Are you? Wow, 16.
Hey, about to become a great grandpa this month.
Great. Wait. Great. Let's give a round of applause to that. Great grandpa. And how you look is amazing.
Well, thank you so much.
You don't look a day over 50. Come on now.
You lie like a rug, but I love you, Kaio.
Yes.
So, well, I had to think different. I had to tell myself what I am, not what I'm going to be. I had to tell myself what I am, how good I am. And I knew it.
Can you touch on that a little bit? Because when you said that, it was interesting. I have to tell myself what I am, not what I'm going to be. Because there's teaching out there. There's this interesting distinction here. But there's teaching out there that says, focus on who you want to be, focus on your future self. And but you're like telling yourself what I am.
I am already there.
Interesting. Explain that for someone. What is it telling yourself what I am if they're stuck? How do they? Yeah.
I think obviously there's a confidence factor, but everything can't be the future. You have to think of yourself as if you are already there. You have already succeeded. You have to say to yourself, I'm not going to have 10,000 subscribers to my software. We're well on our way. You have to say to yourself, I have 10,000 subscribers. A few of them don't know it yet, but I have 10,000 subscribers. They're there. And I believe in myself the same way.
Right. So now I get it. So when you say who I am now, you're taking the future as if it's now and stepping into the vision now, which is, I don't know if I've seen that much written in books. I know they talk about act as if, and I know they talk about, have your goal and I'm so happy and grateful, but that's a very interesting way of looking at it. That's powerful. As if you have it now. And what difference did that make in your behavior and your actions? And then obviously your results at that time when you were struggling, even putting food on the table?
Well, there's a whole process to building yourself, making yourself better, but you have to think you're successful already. And
right.
when you have that success attitude, people feel the confidence. The last thing anybody wants to ever feel is desperation out of a salesman, or, I mean, the confidence has to be there.
Can I ask you this? And I'm not necessarily sure that there is an enormous real estate group on this live thread. There certainly would be people that are in real estate and mortgage, but for some people that don't know or are aware of, there's a tough times, right, in real estate, especially in the mortgage industry with the fluctuation of interest rates and so forth. There's a lot of fear. We've heard over 60,000 people or more have quit the industry in the last few months. So what does someone do to have that unstoppable confidence in this type of economy in the industry of real estate and mortgage?
Well, I think you market more and people step back instead of being more aggressive. I liken the Chinese acrobats who spin a plate. Okay.
Yeah.
That's one form of marketing. Get another plate spinning and then get another plate spinning. But what people did the last few years when it was so good, they got these different marketing plates spinning, and one of them was doing good. So they just kept spinning that, and they left all the plates full. You have to do more marketing. You have to do things different. You know, real estate agents have been knocking on doors for years and years, their farming area. Well, today's farming area is social media. I mean, you can hit millions of people instead of knocking on a door at a time. There's a lot of ways to do this. And social media is an amazing, amazing tool. And I just knew that if I can go out there and continue to entertain, I use the word continue because I've been doing this for a while, that I still get the business that's out there and still do well while everybody else is struggling.
That is beautiful. So let's dive into this topic. How people can take their passion. I know that you're a master at helping people find leads, right? How people can take their passion, no matter what that passion is. Most people tuning here are probably entrepreneurs, leaders, influencers, salespeople in a variety of industries. There's a lot of speakers, coaches, mentors, new thought leaders. How does someone take their passion, whatever that is, and make $1 million with it?
Well, let me start with this. It wasn't exactly pineapple pizza.
Okay, yeah.
If you're looking at me, you probably know he's an Italian guy. All right. I grew up, you know, the Italian community in New York, and everything was Italian food and Italian this and Italian that. And I'm passionate about it and I enjoy it and I share it with other people. Now, when I moved from New York to California many years ago, and I heard people put pineapple on a pizza, that was something I couldn't believe. And I started to kind of make fun of it lightly. Okay. I jokingly tease people about it and they tease me back. And it's been going on for quite some time now. And I teach people that pineapple on a pizza is a felony. And I make them laugh with it. But I use pineapple, but I do all things Italian. I teach people how to make fresh pasta. I do it on social media. I teach people how to make meatballs, how to do all these different things. We even did something on how to build an outdoor pizza oven for less than $100. See, I became the token Italian in the mortgage and real estate industry, but I always used pineapple pizza as something that I felt was disgusting. And over time, so many people just follow me, and they follow the pineapple pizza. I run into people in the supermarket and they'll say, "Hey, did you buy pineapple for your pizza?" I mean, people got to know it. But at the same time on social media, I always do Chris the Mortgage Pro. Don't put pineapple on your pizza. This is Chris the Mortgage Pro. Remember, pineapple on a pizza is a felony. Chris, I make them laugh with it, but it's always Chris the Mortgage Pro. And you tie those things together. And what's happened is there are so many tens of thousands of people who every time they think of a pineapple pizza, They think of Chris the Mortgage Pro, that Italian guy who hates it.
Wow.
That's perfect. As you build a list over time, with all the other things, how many of you are familiar with limoncello?
Lemon jello?
Cello. Limoncello.
Cello.
It's an
Okay.
Italian vodka lemon drink.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Well, when I went to Italy for the first time last year, they have banana cello and they have strawberry cello and they have all these different cellos. So you know what I did? I learned how to make them. And we're going to be putting books together. The Pineapple Pizza Guy, and we'll build a following of people who are like-minded. They enjoy it, and I entertain them. And here's a way for people to think, because if they're not understanding this, last year, 27 million Americans moved. And if you take, husband and wife and, 2 kids and whatnot, so there were roughly 6 million or so families that moved. And if you can build yourself a list of 100,000 people or even 20,000 people who like what you like, but they know you're a realtor or know you're a loan officer, or maybe they know you're an insurance agent or whatever it is you do, when they need insurance, if you're continuing to entertain them, who they're going to call? They're going to call you. If somebody needs a mortgage.
Ghostbusters. No, they're going to call Chris Trapani. Wow.
If they need a mortgage. Exactly.
They need a mortgage guy.
Entertain. And we teach, we have a course that will teach how to build your passion and how to build your passion play to make $1 million. I've done hundreds of transactions, and you ask the average real estate agent out there or a loan officer how much they make on a transaction. You do hundreds of transactions. It's a lot of money.
Oh, it's absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So tell us a little bit about where they find you. And I do have one other question about fire your landlord to buy your own home, buy your own house. Did you want to touch on that just a little bit?
Sure. I own the trademark to fire your landlord. And what it's designed to do is teach two things. Teach the consumer why they should buy a home. The average renter at retirement versus the average homeowner at retirement. The average homeowner at retirement age has 40 times the wealth of the average renter. So we need to teach people why they should buy a house. And we do this through my book, through so many different avenues. But I also realized that I couldn't touch enough people and help enough people on my own. So what we did was we created a marketing company. It's called Options Pro Marketing. And we created a marketing arm for realtors and for lenders to help them educate the consumer, and thereby they're going to get business. So my thought process is like this. If I have 10,000 subscribers who are working my system, realtors and lenders in a decent market, if they're doing 4 transactions a month, in less than 5 years, we're going to fire 1 million landlords.
Oh, beautiful. So, Chris, I know that you have a wealth of knowledge. How do people reach out to you? I think you have a free giveaway as well.
I do have a free giveaway.
Yeah. And what is that?
Anybody can go to passionplayguidebook.com and sign up. And we're going to teach you how to develop your passion play, how to work your passion play, how to build your passion play, how to study your passion play before you invest in it. And and make it make sense. And anybody could reach me on Facebook or Instagram. I'm very easy to reach. YouTube, Fire Your Landlord, Chris the Mortgage Pro. So you could find me everywhere.
So that site again is Passion Play, PLAY, Guide, GUIDE, book.com.
Right.
Well, introducing you, Chris Trapani, to the one, to the only, the incredible CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune, who's moving and shaking. He's shaking and baking and taking.
Well, thank you so much, Kaya. Chris, it's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for all the wisdom. I was taking notes. And Kaya, I know you have an announcement you'd like to make. Chris, I just wanted to say hi. Kaya, please.
Nice to meet you, Mo.
So we are going to take a 10-minute break. And so this, all of us can grab some water, grab some nuts, because the reason why is we have the incredible Dr. Khalila Ali Why did I say nuts? Because I actually have a bag of nuts that I'm ready to eat. We've got incredible Dr. Khalila Ali, former wife of the greatest, and talk about transformation and what she has to help you transform your life. We have Mayor Paul Leone, and we have other great individuals. Dr.
Author of all
Neda.
time, Mark Victor Hansen. And I just want to let folks know, so if you're watching this on Facebook, refresh the page in about 10 minutes, 5 minutes, maybe even less. If you're watching on YouTube, just refresh in a couple minutes. This stream is ending, but there's a new live stream. So you have to refresh to get the new live stream. So if you're watching this right now, the page, or you will not see the new content. So I wanted to make that clear for folks. I want to thank everyone. We're not going to end this stream, and we're going to have a new live stream on Facebook in about 5 minutes. Thank you, Kaya. We're going to be back.
So right now it's 5:53 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So the new live stream will be up by no later than 5 minutes, which would be 5:58.
Yes,
PM.
so we want to encourage everyone in the virtual auditorium to go ahead and refresh in a couple minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.